I constantly prayed God to grant me grace to please him.
Do you take this woman and her USAA membership to have car insurance and home insurance, life insurance and banking from this day forward?
I do.
I do too.
USAA for the military community and their families.
There's the "Did I just leak" look, or there's up to 100% leak-free protection from Tampax.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to see the possibilities all around you. With Capella University's FlexPath format, you can set your own deadlines and keep up with all of life's important moments.
At King Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality, it's guaranteed fresh, and down low prices in every aisle. It's quality and savings that add up. King Supers shoppers never compromise. King Supers, fresh for everyone.
Worked hard to cross that finish line. Now it's time to celebrate those memories. At Michael's, we have you preserve these keepsakes with custom framing that brings your victory to life. Because every achievement deserves to be beautifully remembered. Michael's, frame your victories.
Mary and Philip's marriage was presented to the world as a new start at England. Catholic. When Mary came to the throne, England had been separated from the Catholic Church of Rome for almost 20 years. In what was known as the Great Schism, Henry VIII had made himself, rather than the Pope, head of the Church in England. Monasteries and abbeys, like Tinton, were destroyed because Henry believed that they could not be obedient both to Rome and to their king and country. Henry VIII's campaign had been astonishingly successful, but now that she was queen, Mary was determined to undo what her father had done. She would restore not only the Roman Catholic religion, she would also rewrite English history once more. For Mary, England was, and always would be, a Catholic country. Henry and Edward's religious reforms were an aberration which could easily be wiped out. And those who disagreed would be burned alive as heretics. But Mary believed that such resistance would be short-lived. Just
All we gotta do is practice. Waffles, come on. Yes, please.
No horses.
Ah, we'll take one.
The 3.5 mile river walk along the Purgatory River, winding through town and offering postcard-worthy views.
Can I please have the dabber?
Devons.
Do you like the sauce?
Mm-hmm. It's really good.
Thanks for the jalapeno. Hey, this is the last of the sugar.
Okay.
Stonehenge for death. A ceremonial way links Woodhenge to Stonehenge, and historian Ronald Hutton believes it may once have been used for elaborate funeral processions. The pagans would have set off from Woodhenge in the direction of the rising sun, and then traveled along the nearby River Avon en route to Stonehenge.
Water, like the River Avon here, is really important to the other continents. It's found throughout so many of them. Perhaps because it's such a strange element. It connects people and it separates them. It preserves life but it takes it away. It creates and destroys. And perhaps
There's 2 bags of 6 meatballs each in the fridge.
Nice.
The procession followed the river until it reached the avenue, a ceremonial roadway that runs up to Stonehenge. Very little of the avenue survives today, but Ronald believes it may once have been lined by standing stones.
we don't know exactly what the processional avenue to Stonehenge looked like. It was found out too long ago. We have to function in every dimensional way to enable human beings to pass from a world mostly concerned with human beings to one mostly concerned with supernatural.
Before reaching its destination, the avenue turns sharply to the right, rapidly approaching Stonehenge in the direction of the setting sun. Having started at Woodhenge at sunrise, it seems likely the funeral procession was timed to reach Stonehenge at sunset. And here, the pagan Britons would have celebrated the newly dead Work at the site of Stonehenge stretched over millennia, but its stone circle was built in only a few short years. Over the centuries, many of the stones have fallen or been removed, but we can now rebuild Stonehenge as it would have looked to the pagans who likely used it for their death rituals millennia ago. At the center of the ring was a horseshoe of 5 trilithons, 2 large stones with a lintel atop them. They surrounded 19 small blue stones, surrounded by a famous circle of massive sarsen stones, topped by a continuous ring of gently curved lintel stones. Stonehenge and Woodhenge together would have dominated the local landscape. But only a few miles to the north is another pagan monument that has long defied all explanation. A vast artificial hill that archaeologists estimate took 18 million man-hours to construct. Silvery Hill. A few miles to the north of Stonehenge is Silvery Hill, the largest prehistoric mound in Europe. Created by pagan Britons nearly 4,500 years ago, it rises to over 120 feet and is older and higher than some of the Egyptian pyramids. But like the pyramids, does it contain a secret within?
One of the things that people associate with big old mounds is buried treasure. And people have looked for treasure in Silvery Hill for hundreds of years. But that's the twist. There have been so many tunnels dug into this hill by now that have found not a scrap of anything you could call treasure.
Despite centuries of digging, no burials or treasure have ever been found. Silvery Hill seems to be just a solid mound of chalk and earth. time? Well, when people do. Procrastinate. Monday? Jeez. Oh my, time to book already. Wow, that's a hack for a great calendar fun. The Jewelry Exchange. 1 carat natural GIA diamonds under $15.90. The Jewelry Exchange. Direct. Finding new adventures. And extra confidence. And extra miles. And room for everyone. And standout style. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. I'm Cody. I wear a lot of different hats. Today I'm a firefighter. I'm also a police officer, and at the end of the day, I'm a Tractor Supply team member.
Tractor Supply's Hometown Heroes program honors all who serve, and that makes me really proud.
When veterans come in, it's thank you for your service. I appreciate everything you did. From all of us out here to all our hometown heroes, for your service, for your patriotism, thank you. Silbury Hill may not be truly circular, but could have been built as a polygon, possibly of 9 sides. Outer walls of chalk leant inwards at an angle of 60 degrees for maximum stability. They were joined by radial walls built out from the center of the mound. The gaps between were filled with chalk room. It's possible that the mound was built as a series of stepped platforms, but the latest archaeological surveys suggest a different method of construction.
Another thing that occurs to me is that it may have been built as a spiral.
Thank you for dinner, Bailey.
If you unload the dishwasher again, I'll load it again.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Off the edge, and so people taking a spiral path to the top of Silbury would be literally walking a spiral. A spiral pathway would have made the hill both easier to build and more suitable for religious processions. But there may also be a link between Silbury and the surrounding landscape, which could explain why the structure was built so tall. Nearby is the largest stone circle in the world, Avebury. Silbury Hill is also close to 2 other key pagan sites, West Kennet Long Barrow and the Sanctuary. Historian Ronald Hutton wants to investigate a new theory, that Silbury Hill could have been used as a signaling platform to coordinate simultaneous ceremonies at all the different sites. It's an idea that's never been tested until now. Right, the theory is that from every major part of the Avebury landscape, you should be able to see the top of Silbury Hill. To put the theory to the test, archaeologist Erica Goodman travels to West Kennet Long Barrow. The barrow once contained the remains of around 50 people and is one of the best preserved burial mounds in the British Isles. It's also one of the largest. It's as long and half as wide as a football field.
Well, here we are at West Kennet Long Barrow. Let's see if we can see Rocket. Yep, there he is. You can see him keeping the red flag flying.
Next stop is the sanctuary. Probably once a
Yeah, bro.
How?
I hired Motion to hire AI employees.
AI employees?
Yeah, dude, I have a project manager.
If you've had time to play with software-defined radio at all, one of the first things you probably did was look at your local broadcast FM radio bands. These are all pretty basic. It's about 200 kilohertz wide of analog, frequency-modulated audio, and that's really all there is to it. As we scroll around here, though, we may run into something a little unique. Today on Signals Everywhere, we're talking about HD radio and some of the software available to decode it. Let's jump right in. If you're interested in software-defined radio and radio communications in general, please be sure to smack that subscribe button and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any future content. Before we jump into decoding these NRSC5 or HD radio signals, I wanted to show you real quick how I kind of came across the inspiration for this video. We had a big event recently this weekend, and I wanted to listen for new or interesting two-way communications in my local area. While doing so, I did something that probably anyone who's ever owned an SDR has done, and that's swing my radio up and down the broadcast FM band. The most interesting signal we see here is at 104.7 megahertz. This signal happens to belong to WKKY, an FM country radio station broadcasting out of my general area. At its core, this radio station is no different than any other. It's an analog, frequency-modulated signal. You may see these signals at different bandwidths, but this one in particular happens to be 200 kilohertz wide. The difference is striking and obvious. We have two digital sidebands along each side of our analog FM signal. We have our digital upper sideband and our digital lower sideband, bringing our total up to about 400 kilohertz of bandwidth for an HD radio station. These HD radio stations are intended to provide a higher quality digital audio version of the analog stream, and even allows it to flip back and forth seamlessly, assuming you have the right receiver, between the digital and analog version of the radio station depending on signal conditions. There are quite a few different things that can exist on these digital sidebands, so before we hop into how to decode some of that information, I wanted to kind of show you the other stations that had popped up on me. See, I was used to seeing something at 104.7 megahertz, but I was also beginning to see them elsewhere too. I found one at 107.9 that apparently had recently upgraded, and I hadn't realized it until now. There was also another station at 81.9 megahertz, although this one was a little odd. It was mostly just the upper sideband. The lower sideband had substantially less power, and I'm not even sure if I was able to receive it in full. I figured since I hadn't talked about these HD radio stations before, it would probably make a great topic for a video, so I wanted to give it a go and see what you guys thought. Let's jump into the decoder. This is an application called NRSC5, and I'll put links in the description below. But essentially, you open it up and you type in the frequency you wish to listen to, and then the audio stream you want to pull up. In this case, audio stream 0 is a digital version of the audio currently playing on said radio station. We can also see, if we zoom into the text here, various information about the radio station as the digital audio is played. I have to say the digital audio is quite an upgrade over its analog counterpart, but I'll leave that for your ears to decide.
Look who decided to show up on a Monday. What's happening? I'm Nikki, taking over the station.
Participating Napa Auto Parts stores and Napa Auto Care centers. Limit 2 prepaid cards per household.
HD radio stations may have multiple streams of audio, so we can reopen our application and ask for stream number 1 over the default of stream 0. In this case, we don't get any audio, but instead are able to see more detailed information regarding the FCC details of this particular radio station. Assuming the HD radio station in your area happens to be run by iHeartRadio, it's likely using the protocol supported by the HDFM Python application. This application is meant to decode data from the HD radio sidebands. In this case, it's used for traffic data as well as radar maps, and these are generally displayed within high-end stereo head units within your vehicle. However, unfortunately for me, I do not have such a station in my local area. While I'm not able to discern the radar map or traffic data, I am able to see some of the more common data being pulled from the radio station, such as the current artist, track, slogan of the station, and of course the bitrate that is currently able to stream audio from it. Let's head over to one of the more interesting radio stations in my area. This is 107.9 FM, a local R&B and hip-hop radio station. Now, if we take a look at the text information showing up on our display here, you'll see that it's actually playing a copyrighted song at the moment, so I'm not able to play that audio for you. However, what makes this station so interesting is that on stream 1, or the alternate stream, unlike some of the other stations in my area, it is actually playing in an entirely different radio station on stream 1. So let's switch over there and see what we can find.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks.
Now that we've heard a little bit of stream number 1, we can find out that it's actually a simulcast station of WERE 1490 AM. This is an AM radio station that I wasn't able to hear in my local area otherwise. This is actually simulcasted, or in other words, being replayed digitally at the same time it's being broadcast in AM. So at 1490 AM, they're taking that same audio from the studio and then digitally retransmitting it on 107.9 FM using one of the digital sidebands and placing it as stream number 1. allowing anyone with a high-definition radio receiver to listen to an AM station that otherwise they likely would not have been able to. It really shows you how far technology is coming, and I can't wait to see what we'll be able to do with it in the very near future. Links to everything we've done in this video can be found in the description below, and I want to give a huge shout out and thank you not only to my subscribers, but my patrons as well, especially through these hard times here. I know it's taken quite a while to get out a new video, so I appreciate all of you taking the time and sticking with me through it. I can't wait to get moving forward again and continue to make great videos for you guys, and we can all learn together as a community. So thanks a bit. Yep, there we go. Well, that's going in the video. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in the next one.
I want to call your attention to an earth-shattering change that's happening in our society that I know you're aware of. AI. Are you using it? We're in a situation where it happens once in a generation. With AI, there are tools that can accelerate your success massively, but if you don't know them, they'll cost you.
A lot of people I talk to say, well, I got the next couple of years to figure it out. I don't even think you have 18 months. I'm not sure you have 3 months because it's moving so fast. I don't think we've ever experienced anything growing as quick as this.
You gotta know which tools to use because there's a flood of them. And you don't want to spend a bunch of money. You want to use what actually works for your business right now, or
yeah, I know you're more of a solar guy. I'm not personally a solar guy. I'm pretty much all in on nuclear. But yeah, I'm all. Regardless, the point is that we don't have a preponderance of power the way that they do in China and in a lot of other places. Even if we were to go all in on oil, we still don't have new oil refineries. We don't have new natural gas rigs. We are in stasis effectively in every state in the country. So in a scarce power world, and in which AI data center usage, power, and investment is a huge chunk of GDP spending, what does that mean? It means that these industries, which have endless amounts of money behind them, come in, build your data center, use an insane amount of electricity. They don't care if the power bill goes up. It does nothing to their bottom line because all of this is fake. None of it is even making any money in the first place. They'll just pay it no matter what. Who's the person for whom a power bill increase is going to affect you? Especially in the more rural areas, the fixed income household, and just general suburban residents. That's why I think it's outrageous to have some 33% in places like Virginia and Oregon, 1/3 to almost 40% of power being consumed by a single industry. We can't be living in the world where everybody else has to absorb all of those increased costs. And it's, again, begs the question, for what? So if this was the Manhattan Project, the Tennessee Valley Authority, maybe, right? Maybe we could all say, okay, we can all pay a little bit more because this is so important to the country. The Apollo program. Yeah, we are electrifying. There you go. Yeah. One of my favorite sections of the Robert Caro books, I think he won a Pulitzer Prize for it. It's in the first book called Path to Power, is a chapter specifically on rural electrification and what it meant to more rural areas in the 1930s. It was a New Deal style program designed by FDR. Johnson used it as a new congressman that was able to bring power to the hill country of Texas. I highly recommend go and at the very least, just read that chapter to understand what that means. That's the level of where, okay, I think we could be okay socializing some of that cost. This? No. All right? And see, that's the issue.
Right, for solar.
Right? For AI-generated slop? No. We're not doing that. And yet, what we see instead is, instead of thinking about the data centers, what people are starting to think about, and there's a new bill introduced in the state of Ohio, is that the utility companies can automatically adjust a customer thermostat to, quote, reduce the load on the power grid during periods of high demand for the data center. So your house has to be hotter so the data center can crunch Sam Altman slop, okay? Let's take a listen from local news.
A Republican lawmaker at the Ohio State House introduced a bill this week that would allow utility companies to automatically adjust your thermostat at your house. House Bill 427 would create a voluntary demand response program. Customers would be allowed to sign up to let their utility company temporarily adjust energy use, including raising thermostat settings or cycling water heaters during periods of high demand. The bill's sponsor, Representative Roy Kloppenstein, said it's meant to help homeowners and small businesses save money while reducing the load on the power grid. An analysis from the Ohio Environmental Council estimates the program would generate between $34 and $100 million in savings for the utility system, depending on how many customers sign up for it.
Temporarily adjust
not
home
like we're
power
about
use
to,
in
like,
small
go out or
business.
do
I don't hear
anything.
any data center being mentioned there, right? And that's my issue. Is like these, we don't have set any power demands or anything on these folks, and they get to just unlimitedly suck from the grid and make sure that everybody else power bills get to go up. No. We can't be having that, right? And instead, like I said, I tweeted something in reaction to this data power. And I said, hey, state legislators, wake up. You guys have huge amounts of authority. Dominion power, where I live, Virginia, legislators could come in and change the way. If you're going to consume 40% of power, I'm sorry, you got to be paying a hell of a lot more and making sure that there's some offset or whatever for consumers. And instead, what Virginia political expert was telling me was it's the inverse, where what's happening is that the legislators are all bought and paid for by Amazon, by Meta, Google, all these other people, and instead they're throwing incentives at the data centers because they're like, oh, we create all of these amazing jobs for all the people who say, okay, yeah, it's great for the 1,000 people or whatever that work there, but what about the millions or so people that have to pay a higher power bill in a lot of these other places? So I think this is a major populist issue, which everybody is sleeping on. And again, if this were the railroads of the 1800s, it transformed America. Right? Undeniable. I get it. They were the villains of the time, etc. But fundamentally, they had a good value proposition. You used to have to take a wagon. Now you can go to California in a week. All right. That was a real thing. Telecom in the 90s, same thing. We could say a lot about how much of it was a bust. They overspent on fiber optics. They massively consumed amount of GDP to invest because they got a little too high on their own supply from the dot-com bubble. But that was a real thing. Fiber optic was a real thing.
Built an internet.
What is being built here, right? We have all these billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars that are being spent all for what? And that's the point where when you see what they're actually releasing, I'm sorry, who asked for this? And here's the new trailer from OpenAI about Sora 2.
Here's what you're paying for.
Video generator. This is what you're all paying for. Let's take a listen.
1 year ago, Sora 1 redefined what was possible with moving images. Today, we're announcing the Sora app, powered by the all-new Sora 2. It's the most powerful imagination engine ever built. And it's packed with new features. I'll pass it to Bill for more details.
Now every video comes with sound.
Wow, so cool. New images. And by the way, you know what the funny thing is? One of the very first images, Ryan, and videos that was released on Sora was this. Let's just play this. What we saw was immediately Sora being used to create a surveillance-style video showing Sam Altman himself stealing GPUs at Target and being accosted by a security officer. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? It looks real-ish. Like, I could probably tell it was AI. So you basically created slop video, which will be used for YouTube Shorts and Instagram and all this other nonsense for scrolling purposes. And also, you created a technology which makes it unironically possible so that surveillance video and deep fakes and all that other stuff could be immediately employed, let's say in a matter of crisis. Think about the Charlie Kirk thing, if this was around at that time. And you say, I have surveillance video showing Tyler Robinson doing X, Y, and Z. It would go massively viral. You and I know that.
Yeah.
So thank you for creating that. By the way, the amount of power, if you have ChatGPT, I pay for ChatGPT, and even if you want to use it to create an image, it takes forever. You know why? Because it's a shit ton of CPU use and electricity and all that. It has to crunch through that. So what is the purpose of what we're being created here? The bull case is you have no idea all of the endless possibilities. It's like what? The destruction of Hollywood and creative industry to create like, again, slop video, because that's where things are mostly trending right now.
Right, we don't need a video of an elephant going through a jazz swing.
Yeah, we don't need that.
We don't need
I
that.
agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So the big tech platforms spent the 90s and 2000s and early 2010s basically destroying the news media and creating this new media where people just create stuff and share it with each other and don't trust any traditional sources of
some benefits of that
information. Some benefits we're going to find out might be some downsides to that.
Some downsides
as well.
Yeah.
And now that nobody trusts anything and there's no real traditional news media left, they're going to make it so that everybody can just make, authentic looking fake videos. And in order to do that, they're going to destroy as much of the Amazon as they can and build data centers all over the United States, triple or quadruple your electric bill. And yeah, the question for what is a key one. Chris and I had on an author yesterday who's like, oh, the purpose of this, whether it's intended or not, is it's going to kill everybody. So there's like that. And it is true that a lot of people in the AI world are like, yeah, there's a 20% chance of an existential event as a result of this. It's like,
I don't really,
but even,
I don't believe that.
I hope it's just slop.
Yeah.
And that it plateaus out at slop. That's my hope.
That's what I think. I mean, I think this is the end state. Like, this is the reality. Is if you look at the way that by the way, how are they even paying for all of this? AI data center. Where does it come from?
Yeah,
scrolling,
investor bubbles.
algorithm. That's it. Massive amounts of screen time, addiction. Period. Twitter, Facebook. They all have the same business model. It's just spend as much time on platform as possible, sell as many ads as possible. That's it. And so that's how they're paying for this for the AI data centers, for the project, with the hope that you get artificial general intelligence. But the end state seems pretty simple. AI, to the extent that it's used in the workplace, is for shit that nobody thought is game-changing. Oh, it summarized my emails. Awesome. Summarize my note-taking. I've talked previously, because I actually know people who work in like really big corporations. And I'm like, tell me about how you use AI. They're like, oh, it's great. We cut out the entry-level workers. I was like, so that's it? And they're like, yeah, that's it. We use Microsoft Teams, lets me summarize my notes, and then we send that for an agenda. Somebody who was entry level used to have to do that before, and I was like, but you're still having the meetings, you're still doing the, like, oh yeah, it hasn't changed any actual decision making.
Right, just fired a bunch of 24-year-olds.
To be fair, let's say in coding and in technology is a little bit different, right? You can actually have AI. I think AI is quite good at coding up to like 94, 95%, and doing a lot of the previously more difficult or like the time-consuming work, leaving time for creative. Great. Okay, but I don't yet see evidence of like a massive game-changing thing, which doesn't just lead to the tech power law distribution, which makes a bunch of people in Silicon Valley a lot richer. Because instead, what's happened is that AI has led to mostly job loss or not really real job growth, while they're still pumping all this money into the industry. Plus the data center question, it just leads to this thing where like, what are we all doing here? For what? And I don't think people understand, if it were not for AI data center spend, GDP would be contracting.
Right.
The only reason that we have increasing GDP
we're
numbers,
in a recession.
Otherwise, you're exactly right. And the data bears all of this out. We've played it here on the show many times before. Is without the data center capital expenditure from the technology industry, there is no GDP growth. And in fact, I was just reading this morning, one of the consequences of the 1990s telecom boom, like the amount of money that went into that, is that what private capital all understood in the 90s, there's only one way to return money in the middle of a mania or a craze, is to invest in the mania or the craze. That has a huge opportunity cost, because what it meant in the 90s was that small businesses that are doing traditional manufacturing were not going to get capital expenditure and or any investment. All private investment was chasing the same thing. At the same time of the 1990s, what happened? The end of the Cold War, NAFTA, PNTR with China, which means not only do they get the reduced amount of money that they should have been owed absent the AI or the telecom boom, they also face growing international competition. Well, I think we're in a very similar thing right now. You have all of this money, stocks, everything, the whole S&P 500. The government shuts down and the S&P 500 goes up. What? Why? Because of NVIDIA, right? You know, you're looking at these stock valuations and everything. None of it makes any sense. And then at the same time, with the Trump administration's trade policy, what you have is a chilling on domestic investment in manufacture, which means, again, any money in the economy that people have to spare is just going towards this AI. So I know this is kind of tedious, but there are serious implications for all of us, not just in terms of, let's say you own a small business, you wanted to buy a new tractor or whatever, and you're owned by private equity. Well, private equity doesn't have a lot of incentive to make sure that you're buying a bunch of new construction equipment. They would much rather go in and invest in some AI startup or something like that. That's a real effect. And then add the Trump trade stuff on top of that. It's a real problem.
Yeah, and when that bubble pops, because even the like Zuckerbergs of the world think that the bubble will pop. Their argument is that it'll pop and it will be like the railroads and it'll be like the telecoms, that it will have left behind
the infrastructure you can build something on top of.
So the bubble pops, you bunch of people get washed out. Zuckerberg, as he said, that'll create a lot of opportunity to buy assets at low cost. So he continues to then concentrate his market power, and then builds it up from there. But that's Zuckerberg and others are baking in a financial crisis as like an inevitable result, just a when, not if.
Financial crisis means nothing to somebody worth 150 billion, right? 150 and 75.
No, it means something. It means cheaper assets to buy.
Well, yeah. Great point. If you're worth 150 billion, even if you go in half to 75, that means nothing to you. If you are 100,000 and you go to 75,000, that means a lot to you, right? Okay, so like that's the point that these people never seem to quite understand, is that the people who suffer from these financial bubbles are not the people who cause them in the first place. By the way, our producer Griffin has been flagging some of this weird Hollywood stuff to us. Let's go ahead and put these up here on the screen. So there is now a new AI director. The Italian producer Andrea Iervolino has unveiled a feature helmed by a virtual auteur. And what it does is that the Fellini AI would be housed inside of his company, which would act as a, quote, human-in-the-loop supervisor and producer who guides and monitors the technology. And, quote, you can imagine a future in which only 1% of humanity still works, transforming labor into a symbolic ritual, while the rest of the population lives in the freedom and leisure produced by machines. The logline states for this new AI-produced movie that the last workers become the final masks of a humanity that resists the insolence of labor. I don't know, Ryan. I'm not so bought into some sort of Matrix-style fantasy. And then on the right there, you see that they talk about the Hollywood AI is ready to crush Hollywood as we have known it with these AI actors.
Like a fake actress who's going to get an agent. And
that's where I just don't even, I can't even really understand, what it all means, because they say we may not even have real movie stars anymore. We'll soon have computer-generated actors, aspirational celebrities. That is the future currently imagined by the founder of this AI actor. And what they said is that in this new lab, they're hyper-real digital stars. The actresses said that they would produce sketch video and maybe signing to a future talent agency. Basically, their likenesses would be controlled by some sort of corporate conglomerate, and that they would then be featured in movies and licensed to different commercials and stars. This is basically an erasure of humanity as we know it. And it's one of those where The Matrix was, I guess, a documentary. And also, though, the government and the level of skepticism that is required is not happening. Because I said on the state level, it seems by my immediate perusal that most state legislators think data centers are a good thing because of money, right? Because they're getting donated to and because they give them these fake statistics. But I think the people, at the very least, are deeply skeptical of whatever the hell all of this is. So I just wonder if there can ever be any sort of democratic pushback. The technology companies are betting that they can leap so forward before any skepticism happens that they can just get there before anybody really wakes up to what's going on.
Yeah, and when you think about the arc of all of kind of Earth history, and you know, people say that we're now in the midst of the sixth great extinction, like, you know, the sixth mass die-off around the world.
I've seen people say that, yeah.
And statistically, like, it's accurate. Like, so many different species, both plant and animal, are dying off, and scientists can demonstrate that it is because of humanity. Like, we gobble everything up. And so when you think about that in a moral sense, which is difficult to do, because it's like species are often amoral, you have to think about it in a moral sense, because humans are the first ones that have to invent morality. And so you think about, okay, the costs to the Earth have been existential to thousands upon thousands of species, but it has produced what humanity can produce, which is love, which is art. You know, Shakespeare as a stand-in, like, those developments represent a break from what existed before the other 5 extinctions. Now we're not even going to have that. Like, what is humanity bringing to the Earth other than misery and despair if we're not producing more Shakespeares?
I agree with you. I'm with you. This is what the fundamental, like, anti-humanness of it is something that's very concerning to me. I also am just concerned at the lack of interest that legislators and others have in any of what's going on right now. And in particular, they seem instead to just be bought and paid for and just waiting for something to happen before we all have to grapple with it. So anyway, yeah, we're all paying higher electricity bills so that Sora can generate slop videos for kids to be addicted on TikTok and YouTube Shorts in the future. What a great investment for us all.
Awesome.
All right, let's get to Qatar, shall we?
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
Yesterday at the White House, spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt was pressed on the question of how is it appropriate that son-in-law Jared Kushner, who no longer has an official role in the White House, but does have business entanglements all throughout the Gulf, is allowed to be involved with those countries. Let's roll this.
How did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's, frankly, despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected around the world and has great trust in relationships with these critical partners in these countries, to strike a 20-point comprehensive detailed peace plan that no other administration would ever be able to achieve. And so Jared is donating his energy and his time to our government, to the President of the United States, to secure world peace. And that is a very noble thing.
20-point plan has not actually been accepted yet by Palestinian factions. We're waiting on word on that. Jeremy Scale at Dropsite has a good story, interviewing some top PHA official and others or top Hamas official on where they stand on that. But setting that aside, there's something so deeply instructive about the Carolyn Leavitt finding it offensive to even suggest that $2.5 billion might influence Jared Kushner's objectivity.
Well, he's widely respected around the world, right?
He's very widely respected around the world. The elephant in the Middle East has been Steve Witkoff, who is friends with but friends are probably frenemies, because they're both in real estate and development. So they're both raising money from the Gulf. So that puts them in both in competition and in some harmony here and there. Witkoff himself has been, working on issues all over the world, but in particularly the Gulf, while his 2 sons, Zach and Alex Witkoff, have been going around the globe with their tin cup out, filling it with either Bitcoin or dollars. We can put up this next element up on the screen. This New York Times investigation into Alex Witkoff, where Mideast envoy pitched peace. His son pitched investors, and they have him dead to rights here. So basically, as Witkoff is working on the ceasefire framework, and with Qatar as the mediator with the most amount of influence over Hamas, Alex Witkoff of the Witkoff Group, which also has Steve Witkoff as a member. Like, Steve Witkoff sold some of his shares, but is still an owner of the Witkoff Group. Even if he wasn't, it's his son's. So you're not delinking that.
Yes.
But he still is literally an owner of the Witkoff Group. So his son Alex goes to the Gulf and hits up the Qataris and says, "We want money for the Witkoff Group. Like, give us money for these investments." And the Qataris confirmed it. The history here is very instructive. In 2017, when Jared Kushner was actually in the White House, his company went to Qatar to try to get a bailout for their 666 Fifth Avenue property. So in 2007, Kushner at the time bought, I think it was for $1.8 billion, the biggest Manhattan real estate purchase in history. And then like the next week, the bottom fell out of the real estate market, and the Kushner family, because of this Jared Kushner folly, was looking at destitution. The loans were coming due, to 10-year loans. The loans are coming due 2017. He goes to the Gulf as he's a White House official, hits up the Qataris for money. They look at it and they're like, "This is a terrible investment," and they turn him down. They thought they were getting an investment offer. It was not. This was not an on the up and up commercial transaction. This was a shakedown. Within weeks of them saying no to this, the UAE and Saudi Arabia nearly invade with their actual militaries. Instead, they launch a blockade.
Yes, I remember this.
On the economy of Qatar, which had a base with 10 to 20,000 service members. Rex Tillerson immediately comes in and slams Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis, saying, "What are you doing? These are our allies. We have a base here. You cannot blockade this country." Jared Kushner comes in. All of this has since been reported and was reported at the time by us. He comes in and says, "Oh, no, it's fine. We're siding with Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis over the Qataris here." That blockade lasted all the way through the Trump administration, badly damaged the Qatari economy. Only when Biden came in did they finally lift it. And I talked to a very high-level official from Qatar who said, if we had known what the cost was going to be of saying no to the Kushners, we would have paid it. We wish we had paid it. So that sets up Witkoff. And so, although Kushner, day 2 of like his post White House time, gets a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia into this,
which we've extensively talked about.
Private equity fund, which is there's no evidence they've invested any of it.
Well, and you remember, Ryan, that the internal documents released by the New York Times, they were like, "This isn't a good investment, but we're going to do it."
Kenny
because,
Clips got some of those documents.
Yeah, they were like, "Well, we're going to do it because of the state power involved. $2.5 billion is nothing, paid for level of influence in the potential future next administration."
Right.
And of course, Jared Kushner was present at the press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu and Trump talking about the Gaza-Lago future development, which he, of course, has been pitching privately since before the November 2000 election.
Right, exactly. And so when Kushner actually instructed the Tony Blair Institute back in the spring, Times of Israel just reported this, instructed Tony Blair Institute to come up with a post-war plan for redevelopment. And then Trump puts Tony Blair.
I did not know that.
And Larry Ellison has given or pledged $350 million to the Tony Blair Institute. So this is an Ellison project over here. And so that is the context for when Alex Witkoff is going to Doha asking for investments. They understand that this is not here's a pitch deck, and we think that you're looking at a good 4.5% to 5.5% return on your investment. It's a nice little country you've got here. Real shame if something would happen to it. And so And so the Witkoffs are deeply in bed with the Qataris, which goes to the point that you were making at the top of the program. You get the Israelis complaining a lot about Witkoff's relationship with Qatar, and it's like, okay, you know what?
Yeah, we're going to give it to them.
As they say in Ireland, fair play.
Yeah, we're giving it to them.
Yes.
To be fair, the Qataris say that they did not invest actually in the fund, at least at this specific time. They do note, quote, as recently as May, the Witkoff Group did receive some $100 million from a financial trust that is run by the private equity firm Apollo Global, which is partly owned by Qatar.
They're going to find some way to not piss them off.
The Witkoff family's relationship with Qatar traces back to the first Trump administration, including Steve Witkoff. By the time Trump was back in the White House, the relationship had evolved, and the Witkoff Group saw Qatar as a, quote, go-to source of funding. Now, the current White House is defending it, saying this is a smear of Steve Witkoff. They say Qatar has used its $557 billion sovereign wealth fund to amass global influence in the U.S. Focal point has been real estate investment, and that they have pounded more than $4 billion into the Manhattan real estate market alone, including the Plaza, the St. Regis, and a stake in the Empire State Building. Now, this has basically been a Gulf project now for some time, right? This is the Witkoffs, Jared Kushner. This gets to the original question. But what I have not stopped being able to think about is Jeremy Scahill in our reaction to the Trump deal. He was like, look, Trump has an enormous amount of dollar signs in his eyes. And that's part of the reason that this deal may get done. And I was like, oh, man, that is dark. To think about in terms of why his own personal influence may want to see something like this happen. And Jared Kushner's presence there is not a surprise. By the way, all of this is a lead-in to an extraordinary diplomatic development that is honestly insane. Let's go and put this up here on the screen. Trump has now given Qatar a, quote, unprecedented security guarantee after the Israeli attack. He says, an executive order signed by President Trump Monday would provide Qatar a security guarantee with conditions similar to NATO's Article 5. Everybody keep in mind, NATO Article 5. By the way, I have a lot of issues with NATO, as anybody who watches the show knows. At the least, NATO is ratified by the U.S. Senate, okay? There's a legal process through which we all agree, I guess, that we're going to die for North Montenegro, Macedonia, or whatever. Stupid, in my opinion, but whatever. It's still ratified by our democratic process. Well, this is just by executive fiat that the United States will have similar Article 5 protection. They say the unprecedented security agreement says it will treat any armed attack on the country as a threat to the peace and security of the United States. I do not think people understand how insane it is to have an executive fiat order security guarantee. Not only is that not how it's supposed to work, it's wild. And it's one of those where, look, to the original premise of the question, does Qatari influence on the Trump people's orbit have anything to do with this? I cannot rule that out. I cannot rule that out at this time. Right?
I mean, can you imagine how pure a soul you would have to be for billions of dollars not to have any influence on you?
Right, of course. It's nonsensical.
People are swayed by like a free app.
You're exactly right.
Appetizer, not a free app on your phone.
Free app. Well, probably a free app.
Probably a free app on your phone too.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, it's like, you know, getting a $2.50 discount at Starbucks is enough to like cause a line for the drive-through everywhere. It's what, billions of dollars? Not going to have any impact. I mean, I think it has not come under nearly enough scrutiny. Right now, it's mostly the pro-Israel side, which is furious with Trump for giving this security guarantee for Qatar. But this is the issue with the entire U.S.-Israel relationship. Trump brings Bibi here. He's like, you need to call and apologize. And Bibi's like, okay, you know, whatever, right? He calls and he apologizes.
They released the photo of him apologizing.
Releasing the photo of Trump holding the phone, and it's great, you know, good optics. But then instead of telling Israel, hey, don't ever do that again, we just invent some NATO Article 5 thing for Qatar to get them to serve as the mediators. Isn't there a much easier way to achieve what we're trying to do here? to try and make sure that there's no attacks on Qatar, which is what? Who's causing them? Israel, right? Israel bombs Iran, which bombs Qatar, or whatever, fires missiles at Qatar, face saving, we all move on. Great, all right? How do you stop that? Don't let Israel bomb Iran. Simple. Don't let Israel bomb Qatar. Simple. Why do we allow this to happen?
Yeah, because
we have to invent all of these quasi-solutions
right, and
to a singular problem.
Right, they don't trust Israel, and they also don't trust us, because there's this gaping open question that says, wait a minute, there's an American military base right outside of Doha. How did Israel pull off a bombing if you say you didn't know about it? What good is your American military base if planes can just fly in?
This is a legit question.
And drop
Part of
bombs.
why I don't buy their
Of course, like there had to be a stand down order, like because you've got people on the radar being like, this plane is not on anybody's like manifest. What's it doing? It's heading for downtown Doha. They're like, just leave it alone. We're good. Otherwise, it's like, what are you doing in this country? And so, as Jeremy Scahill also reported at Trump site, 2 Arab sources told him that Marco Rubio told the Qataris that he could not promise that Israel would not hit them again. Wow. Nobody in the U.S. has reported that because they don't have the Arab sources on that, and of course Rubio's not going to say it. But they didn't deny it when we went for comment. And so, if you're the Qataris,
how can you not guarantee that?
You've just been told.
Yes.
Trump said they're not going to do it again. Rubio, I don't know if they're going to do it.
Could do it.
They might.
Yeah.
So then they go back to Trump and they're like, we need a security guarantee. We need this in writing that you will go to war with whoever attacks us. And Trump is like, all right.
Yeah, I guess he just didn't really think about it. What, Qatar's got no, they have, like you just said, they're beefing with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE. What are we doing here? This
That'd
is
be
supposed
funny.
to come.
The Emiratis go after them.
Right,
Now
exactly.
we're at war
It's
with the
conceivable.
Emiratis.
It's definitely conceivable. Yes.
I'm sure we have kill switches in all of their weapons, so that presumably would be a pretty quick war.
It's such a, you really do have to marvel at the wisdom of the Gulf, because for years they were like, look, all we have to do is bribe these people. We'll pay them $100 billion, dollars. Saudi Arabia, all this money. EA Sport. Eventually, we need to do a segment about that. The whole EA Sports thing.
Yeah, they're buying Madden.
It's kind of crazy.
Saudi Arabia's buying Madden.
Yeah, they're taking it private with who? Jared Kushner. Oh, right.
That's right.
It's like, okay. But you put all this together, and just the way that this is all working, this is nuts. Like, in terms of personal relationship, the White House being like, he's a world respected. No, he's not. Okay, he's a joke. Everybody who's ever dealt with him knows he is a complete joke. The only reason that he has any money right now is because of his previous influence with the Trump family. Prior to that, him, his father, and all that, not a great reputation. Everybody knew it. And it's only because of his access to power and potential influence here on Trump that we are where we are. And they're denigrating that. They're signing security guarantees with Qatar. And then this Witkoff thing, as I said, the Zionists have attacked him for a while as a Qatari asset, which they also ignore that Bibi's inner circle is also potentially a Qatari asset.
Yes.
Whatever. They're not consistent on the point.
They took
but
money from Qatar.
As honest people here, Ryan, we have to admit, it's not looking good here for the Witkoff group and their own potential influence.
And this was the most likely way it was going to unfold once the U.S. after World War II was like, we're going to do this in dollars, and we're going to just absolutely flood these families, not even countries, basically.
Right.
We're just going to flood these families, the Saud family, etc., with ungodly amounts of wealth. They're going to then have to have these giant pools of capital that they're going to figure out what to do with. And our political system is going to figure out a way to make sure that they're basically forced to reinvest it all back in bribes here in the United States.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping high. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The archaeologists
Okay, now moving to TikTok, which Larry Ellison is in the process of taking over, we're going to be joined by Guy Christensen, who is the creator behind the account Your Favorite Guy. Guy, welcome to Breaking Points. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, Guy.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, so you're going to walk a couple boomers through what is going on over at TikTok. And so, and we've been talking offline. You've been trying to educate me, just with some success, but you got a lot of. It's a difficult task, so it's not on you. So, tell me what I'm getting. Was September, what is it, 13th or 23rd?
September 13th.
Okay,
yeah.
So what happened on September 13th?
TikTok changed their free speech guidelines, and it has to do with their new hate speech czar who was hired through ADL lobbying. Her name's Erica Mendel. She's an ex-IDF instructor. She's a former State Department contractor, and she says that Zionism is an identity that goes hand in hand with Judaism for her. And so TikTok hired Erica Mendel under pressure by ADL lobbying, which the national policy director takes credit for. And about 2 or 3 days after they hired Mendel, everyone who uses TikTok actually saw this. They pushed out a post notification when you open the app. It says they're changing their guidelines. And in these guidelines, they changed a whole bunch of things around that makes it so much harder to talk about Palestine. You can't talk about graphic incidents or violence in the context of a public interest. And they explicitly list war as something you can't talk about. They make it much harder to criticize the state of Israel as an illegal apartheid state or characterize the IDF as terrorist forces in the way they lay out criticisms of national origin.
I also noticed that it said that if you mention, and I do reporting on TikTok now, and so I will say I'll do this 1 or 2 minute videos where I'm saying okay, this is Hamas is responding to, and I don't even do the I know that some people will say H because they're worried about the algorithm not spreading their stuff. I don't care if it spreads stuff, right? Because we end up then posting the video on Twitter and Instagram, whatever. So I just use all the words. But I will say okay, Hamas has received the take it or leave it ceasefire offer from Trump and Israel. Here is what Hamas is saying. Here's what Palestinian Islamic Jihad is saying. Because I'm a news reporter, and those are the organizations that are involved in the news. And I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I saw in the guidelines that every time I mention them, I have to then follow that up by condemning their existence. Is that how does this work?
That's exactly right. They require anyone who makes videos on TikTok now to explicitly denounce all designated terrorist organizations by the State Department when mentioned in a neutral context. So you can't just say,
instead of praise be upon him, it would have to be Hamas, condemnation be upon them.
Yeah, you have to.
Has said that within 72 hours they will respond to the.
That is so crazy. All right, so Guy, I know you have compiled some. Can we have some examples? Can we put these on the screen so you can just explain it again to a boomer like me? Some of these things about why videos are getting taken down. Just walk us through these.
So just to put it into context, prior to the September 13 changes, prior to Erica Mendel entering the company, I looked at, before I came on, the past 6 months, what happened. And I only had 2 videos taken down. And since September 13th, it's been 11.
Wow.
And it's not been that long since, they switched over. So what you're looking at here are notification screens that TikTok sends creators when they remove their videos. And so you'll see on the left, I'm trying to submit an appeal. That was a video where I talked about Max's reporting in the gray zone about Charlie Kirk and his supposed turn on Israel leading up to his death. And, the guidelines make a cutout for public interest. And so I thought I could appeal, but of course not. They took it off the For You page and all feeds, which you can see here on the right, where it says visibility restricted. It's not eligible for the For You feed. That means nobody can see it unless they explicitly open up my profile and go to my page and find the specific video, or else they're not going to see it at all.
Huh, that is crazy. Do we have any more guys that we can show here?
Put up this next one
so
here.
So yeah, we have a few more here. There's one here on the right where, what is this one about exactly? This is again the gray zone report where
I think it was. I think there were multiple videos about Gray Zone reporting that were removed, talking about Israel or Charlie Kirk, and then on the left is actually a screenshot trying to show that there's no option to appeal, so there's no recourse for that.
And what about these two? What do we see here?
So the one on the left is, you'll see your video is under review and can't be shared right now. TikTok does this thing. It's essentially shadow banning, where they don't actually tell you it's taken down, but nobody can see it. So it's like in this limbo stage. That was a video I published last night that thankfully went through the review system, but it can get stuck in this limbo for up to 24 hours or longer, which is what happened with this interview on the video on the right, which is now able to be viewed in my profile, but it's not able to be pushed in feeds, so it's stuck at like a few thousand views.
And so, and this was an interview you did. You were at the ADC conference out in Dearborn, right? So you did an interview there, and then it takes like days for it to post.
Yeah. So it went up, and I think it got, sometimes they'll let it out in the feed. It got like 100 likes, and then they took it off the For You page, and for, I think it was like 36 hours.
And what are you saying in these videos that you think is triggering? Well, I mean, I think you've had some controversial interactions with them. Maybe are they like looking at you specifically, or are you saying things in these videos that is triggering something, or both? Like, what do you think is going on?
I think that I'm not being targeted specifically yet, as far as I can tell. What all these videos have in common that have been removed since September 13th are that I'm talking about Israel. I'm talking about, AIPAC's influence. I'm talking about Larry Ellison and the attempt to put TikTok under Zionist control. I'm criticizing Israel in some way. And it's the same thing I've heard from my audience, my friends who are creators. Ever since September 13th, they've had the same exact experience. Videos that are, more informational and critical of Israel get removed. Sometimes like comedy videos, lighter criticisms of Israel can make it through, but that's been all of our experience. And I did want to point out that in the new free speech guidelines, TikTok outlines these conspiracy theories that blame quote-unquote powerful groups and are likely to undermine public confidence. And I believe that this is the part of the guidelines that they've been using to justify taking down videos criticizing AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby, Zionist influence in the United States. It's so vague. I mean,
that is so crazy, guys. So, I mean, the idea that you can't mention Hamas without saying I condemn Hamas is preposterous. How are you supposed to do any reporting, whatsoever? YouTube tried to do this at one point where we weren't allowed to play videos of Trump claiming the election was stolen. And I was like, he does that every time he speaks.
Every speech.
Like, how can we possibly cover this?
And they wanted us to come in and say, it wasn't stolen.
Right. They wanted us to come in every time. How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to do my job? But for you, I guess, look, at the very least, that was done for our country, right? Here we're talking about a different country. Guy, I don't know about your career or any of that. Are you going to be able to continue to make a living, you and other creators and et cetera that kind of rely on this? Like, how is this affecting the entire ecosystem of political creators on TikTok?
So I would assume that it's demonetizing everybody pretty much across the board, because another aspect of getting your video taken off the feed, taken off the For You recommendation feed, is that if you get a certain number of these quote-unquote violations, or like soft violations, you get like 5 of them in the span of a month, you're kicked out of the monetization program, and you can't get any payments for any work you do on TikTok. So, that's about to happen to me. It's happened to me a few times in the past 2 years as I've advocated for Palestinian liberation. But how are we meant to do our advocacy when we can't even name the state? We can't reference their crimes. We can't discuss the censorship. And they're like, there's such a thing going on where you can't talk about Larry Ellison or Netanyahu meeting with American influencers.
That's nuts. Yeah, but they can post their videos of talking with Netanyahu. You can't post about it.
What do you think the long-term implications of this would be? Because there's this idea among the Larry Ellison types of the world and Marco Rubio's and others that TikTok and Instagram really did change people's understanding of what was of Israel, because they were able to see the images of what was happening in Gaza, which then implies that there's some world that they are able to create in which people would not be able to see those images. And I'm just skeptical that any amount of algorithmic suppression can fully suppress an ongoing assault of 2 million people on a daily basis. Like, it's gonna get through somehow. And to me, the YouTube, Spotify in particular, remain like the places where people actually go to shape their thinking and their ideology, because that's where you spend more time engaged in thought in long form with this show, or whether it's Rogan or whoever you're listening to. Whereas TikTok and Instagram and the others, that's just kind of some basic raw material that I suspect you could get elsewhere. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they actually can lock all this down. So from your understanding of how young people consume media, is there a way that they could actually algorithmically lock all this down?
I think that it's pretty scary to see Trump talk about retraining the algorithm in connection with what Netanyahu has said about how this TikTok purchase is number one for their eighth front, the digital war. It's going to be very consequential, and it's entirely possible that they can, block out all Palestine-related content, all left-wing content. It's possible, but I think that the cat's pretty much out of the bag here in America. If you had come and asked me a year earlier, I might be saying something different, but we're the majority who are here in America who are calling it genocide, what Israel's doing to Gaza. And, I'm talking to people my age across the political spectrum all the time. The one thing I hear come out of every single one of their mouths is the word AIPAC. They know. And so when Israel continues to make these moves and become bolder, more aggressive, and desperate in trying to win back the narrative, win back American support, it's only, I think, going to backfire on them. The ADL just got attacked by the right on X.
Oh yeah,
for
Musk just
labeling.
called them a hate group.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm eating it up. Anything to take down the ADL, but every single time they are exposed paying influencers $7,000 a post, and like in that recent Farah release by WikiLeaks and Responsible Statecraft, it just brings more attention on them, and people are not gonna, there's a rapidly declining trust in any pro-Israel voices they do see on social media or on news outlets anymore. And so I think this is just like a losing game. It may even be a better strategy, I think, to try to start influencing this in the shadows once again. But I don't know if that's possible.
Guy, thanks for joining us, man. And please do keep us updated. If you get banned or anything like that, let us know, and we'll keep everybody updated. But very insightful, again, as a boomer who doesn't use TikTok. I actually cannot believe those content guidelines. That is nuts.
Wow.
All right, okay, we'll see you later.
Condemnation be
Thank
upon
you
them.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
In a moment, we're going to be joined by our favorite guy. That's the TikTok handle for a TikTok content creator who is going to walk us boomers and Gen Xers over here through the new censorship regime that's underway over at TikTok. Related to that, we're going to discuss first the politics of not just the TikTok takeover, but the man who's at the center of it, and that's Oracle founder Larry Ellison, who is the on-again, off-again richest man in the world. He was briefly the richest man in the world when his Oracle stock blew up, went back down, so now he's like neck and neck with Musk and these other oligarchs. But we can put up this new article that I have with Murtaza Hussain over at Dropsite, and the whole story is worth the read, because we're getting access to a bunch of email correspondence from the 2010s and the late 2010s that is really opening up a window into worlds that have been occluded for a long time, and there's some really fascinating stuff that we're putting up. So this was to start with. Ron Proser was at the time of these email exchanges that we're reviewing here, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. Marco Rubio, who in the email exchange they call Mario Rubio, was a senator from Florida. He had been elected in 2010 as a kind of pretty arch conservative. Like, he came up with the Tea Party movement, and he's launching a presidential campaign. So Proser and Larry Ellison, according to these emails that we've obtained and that have not been previously reported, are emailing back and forth about a variety of different things. They talk about having dinner, and then they start talking about Marco Rubio. And Proser says, and we can put up this first email exchange here between them. I had a great time too, Ron, at dinner. I'm looking forward to the next time. Larry says, P.S. I'll tell you how dinner goes with Senator Rubio. And then we put up the response there. Larry, hi. How was the conversation with Mario Rubio? Did he pass your scrutiny? Did you have a chance to talk about Israel? Would love to chat. My cell is. Big hug. And again, thank you for a wonderful evening with you, Ron. A few hours later, Ellison responds in the affirmative. He says, quote, hi, Ron. Great meeting with Marco Rubio. I set him up to meet with Tony Blair. Marco will be a great friend for Israel. So this is 2015. Ellison then goes on to put $5 million into Marco Rubio's super PAC for the presidential campaign. Doesn't work out for him. As we know, Donald Trump gets into the race. Donald Trump wins. Marco Rubio, though, has now since become Secretary of State. Now, so backing up, Larry Ellison, he is an oligarch who has really kind of snuck into our politics. He's played a very effective, long and quiet game, although it's getting difficult for him to kind of escape as much public scrutiny as he has been able to in the past, just because of the sheer dominance that he's been able to display. Oracle is a database and software technology that has, because it sells also to businesses, has put itself kind of everywhere in the world very quietly. Even though, Oracle's just, it's not one of the top companies that you think of, but when it comes to its kind of persistence and its prevalence in your life, it's absolutely everywhere. Now, Ellison himself, I believe it was 2017, he made the largest ever donation to Friends of the IDF, which is an American nonprofit that supports the Israeli military. And this line here, where he says, I set him up to meet with Tony Blair. That's key. So why on earth is Larry Ellison setting anybody up to meet with the former UK Prime Minister, who's most known for going along with George Bush with the invasion of the Iraq War? So after he becomes Prime Minister, Tony Blair sets up the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Larry Ellison has given or pledged more than $350 million. And I think we have an element on that one, to the Tony Blair Institute. Recent reporting by the New Statesman and Lighthouse Reports reveals what everybody had kind of already known about TBI, the Tony Blair Institute, that it effectively has merged with Oracle in significant ways. Like, you have board members who are both on TBI and also on Oracle. You would have Oracle employees able to basically just jump into the TBI calendars and schedule meetings with executives. So this New Statesman published this report that interviewed tons of Oracle and Blair Institute employees and said, yeah, basically, we're one and the same here. That the Blair Institute is acting as kind of a sales arm for Oracle. This is important because in the spring, this past spring, as Times of Israel just recently reported, Jared Kushner asked the Tony Blair Institute to come up with a post-Gaza, post-war, post-genocide reconstruction and redevelopment plan. Some of those details leaked. So the Tony Blair Institute did put together this project. If you're following along, you saw that when Donald Trump announced that he was creating this board of peace that was going to be chaired by himself, he said the key figure on it was going to be none other than Tony Blair, which brings everything full circle. Obviously, at the center of all of this is Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who helped set up the TikTok deal. As a senator, Rubio, by the way, was one of the most outspoken against TikTok the whole time. And obviously, Rubio plays a role as well in the diplomatic lead up and the rollout of this Gaza plan, which, if the reporting is accurate, that the Blair Institute is an arm, effectively, of Oracle.
Or is influenced by them.
Influenced by Oracle.
Right, at the very least.
$350 million is going to buy you some influence in a nonprofit.
I think we can honestly all say
that. And being in regular meetings, and as this new statement reported, effectively,
it is
in
interesting
allegiance with it.
to me, Ryan. I know there was a lot of liberal freak out about Elon and Twitter. I think the Ellison family is way more effective right now. I mean, let's think about this. Like, we have the TikTok connection now in terms of the data, which will be processed.
You can put up
through.
E5 on this
E5,
one,
we can put that up there about, quote, I mean, you can't even make this stuff up. Like, after buying Paramount, Larry Ellison's son now wants to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. This is David Ellison. This is the guy who loves Barry Weiss. Well, this is one of the richest families in the world who is now controlling CBS News, Paramount Skydance, which is one of the biggest movie studios, Paramount Plus, which means a ton of the red meat content, which is the whole Taylor Sheridan universe, etc. Now they want to buy WBD, so they would own CNN, they would own HBO Max. Now they're going to own TikTok, not to mention Oracle, which is the backbone of the computer data centers of the entire.
Which already does the data work for TikTok.
Yeah,
which was the original.
Right,
deal.
is the original thing.
Yeah.
So put that all together, and you're like, hey, whoa. You're like, we got.
We've been chasing the wrong shiny object.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So leftists, wake up. Elon, yes, he's the villain of old. It's the Ellison family now.
It's wild. It's wild.
But he's weird. Larry Ellison owns an entire private island in Hawaii. He owns the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and basically runs his own little kingdom. You can go read about it. It's wild. He has somehow, been under the radar. Obviously, he's been very influential on Republican politics, but the level of control now that this family has over American political discourse, and particularly has an unending, basically desire to shape American public opinion to be pro-Israel, we should all be very, very skeptical.
And so we also have a quote in this story from Oracle CEO Safra Katz saying, this is from one of the emails, we believe that we have to embed the love and respect for Israel in the American culture.
Okay.
They're very explicit about that.
And that was from 2015, right? This is before this is even a thing. This is 10 years ago.
And to your point about Ellison and his interestingness, let's roll E6. If you think you're not bothered enough, let's roll E6.
Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government, but also tell us a bit about because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that.
I regret to inform you it is too late. He is now basically the most powerful man in the world. Just want to underline what he just said. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we are constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
See, this is where I'm just like, might as well be China, because at least
Right.
there is the government, all right?
Right.
And not Larry
Yes.
Else. I would at least take the government. I would take the authoritarian Chinese government over that.
Right, because there's at least some participatory democratic ways to pressure that government.
Right.
Now,
Kind
they
of,
don't have
not
elections.
really, but yeah.
Kind of, not
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
But here we're going to have the worst of all worlds, because we'll have the outlet of fake elections, where people's anger at the system can be channeled into these days where you go and check a box. When it goes into a void, it's just poof, gone.
You got to be careful with where you go down that road, Ryan. It might lead you to some interesting theories of governance. All right, okay. Let's go.
Look,
yeah.
we tried this one, and this is what we're getting.
That's true. All right, let's get to TikTok. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We're going to have Jeremy Scahill joining us to break down where we are with those Gaza peace talks. A lot of developments over the weekend, so he will certainly bring us the latest. He's also going to update us on the treatment of those seized flotilla participants, including one drop site journalist. So we'll get the latest from him on that. Also, we've got updates overnight as a Trump judge smacks down Trump's attempt to send California National Guard to Portland, Oregon. A lot of moving parts there and a lot going on in Chicago. Portland in particular, will break that down for you as well. We're taking a look at the economy. Soybean farmers very upset over the tariffs, over China not buying any soybeans anymore, over the bailout of Argentina. One is speaking out in particular. We wanted to make sure to bring you that. We're going to update you on the ongoing government shutdown. In particular, we've got some polls about how Americans are processing what's going on, how they feel about the positions of the two parties and of the president. And we've got Van Jones having to apologize after a disgusting quote-unquote joke he made about dead Gaza babies to Bill Maher. So we will show you that and the fallout thereof.
Yes, that's right. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting the show. We appreciate it. Breakingpoints.com. If you're able to sign up, we got our AMA Live today that we're doing for our premium subscribers. If you can't afford a subscription, no worries. Please just go ahead and hit subscribe on this YouTube video to the channel. And if you're listening to this on a podcast, just go ahead and send your favorite episode to a friend or rate us 5 stars. It really helps other people find the show. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and start with the consequential news here of this Gaza potential ceasefire deal, which may or may not be coming together. Let's go and put this up here on the screen. So over the weekend, breaking news here, quote, based on the statement just issued by Hamas, this is from Donald Trump, I believe they are ready for a lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it is far too dangerous to do that. We are already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. This is about a long-sought peace in the Middle East. And all of this is amid some serious fights between Trump and Bibi behind the scenes. Not exactly sure what happened, but Trump seems to have had it, at least for now, with Bibi. All that could change, and this could all be a ruse, but let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. We are now back to Barack Ravid headlines about how the president is fed up with Bibi. This time, though, it's Trump, and he says, quote, exclusive Trump on the Gaza peace deal. I said, Bibi, this is your chance for victory. And in it, he said, quote, Bibi, this is your chance for victory. He was fine with it, Trump told me. He's got to be fine with it. He has no choice with me. You've got to be fine. And apparently also made some comment about how, why are you so negative all the time to Bibi?
Why are you so effing negative?
Why are you so effing negative all the time? That's what he said there to Bibi. I mean, part of the context there, however, is that despite Trump's protestations, they are continuing to bomb Gaza. We have some video of that we can put here on the screen. Keep in mind, all of this is after what happened, the Trump quote-unquote ultimatum or whatever you want to call it, where he said that Israel must immediately stop bombing Gaza. But you can see that this is going to be very difficult to finesse. There's already been some movement behind the scenes where I believe Bibi deleted a tweet where he had seemingly agreed or affirmed the peace deal. There's movement inside of the coalition. Remember, I mean, the Israeli cabinet explicitly does not want this. There are parts of the Israeli far-right coalition backing up Bibi Netanyahu. Bezalel Smotrich has already drawn a, quote, red line in the sand where he said, I will agree to no no Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. They may be able to get around it because there's some alleged buffer zone here. Even people saying that Hamas agreed to the deal is not exactly correct, because they did not agree to the entire deal in principle. They said, we agree to parts of this deal. However, we're going to have to negotiate some finer points, of which there will be talks in Cairo starting today with some representatives of the United States, of Hamas, by the way, including one of the people Israel tried to blow up in Doha, Qatar.
Who was injured.
Yeah, who was
bombing.
injured in the bombing. Pretty insane if you think about it. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it could go in any different direction. This seems to be the closest we've gotten in a long time. That said, Israel tries to blow up the deal every single time. They have no incentive in their cabinet or their government. I'm pretty sure their people want this deal, especially to free the hostages, because that's what part of it is. Hamas, I mean, they've been, at least in the last few peace deals, have agreed in principle to a lot of the U.S. negotiate, but you can never count out the fact that this could all just be a ruse. Last time there was a ceasefire talk, they blew them up in Doha. Before that, I mean, they blew them up in, remember, they blew them up in Iran. They've murdered half of the negotiators, and there's a big question, too, as to whether these Hamas negotiators have any credibility with the battlefield commanders who are left inside of Gaza, because all of the top echelon have all been killed consistently. So there's still so many things that could fall apart in this deal.
And it really does just all come down to Trump, right? Hamas crafted, and we'll get more from Jeremy on this, Hamas crafted their response to make it, to lead with the yes, right? And basically agree to things that they've agreed to effectively since post-October 7th. Yes, we'll give you back the hostages. Recall, on the table from the beginning has been an all-for-all deal. We'll give you back your hostages, you give us back our hostages. So they have long agreed to that. Of course, they accept the aid provisions. They do not want to be, Hamas does not want to be part of governance. That's easy for them to say yes to. All of this wild, like Tony Blair's going to run the Gaza Strip, and, you know, effectively you're never going to have any ability to effectuate your Palestinian liberation goals. All of that part, they're like, we'll talk about that part. They did not agree to that, but they intentionally crafted their response to lead with the pieces they could say yes to, in hopes that Trump would look at that and say, look, they said yes, we're getting peace, let's move forward, a sort of play to his ego. Now, that is what he has said publicly. He said, look, Hamas appears like they really want peace. Israel must stop bombing. But on the other hand, Israel has not stopped bombing. Some 70 at least Palestinians have been killed since Trump said, you must stop bombing. And there has been no insistence from Trump that Israel actually respect his wishes and the terms of this, you know, nascent peace deal in these negotiations as they move forward. On the Israeli side, yeah, Netanyahu has gone out of his way to poison every negotiation we've seen so far. And what he's broadcasting to the Israeli domestic audience is basically like, don't worry, we're never going to have to withdraw from the Gaza Strip. We're going to keep it under control. We're going to get everything that we've ever wanted here. So as everybody heads to Cairo and these negotiating teams come together to see if there's something they can do here, there are a million questions to be answered about whether this is actually going to be able to achieve even a brief ceasefire. So that's where things stand. And the reason I say it really comes down to Trump is because he's the one ultimately who has to pull the pin on Israel, say, no, we're done. We're not supplying you. We're not helping you. You actually have to abide by these terms. He's the one also who has to ignore the voices in his own coalition, like Lindsey Graham, who's out there saying, oh, look, Hamas said no to this deal. You know, you can't work with them. We've got to go immediately back to the genocide. So lot of big questions this morning about how this is all going to, or if it's all going to come together.
It's very odd. I mean, front page of Haaretz right now is, quote, Trump shifts into high gear to end war. Netanyahu knows he can't stop him. I don't really know what that means. I mean, really what a lot of it is, the Netanyahu playbook is just to basically drag things out as long as possible. As you mentioned, we are meeting apparently in Cairo. Let's go and put that up there on the screen, please, from the Wall Street Journal. The ceasefire talks are set to start today in Egypt. And so delegations from the United States, from Israel, Hamas, and several other Middle Eastern countries are set to meet for Monday for the anticipated talks. But, quote, ending the nearly two-year-old war remains a distant goal. The parties are going to try to come to an agreement over crucial points, including Israeli military withdrawal lines in Gaza, the names of the high-profile Palestinian prisoners to be released in exchange for the remaining 48 hostages, including as many as 20 that Israel believes to be alive. Even if those talks succeed, they would not immediately end the 2-year-old conflict. Trump said ahead of Monday that the first phase could, quote, be completed this week. I am asking everyone to move fast. However, the Secretary of State, whenever he was asked about this, said, quote, well, not yet. There's some work that remains to be done. And in fact, even the hostage part of the deal seems to be, one of the easier parts in some ways, because what they said is that the plan and the sticking points, which to be fair has got to be the biggest sticking point, is who gets to govern Gaza after all of this. The coalitional provisional authority of Gaza under the auspices of Donald J. Trump and Tony Blair. I mean, it's crazy. It's literally like a callback to the days of the Viceroy and the British Empire in the region, or the United States quasi-colonial project of 2003 in Iraq, which obviously was a massive disaster. That is not something that people are all going to forget in the Middle East. Many of the Middle Eastern negotiators at the table probably had to deal at some point with the Bush administration, with the invasion of Iraq, the fallout, the terrorism, and all of that. So in a lot of ways, the ceasefire and the hostage deal itself seem to be one of the easier parts of this, and its potential. If you're Hamas, you're in such a sticky situation, and same with the Israelis, where the moment that all those hostages are gone, you have no leverage. And so, that's the only thing that the Israelis really care about in terms of their population. That's, even forcing some sort of negotiation on this. Because you have all this stuff on the horizon, and if the hostages are gone, considering the U.S. and Israeli track record of the last 8 months or so, could you really fully trust the guarantee of the United States government that the bombing would not, resume? I don't know. That's part of where I keep looking at this and I'm like, look, guys, they tried to kill you. They've literally murdered 90% of your top negotiators. Every ceasefire has eventually resumed in conflict. To be clear, I'm rooting for a ceasefire. I think the people of Gaza need a break, and that's the only reason Hamas even feels enough pressure is that per Ryan and Jeremy, many of the people inside are like, I don't care what it takes, hands up. Just let me live. Who can blame them?
Yeah.
Anybody on Twitter being like, oh, this is surrender? Fuck, honestly, screw you. You have no business telling people who have been through 2 years of bombing and all that how to conduct their affairs. The question for the actual negotiators themselves is, can you take that guarantee? That's why I was so upset about the Iran situation, because you could see, how are our talks going right now with Russia? Anyone want to tell me? They just bombed the shit out of Ukraine because they don't trust U.S. negotiators. Same here with Hamas. Part of the problem with that ruse is that you set the tone for all time in the future. You cannot trust these people, and they have all taken it at their word. All the serious adversaries, India, they didn't buckle. You have China, they haven't buckled on trade. Russia, same thing. If you're Hamas, obviously you're in a 10 times weaker population or situation, but you're still, you have powerful Middle Eastern people also at your back. I don't know. That's what it seems very difficult for me to see this thing come to a close soon.
Yeah, I think that is probably correct.
Yeah.
Although, you have to say on the other side, what other choice do they have?
Yeah, you're right.
You're always
You're right.
going to be dealing with the U.S. who are untrustworthy, Israel who are obviously untrustworthy, Netanyahu who just wants to continue, though, and his coalition who just want to continue the horror indefinitely. So, these are the parties you have to deal with. And one thing that Jeremy always talks about is, they really feel like, okay, it comes down to Trump. We need a guarantee from Trump that he's going to actually enforce the deal. There is zero track record of that ultimately happening. But the fact that he put himself as chair of this coalitional, provisional government was his attempt to be like, oh, I'm going to be the one overseeing it. Don't worry, you can trust me, and I'm going to see this thing through. But the fact that you have Israel continuing to bomb, even after Trump told them not to, is one more indication out of I don't know how many at this point that you cannot rely on the U.S. And of course, we can all think back to the original ceasefire that Trump negotiated, which was supposed to move forward. This was a phased ceasefire agreement. Netanyahu said from the very beginning, no, we're not going to move forward to the other phases. We're just going to use this to regroup, and then we're going to go right back to the genocide. And that's exactly what he did. And Trump did not care about his own achievement in that ceasefire deal to actually enforce it and require the Israelis to abide by the terms of the deal. So, if you're Hamas, if you're the political leadership, certainly if you're the battlefield commanders, and, there may be, I think there are very different views from those two separate groups, and you're looking at this situation, there's no reason why you should expect that Israel is going to be required to actually abide by the terms of a deal that is also a terrible deal. Like, it is not a good deal for the Palestinians in any respect, but it may also be the best that they can get. And there is such horror and desperation that, yes, of course, people are just exhausted, and, like, please just make it stop. Like, my kids need to eat. I need to live. I don't want to be displaced anymore. I want to be able to live some sort of life. And if this is the best we can get, we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, I think absolutely right. I mean, one of the key things that Jeremy, who is going to, I think, expound on is the bitterness for a lot of the people potentially on the ground, because the deal does effectively say an end to all armed resistance. And I mean, if you think about it, how baked in that is to the identity and the political conception of Palestinian, not just statehood, but like conception as a people, that's going to be very, very difficult to swallow. Now, it's potential that it may be the most popular thing right now for a lot of people, just because of the suffering that they've all had to endure. But who knows, a year, 2 years, 3 years, effectively from now. So I guess with all of that, we have Jeremy Scales standing by. Why don't we get to it? Joining us now, Jeremy Scales, co-founder of Dropside News, great friend of the show. Good to see you, Jeremy. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me back.
So, Jeremy, there's a lot of developments here. We talked last week about the potential Gaza peace deal. Let's go ahead and put your tweet up on the screen, which is the full response from Hamas leadership. Can you break some of this response down? It was sold in the Western press as a total agreement. That's not exactly the case, although it is very conciliatory. What are your thoughts here on the statement and what it means for the potential of a ceasefire?
I spent much of the last week talking to sources within the Hamas leadership and representatives of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and others who were involved with deliberating exactly how to respond to Donald Trump. And, the initial response from Palestinians in all of these factions was that Trump's Gaza plan would be a catastrophic deal for the Palestinians on both the short-term level and a long-term level. On the short-term level, while it did provide for the release of a large number of Palestinian captives in exchange for releasing all of the Israeli captives within a 72-hour period, it did not have robust guarantees that the war was actually going to end. Yes, Donald Trump said that within 72 hours, if they're released, there will be an immediate ceasefire, but it didn't have any details that previous agreements had. So the Palestinians looked at that, and then they looked at these sweeping other things about a foreign force being deployed, Donald Trump and Tony Blair essentially dictating the affairs of Gaza, major questions that cut to the heart of Palestinian self-determination or Palestinian statehood. And so these Palestinian negotiators had to figure out how to thread a needle. And they know that Donald Trump is campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize. They know that Donald Trump responds well to people saying positive things about him. And so what they tried to do was to give the impression that they were embracing Trump's vision for an end to the war, and to affirm that they want to go into an agreement to release all Israeli captives in the context of achieving a ceasefire and the withdrawal of Israeli forces and aid coming back in. But they disagreed with large portions of Trump's plan. So what they ended up on is a document that actually, just on an independent strategic level, is quite brilliant, because what they do is they center what they know Trump most wanted, was to hear Hamas saying two things: we will release all of the Israeli captives, and we will relinquish power in Gaza. Now, we've talked on this show repeatedly about the fact that those are not new positions on the part of Hamas. They've tried to make an all-for-all deal. They've said that they would step down, but they led with that, and they thanked Trump for his efforts, along with Arab and Muslim nations, and they said that they're ready to make a deal. But the second part of what they did, and this is why I think a lot of Palestinians felt that that they threaded the needle well, is they didn't reject anything that Trump said, but they said Hamas is not Palestine. Hamas is one actor. We can negotiate issues related to the war because we're holding the captives and we're fighting the war. But if you want to talk about all these other issues, let's do it, but it has to be in the context of a broader Palestinian dialogue. So that's where things stand right now. There are indirect negotiations that are supposed to kick off this week in Egypt. The U.S. and Israel, though, said today that they're not going to start doing the negotiations until Hamas first meets with the Egyptians, the Qataris, and the Turks. And what I'm told is that the Americans and Israelis are basically pushing this idea that the Palestinians first need to agree to release all of those captives and that it cannot be linked to a permanent Israeli withdrawal. That's going to be a major sticking point. We have to see, again, what Trump says, because at the end of the day, he's the decisive factor. He's the only one that can get Israel to back off of its maximalist agenda.
Guys, let's go ahead and put A6 up on the screen. This is Jeremy's analysis and add some additional reporting here. And one of the things, the headline is Hamas's strategic gamble. You say, while President Trump enthusiastically welcomed Hamas's response to his Gaza plan, the White House and Israel deal in deception. And one of the things that you report on exclusively here is that those Arab countries, which were portrayed as being completely on board with this quote unquote deal, they actually, the version of the deal that they saw went through some Israeli revisions before it was actually announced. So can you break down some of how all of that went and how those Arab coalition partners are thinking about this?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of an astonishing story, Crystal. So what happened is over the past several weeks leading up to Trump and Netanyahu taking the podium and announcing this 20-point plan, Trump and his administration had a series of meetings with Egypt, with Qatar, with Turkey, with Pakistan, with Indonesia, with Saudi Arabia, with the United Arab Emirates, and they were going over drafts of what was originally going to be a 21-point plan from Donald Trump. And just to give an example, one of the things that was in an original draft shown to Arab countries was that there was going to be no Israeli annexation of the West Bank. That was removed then from the plan that was distributed by the White House last Monday when Trump and Netanyahu took the podium. But what I understand is that in the 48 hours leading up to Trump and Netanyahu coming out, Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and Ron Dermer, Netanyahu's top political advisor and the Minister for Strategic Affairs, sat down and they started just plucking out various terms or changing the wording that the Arab and Muslim nations had signed off on. And then they also created a whole new map for Israeli withdrawal that would leave Israeli forces deep within Gaza even after all of the captives were released. Trump did not inform any of those Arab countries ahead of time that these changes had been made. And so foreign ministers of all of those countries, watched Trump and Netanyahu, and they said, wait a minute, this is not the text that we had been shown. But they didn't denounce Trump. They didn't say, oh, this was a lie. What they did is they sort of sat there and ate it, and they put out statements giving general statements of support for Trump's initiative. But privately, I'm told, Crystal, they told Hamas negotiators, this was not what we signed on for, but we can't do anything about it right now. So they encouraged Hamas, and I think more than encouraged, I think they were saying to them, this is really the last chance to make a deal. You cannot reject Trump's deal, no matter how disgusted you may be with some of the terms. And so I think what we see is Trump kind of saying he accepts the offer that Hamas didn't exactly make, and Hamas saying, we accept your offer that you didn't exactly make. And so now it really does boil down to it. There was this other thing that happened, which is that I think Netanyahu and Israel were stunned at how enthusiastic Trump was when he, something crazy that happened. I don't know if you guys caught this, but Trump puts out his statement saying, great, Hamas has just given us a really good response. And then the White House posted a translation of Hamas's entire statement in full, including its characterization of what Israel is doing in Gaza as a genocide, referring to Israeli forces as occupation troops. So the White House posts this thing, and they said an important statement from Donald Trump. So they put that out, and then there's all these accusations. Well, now Trump is Hamas, because of course the Israelis accuse everyone of being Hamas. The White House then, it was up for quite a while. They then deleted it. But what was happening is that the Israelis are spinning this, saying there were no surprises here. Everything has been fully coordinated. Axios, though, Barak Ravid reported that when Netanyahu did speak to Trump, he said to Trump, this is a terrible deal and it's meaningless, what Hamas has said. And then Trump says to him, why are you always so effing negative? That was the quote that was in Axios talking to Netanyahu. So I think what we have here is it's something a little bit more than these fake stories about, oh, there's trouble between Netanyahu and Trump. I think Trump, for his own reasons we've discussed on this show before, actually does want this done. He sees profit, motivations in Gaza. He wants development there, and he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. So Typically what happens is that the U.S. Has something resembling a kerfuffle between, whether it was Biden or Trump and Netanyahu, and then they get in line and then the genocide resumes. This time, there are other dynamics at play, including Trump's relationship with these Arab countries. Yes, this could be an elaborate setup. It's certainly possible that they're going to try to trick Hamas into giving all of the Israeli captives and then resume the genocide. But that would cause an earthquake in Trump's relationships with these Arab countries. And I think Trump genuinely does want he and his cronies to make a lot of money off of what he believes will come next in Gaza. The wild card, though, is the Palestinians are saying, we're not going to give up our weapons. We're not going to agree to disarmament. That's not for Hamas to decide. That's for the Palestinian people. So that I think is going to be the real serious sticking point this week to look for, is the Israelis don't want any conditions given up to retrieve their 48 captives, 20 living, 28 deceased. And Hamas is saying, we're not going to link demilitarization of the Palestinian people to any of this. We need to negotiate an end to this war alone.
Yeah, and that is the sticking point where I just can't seem to see resolution. But you seem a lot more optimistic than me, Jeremy, because when I look at it, it's very possible a hostage deal, swap, some sort of temporary ceasefire seems totally within the realm of possibility. Can you talk about how you said Hamas wants a Trump guarantee? From my eyes, though, why would you want necessarily a Trump guarantee when we were about to meet with the Iranians and then we bombed them the next day? I mean, that just seems, sure, I mean, they have no position necessarily to negotiate, but they have all those other Middle Eastern countries around them. They have all of these disparate forces, some which are acting on them saying, hey, as you just said, you can't just surrender armed liberation or armed resistance as a cause. How does that dynamic come into play here past the hostages?
I mean, this has been true from the beginning, where the Palestinian negotiators understand that Trump doesn't keep his word, that he's an erratic guy. So they're not going into this blind. They understand what it is, but at the end of the day, they'll say, and I talked to them about this, what other choice do we have? We have to get as many countries as possible to encourage Trump to stay the course on this. We need Trump's guarantees, and they understand, and this is part of why they are not going to agree to any sort of disarmament, that at an instant, Trump could shift gears, and next thing you know, Netanyahu is massively bombing Gaza again. I am not optimistic. I'm just pointing out that there are some different dynamics at play because of Trump's unique posture as the president of the United States and the fact that his family has massive business investments in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. They have a lot to gain from getting Netanyahu to end this war. From the Palestinian perspective, though, the way that they approached this was to say there are only a handful of issues that Hamas has a mandate to negotiate. Anything else must be negotiated among all Palestinian factions. And I think that there's going to be a lot of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. The Palestinian Authority under Mahmoud Abbas is highly unpopular. Trump recently denied a visa to Mahmoud Abbas to come into the United States to speak at the United Nations. Palestinians don't trust the Palestinian Authority. European countries are trying to bolster it. So the question is, what Palestinians are going to be in charge of running Gaza, and are they actually going to be in charge, or is it going to be the former Prime Minister and unindicted war criminal Tony Blair that's presiding over this? This is going to be a huge boondoggle if somehow Trump is able to move forward with these so-called development plans. And a lot of his cronies are going to make a lot of money, and those Gulf states are going to make a lot of money. So I'm saying that in real political terms, it's not about the politics of this or the history of it. The motivation from Trump, I think, is to try to get the Nobel Prize and to try to set up a situation where a lot of Westerners and Arab Gulf states make a lot of money off of Gaza.
Attempted money grab. And Jeremy, what's your sense of, is there any schism between the political leadership of Hamas and the battlefield commanders on the ground in Gaza?
What's interesting is that part of what they had to do to deliver this response to Trump is to distribute drafts of this statement, and they did that among Palestinian factions, and then they had to get it to the commanders of the Qassam brigades and Soraya al-Quds, the armed forces that are holding the Israeli captives, and the political leadership of Hamas on the ground. And my understanding was that it went very quickly, that there were minor discussions about language and questions that were asked, but that they came to an agreement very swiftly. The New York Times, BBC, other news outlets in recent days had reported, the ground commanders are going to reject this thing. They're hardliners. My sources, I think, would tell me if there were such divisions. and the speed with which they did this. Trump gave them an ultimatum on Friday saying they had until Sunday at 6 p.m. They delivered their response within hours of Trump making that 3-day window for them. So no, I think there was debate of a different nature within Hamas and Islamic Jihad, which was, do we reject this deal? Or do we try to thread the needle? That was the real debate, because a lot of Palestinians read this document and say, there's nothing good in here for us. And a lot of suspicion it was a trap. The camp of people that prevailed were the ones that said, we have to try to think strategically, to go into it with an open mind, to make ourselves appear to be the flexible party and Netanyahu the obstructionist, and to appeal to Trump's ego and to embrace the idea that we recognize, and it's legitimate, he's the only one that can end this war. And that's what they did. I think they feel that they gave the best response they could have. And now their negotiators have arrived in Egypt. Khalil al-Hayya, the political leader of Hamas, he made his first public appearance since Israel tried to assassinate him in Doha, Qatar on September 9th. He gave a brief interview to an Arab TV network. He didn't talk about the ceasefire process or the agreement. He talked about the fact that Israel assassinated his son in that bombing. And he said, we're not made of iron and stone. We grieve like everyone else, but I see their lives as worth no more than the lives of the other Palestinians who have died during this genocide. So that's the tone that Khalil al-Hayya is going into this with, having just lost his son, having his wife injured in the bombing, his daughter-in-law injured in the bombing, his grandchildren injured in the bombing. That's the guy who's leading the indirect negotiations now, and is going to be sitting effectively in a room next to the Israeli negotiators, who are going to do their best to try to make sure the Palestinians get nothing in return except their own prisoners freed from Israeli prisons, in return for all of their leverage, which is 48 Israeli captives, 20 living, 28 deceased.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Is that they don't actually care about the politics, that it's all just about power, and that this is about a war, truly a war. I mean, you have to call it that when you're talking about sending Texas National Guard into Oregon or into California or into Chicago or whatever. Truly a war on blue states, blue cities, Democrats in general. And not just like Antifa and the left, but they consider like Gavin Newsom to be some wild radical terrorist insider, et cetera. And so when you put together this crackdown, I think some of the things they have done could genuinely be characterized as like terrorist attacks, like what they did to that apartment building. Absolutely insane. Terrorizing these cities, crushing dissent on the media front, crushing dissent with the law firms, with the universities, with any sort of pro-Palestine speech. Across the board, it is a consolidation of power. Even the tariffs are that, firing Lisa Cook, all of these things, the indictment of Comey, I don't like Comey, but, clearly weaponization of the DOJ. There was reporting that came out. They wanted a whole perp walk with like burly FBI agents to pull him out, et cetera. This is all a theater and a show and a reality of a consolidation of power, so that people are afraid. They're afraid to speak out. They're afraid to fight back. They're afraid that, if they're the governor or the mayor who says something bad about Trump, that next it's going to be troops invading their town, et cetera. That's what I really think that this is ultimately about. On the immigration front, I think you're right about the sense that people get of like, first of all, you're just like delighting in cruelty, which is horrible. Second of all, the blowback to American citizens is so apparent at this point. Again, that apartment building, like that was, there were some undocumented immigrants there, according to the government. I'm sure there were. Apparently, there were some Venezuelan migrants there. It was mostly, Black Americans who were in that apartment building, who did nothing wrong, who were pulled out in the middle of the night, their kids traumatized, all of these things. You can go through, you can watch, there's a video of an American business owner in California, 79 years old, who's trying to show the ICE agents his papers for his workers. They throw him to the ground, they jump on him, they break his ribs, he had trauma. There was the woman, bereft woman whose husband was being taken by ICE for deportation at the courthouse in New York. She's grabbed by the hair, thrown to the ground, again, head trauma. Initially, they come out, oh, this was unacceptable. A week later, the agent who did that is right back on the job. There was a U.S. Army veteran. New York Times wrote up a story of a number of American citizens who have been brought in by ICE and detained by ICE in these really aggressive ways. U.S. Army veteran in California was trying to get to his job at a farm where he served as security, and there was some sort of protest. The ICE agent, he told them, I'm just trying to get to work here. They broke in the windshield of his car, shot pepper spray in his face, and detained him with no lawyer, no call, no rights, no due process, no nothing for 3 days. So those are the sorts of things that people are increasingly seeing where, you know, for me, I don't think you should be comfortable with these things happening to immigrants either. But there is a large segment of society that's like, well, they came here illegal. What are you going to do? Now it is undeniable the way that American citizens are having their lives turned upside down by this federal government. And like you said, I don't think they have like a plausible case that they're coming in to correct the chaos. When they come in, it is stoking chaos. And then with the presence of the cameras in this, it's also very clear the way that it is all for, it is a reality, but it's also for a show that they want to put on to intimidate people.
For me, it's just about being you're totally out of control. Like in many of these places, you're like, dude, what are you guys doing? I don't know about everybody else. I grew up in a small town. A lot of these guys remind me of small town cops, right? Who, when they just stop somebody for weed, they're like, oh man, this is the biggest day of my life. Although, you know, stopping someone for weed may be a good thing. But
I actually have an experience with my small town cops.
really?
Personally,
Were they good? Yeah.
Well, they
Was
say
it
they
good?
rescued my daughter when she was lost in the woods.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
and
listen,
I know some of them personally.
here's my
so,
thing.
yeah.
We're not saying they're all bad. We're just saying like there is a specific archetype of the small town cop who wants to be a hero and wants to not even just to be a hero.
On a
be like,
power trip,
he's on a power
thinks
trip.
He can get away with
works
whatever.
out
He's
at
the big
Planet
man on
Fitness,
campus.
and he has been waiting for the day of his life to practice a YouTube jiu-jitsu video, and we all know it. And that seems to be some of the energy.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
This is part of like, how did we all get here? Again, chaos, lawlessness at the border. There was no legitimate solution, democratic solution that was accepted by the American people for the democratic view of illegal immigration under the Biden administration. People agreed with deportation. I still think people agree with deportation. The question has to be about law and order. And this is also where, I mean, I don't know, I'm curious where you think things are going. Because let's be honest, abolish ICE in 2018 was a political disaster. It was a disaster. I think it's actually very interesting. I have not seen that sort of rhetoric re-emerge, even in the midst of where we, to be honest, you're probably more legitimate saying it today than ever before. Right?
I have seen it and I support it.
Okay, but let's all sit with that. That all seemed like the hot, thing to do in 2018. And so what happened? Oh, ICE is fascist, deportation, etc. So now let's flood the country with 10 to 15 million illegals, and you're going to lose the election. So that's my question here is about like what are legitimate law and order solutions to this? Because at the same time, let's be honest here, a huge amount of the left supports like actual violence against ICE. That doesn't mean that they should be wearing masks or acting totally out of control. You don't become the enemy of my enemy. You don't become the mirror image of what we should criticize.
Yeah.
But this kind of leads everybody to dig in and say, hey, let's be real. 2017 to 2020 was fucking crazy. BLM is burning shit down. You have ICE and Antifa literally throwing rocks and shit at ICE agents, which again, let's be real, people actually, I would say by and large, it's like a leftist coalition that supports that. How do we get ourselves out of this? I mean, because what's the inverse? Abolish ICE? Like, okay, good luck. I mean, I don't see it. Kids in cages, crocodile tears. Whenever Obama was doing the same thing, like it all reeks to me of the same kind of pushback narrative, and then we're just going to come right back here. Because that's what I would say. I would say we're here today because of the failures of the center, but largely the center left, and of the far left's overreach on immigration. They are largely to blame for American public opinion shifting this far. Now, of course, there's agency in the Trump administration, et cetera, but as you just said, you need to grapple with the fact that a huge portion of the public is like, no, we're fucking done. All this empathy and all of that got what? Mass illegals here in the country. We can't have that. Most people agree with that, I would say, broadly in saying, like, it was a totally out of control situation.
I think
like, how do we dig ourselves out of this?
Is wildly up for grabs on immigration. And the swings,
but to what extent? Under Biden?
The swings that we've seen just since Trump was elected are truly wild. I mean, he is dramatically underwater on immigration now. And you're right, it was one of his strongest issues coming in. My perspective is different in terms of how we got here. I mean, I see it zooming out. I see it more broadly as a failure of the center left to offer an alternative view of the world that is not about your problems are because of immigrants.
I hear
That
this
is,
stuff all
but
the
that
time.
that
It's
is the
just so-
truth. It is
it's
the
ju-
reality.
it's coke,
because
man.
the whole reason that this narrative has purchased is because you have people who feel like they are struggling in their lives. They feel like the world is past them. They feel like they're not able to get ahead. They feel like, you know, inflation is they're struggling to pay their bills. The grocery bills are, healthcare is expensive. Like, I don't know that my kids are going to be able to even have the life that I have. What is it coming to? And they're looking for what went wrong. And Trump has a very clear, and the right broadly, but specifically Trump has this very clear narrative. And immigrants are central to it. They're not the only scapegoat, but that's central to it. And if you don't offer an alternative explanation, then people are going to gravitate towards that solution. But, you know, when you say mass deportation, right? When I heard that, I'm not sure that I saw Black Hawk helicopters rappelling onto apartment buildings in Chicago, but I knew it would entail mass, yes, chaos. I knew it would entail infringement, not just on immigrants' rights, but on American citizens' rights, because it has to. Because if you're going to sort the immigrant from the non-immigrant, it is going to require surveillance, and, you know, it's going to require a heavy hand from the federal government. I think you would acknowledge that. So, like I said, I didn't envision kids naked, zip-tied together in U-Haul vans, but I knew it would be brutal. But I think for a lot of people, when they saw mass deportation, they thought like the criminals, right? And Trump consistently in this campaign, more than previously, portrayed undocumented immigrants as criminals. He talked about, oh, they're emptying out the insane asylums. And so there was this image of the undocumented immigrant in general as being this criminal character, and we got to find him, we got to lock him up, we got to get him out of the country. And yes, people are on board with that. I'm on board with that. If you've got, you know, someone who's a violent criminal, I don't want them in the country, you know, even in my most expansive immigration view. But as the rubber has met the road and people see what it actually means, and you see, actually, Stephen Miller doesn't prioritize criminals. He prioritizes random dudes at Home Depot. He prioritizes random, you know, migrants in an apartment building that, like, some slumlord is trying to get evicted. He has overtly told his law enforcement, you know, whether it's ICE or others, that they need to stop wasting their time doing these complicated gang cases, because that takes time to develop and that's more difficult casework, and just go for the numbers. So you have many fewer of the, much smaller percentage of the immigrants who are in federal custody actually have any sort of criminal indictment than under prior administration. So in any case, it's a long way of saying that, you know, I think you're right, that when people actually see these images and grapple with what is being done in their cities, and they put it together with the other, you know, crackdowns that are coming on speech and weaponization of the government and war on elected officials, democratic elected officials in states and cities across the country, that they are broadly repulsed. Now, you're right, his approval rating basically where it's been.
Exactly the same.
Because people are so, it's not good. It's like 40, 42%, something like that. People are very locked in with their views of Trump. But I do want to get to, we have some of those images just so people can see for themselves, you know, some of the things that are unfolding. These are all from Chicago and Portland. So this is a sniper in an armored vehicle.
I think that's a pepper ball. That was the one thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that was in Broadview outside of Illinois. This is also, this is actually Portland. And this is really important. I want you to notice not only this, like, you know, mass show of force, everybody's all kitted up and look like stormtroopers, and then you got these camera guys. Bunch of camera guys.
There's a little too many cameras.
You know, you got the iPhone dude, you got a couple of camera guys. This is Chicago PD that was actually tear gassed by ICE. So the local law enforcement, Chicago PD here, struggling after they were tear gassed by ICE. There was another incident where ICE tear gassed near an elementary school. The elementary school had to, you know, cancel recess, keep everybody inside because of the random, like, ICE tear gassing in their neighborhood. So it was incredibly heavy-handed tactics, even impacting elementary schools and police officials as well. And we have more images here. This is still more Chicago Police Department recovering from being tear gassed, which is just an insane situation. Actually, the Broadview, Illinois police chief says that they're getting fake 911 calls from ICE agents as well, and it's incredibly taxing to their resources. Here you have, you know, a confrontation from ICE and protesters. I believe this is in Chicago. I had to double check, but I believe this is in Chicago, these scenes that are occurring. Again, this is before the National Guard comes in. This is for sure Portland. Those are snipers stationed on the rooftop, you know, overlooking this area outside the ICE building where these protests were occurring. So this is some of what's, you know, being done on city streets.
My thing is, I don't think this was inherent to mass deportation. I think this is genuinely a Trump thing. Like, I don't think that this is necessarily how it would
It's
have
like
to
a
be.
Stephen Miller thing, to be honest.
It is
with you, yeah.
genuinely a vision for them about division, which let's be very real here. It has worked to their political benefit. We can read a poll all we want. Who knows? I mean, New Jersey's looking kind of close to me. I don't know if you've been looking at that. The New Jersey race, Republican could win in the state of New Jersey. Again, listen, roll the tape and make fun of me if he loses. It could be Gavin Newsom recall cope that I'm huffing right now, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. So, like, let's be honest, you know, also about the political dynamics. But to return to kind of something you were saying earlier, and this is where I see it, Graham Plattner going viral for people are being lied to. Guys, we live in a country with finite amounts of resources. To say it's a lie that massive amounts of illegals are not going to tax the system is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say you can allow 10 to 15 million people into a country over a 4-year period and it's not going to have some crazy effect, especially when the absolute vast majority of them are non-skilled, don't speak any English, and are not going to integrate into our society on a very easy basis. If we just grant them all citizenship, every single one of them is going to be on welfare. And so the point is like, you can't just live in a world, Crystal, if 23% of the people, if 23% of the people enter the country illegally, don't speak English, and don't have a high school diploma, what's going to happen? They're going to end up on welfare. Look at the statistics of our own population in that group who end up on welfare. It's huge. Listen, not saying they're bad people. We got to take care of our own first. It is actually a world of finite resources. I mean, I know there was this whole discussion about ERs. Yeah, it's crazy that you allow all these people here illegally and they get hit by a car, by the way, with no insurance, and then who's all footing the bill in these ER rooms? It's all of us.
Sagar,
they don't deserve my health care dollars.
But Sagar,
sorry.
That's the reason why you need an actual system that works, where you have
your system wants these people to have citizenship, and I say no.
I do, because
that's my
they
point.
are net
exactly.
benefit to society. I mean, we have gone around this a million times.
But exactly, this is the fundamental question.
This is the strength of our country. They are a net benefit to society.
This is just Statue of Liberty quote. Like these people.
I do believe in the Statue of Liberty quote. By the way,
so again,
overwhelmingly, by the way, the American people agree with me. Ask them. Even at the peak of anti-immigrant hysteria, people still said that immigrants are a net benefit to
yes, because
society.
grouping all these people in together is preposterous.
Is there a limit? Yes, to the number of
exactly.
people that
So what's the limit?
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know what the limit is, but I can tell you that we have the capacity to absorb a large number of people into this country. And if you have people out of the shadows, they're not having their labor rights abused and violated. They're not being undercut in terms of their wages. They're able to pay. And by the way, most undocumented immigrants, at least until now, were paying taxes. Now they're afraid that they're going to be like swept up in a deportation raid because
is it enough for the government services that they consume?
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
no
yes,
chance.
Sagar, it
again,
is.
like,
go look at the studies. Don't just make stuff up.
I'm
look
not.
At the
I mean,
research.
listen.
It is true. They contribute much more
there are
than they
endless
take
numbers,
out of
yes,
society.
of
There's no doubt about it.
forward.us studies to support many of these. There are also endless numbers of studies that show that
you just dismiss out of.
I mean, same with you. No, I mean, but this is the frustration. This is again how we got here. If the only option is mass citizenship, a lot of people are going to say, "Fuck it, then let's go with the Black Hawk helicopters." Because if we're just going to have 10 to 15 million coming in here and they get to vote, absolutely not.
In the absence of an alternative vision, where you're saying, you know what, the problem isn't the immigrant, it's the billionaire, it's the people who are robbing you blind and rigging the system and stealing your electricity and hiking up your electricity
both of those
prices.
can be true, you know.
If you
I
don't
think both of
have
them
that
are true.
alternative vision, then yes, you're right.
But
then you do have a large number of people who say the problem is, the Venezuelan migrant who came in and they're stealing the housing or whatever, or they're eating the cats and the dogs. Yes, they will be open to that message, but it is not a correct message. And so if you actually have a vision on the other side that is compelling to people, that is the only way that you fight back against this. That's why I say that it is a center-left failure, yes, that led to this by offering no other explanation and broadly caving to the worldview of the Trumps. So that's how you end up with Stephen Miller and Trump and this truly fascist assault on cities and states and in communities and lawless chaos that is vastly more dangerous and more violent than anything that I've seen from any undocumented
I
immigrant.
just think that it very much absolves much of the far left who's forced every candidate to raise their hand and say we should have health care for all illegals.
We should have health care for everyone. I mean, that's the other thing. Is like,
so you think
and that's the other thing is Sabra,
like,
that
yeah.
no, that's the other thing is that when you have a neoliberal system where yes, not everybody has health care, that is also going to make people much more receptive to like see that person who's showing up at the emergency room, they're getting health care and you're not.
I think it's
Which
a
is
fair
why
point.
but that's why I support universal health care. That's why I support higher wages. That's why I support union rights. That's why I support universal pre-K. That's why I support affordable daycare, so that people don't feel this sense of we're all, you know, it's every man for himself and we're all scrapping against each other, where people are doing fine and have the right to those resources themselves, then they are much less likely to find the message of immigrant scapegoating to be appealing.
Again, there is not a single social welfare state in the world that exists with a massive open border and a legalized population. All of the welfare systems that you're describing have very tight borders. Norway, Scandinavia, Denmark, they have massive assimilative programs. For example, in Denmark, I mean, if that's the type of society you want, fine. Like in Denmark, they literally ban you, I believe, as children from wearing a hijab because they're like, hey, that's not who you are. If you're going to come here and you're going to get our services and you're going to be a citizen, then that's going to come with a huge number of responsibilities. I don't think most people would want to sign up for that. And so we live in a world of finite resources. You can't just have a system where everybody gets health care, including vast numbers of illegals. Like this is, again, I think that this message is deeply damaging. I see the Graham Plattners of the world going for it. Maybe it'll work in Maine. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, the rubber will meet the road with an actual proposal. And if you're just going to mass legalize and grant mass numbers of social services to people, I mean, first of all, I mean, in an unironic way, somebody does have to pay for it, like for real. It can't just be, quote, tax billionaires or whatever, because, I mean, with the way that our taxation structure works, it will have to ultimately come from some upper middle class and others. Like, it quite literally could not exist.
And actually tax the rich.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I mean, but that's
under 60 people in the United States Senate. What's the practicality of what it looks like?
I'm not. Listen, you're in terms of the politics. Is it difficult? Of course, of course. But is it wildly popular? Of course, yes. If you ask people, should we cut the defense budget? Yes.
Free money
if you ask people, no, that's not free money. That's cutting the Defense Department budget. And then, yes, we just had a massive tax cut for the rich. Just give that back as a starter. You can't tell me that every other developed nation around the world can afford universal health care and we can't for some reason.
Oh, we absolutely can.
Yeah, well,
I'm with you.
We can.
Yeah.
Of
but
course
I say my vision for that society.
The way that things are distributed is so wildly unequal. Even if we just did a little bit, we would be in such a better place. So in any case, to get back to the core of this thing, I mean, I think there is, listen, do I know what the political fallout will be? I don't. But the thing that scares me the most is you think that they believe this is political win. I think they don't care because I think they feel like they are really going for it right now. Like they are going for labeling Democrats as domestic terrorists, crushing dissent, surveilling social media. There's a story about how they're putting together a social media surveillance team using Palantir, you know, scaring any sort of like comedian, installing Barry Weiss as editor-in-chief at CBS. I mean, they are going for it. And so in a sense, like obviously what's happening with ICE in these cities and with federal agents in these cities, obviously that is about immigration, but I also don't think it is mostly about, it is about more than immigration as well.
I don't disagree.
Because it really is a sort of all-out assault on our rights, on our First Amendment rights, on our ability to protest, freedom of association, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. Like all of those things are under attack right now, and it's by design.
I know the producers are going to be mad because I'm dragging this on, but I think this is the fundamental question of our day. If you were the left, how are you going to handle, if the Democrats come in power, wouldn't you do the same thing? At this point?
What do you mean?
So, I mean, look.
Would I send in the National Guard to Texas?
I mean, well, not that, but I mean, isn't Stephen Miller going to be prosecuted?
Well, he should be.
But see, this is my point.
No,
is
but
that
he's a criminal.
For them, but now we're feeding into the same culture of this is now it's going to be the same lawfare,
if you are
full-out
violating
assault.
people's rights.
Yeah.
and you are breaking the law, do I think you should go to prison?
Yeah, but that's how they saw it under Trump,
Yes.
right? As if
No.
January 6 prisoners are all, listen, I'm representing a worldview where you have liberal institutions which are assaulting us. You're trying to plug our children full of hormones. You have an all-out takeover of our institutions. You've flooded our country with 10 to 15 million illegals. So fuck it, let's go for it. I mean, isn't that what the next Democratic administration, aren't you going to do the exact same thing? That's my view. Trump, JD, and all of them, all of their staff, good luck. You're going to be buried in legal paperwork and probably much more because the libs are actually good at it. You're going to, if you're a red state, you're probably going to have your shit cut, right? This new popularization
I
of,
wouldn't say so.
I think so.
I mean,
if Gavin gets elected, for sure. Yeah.
I wish that I had the faith that you do, that Democrats are going to have the backbone to actually lock up the criminals that exist in this administration. I mean, these people who are pulling naked children out of their beds and being zip tied, yes, I think they should be in prison.
Come on.
This
works on the Republican side.
Especially
you let rapists into the country, you should be illegal. See, come on. Like, this stuff does, this is the same mirror image.
Had the Biden administration procedure, you may not have liked it, but it was done by, these were legal provisions that allowed undocumented immigrants. Many of the immigrants who came in were through temporary protected status.
Yeah, but they impeached Mayorkas over it. You can come up with any novel explanation you want.
People have a right to apply for asylum. That is consistent with the law. You do not have a right to violate Americans, let alone immigrants, but Americans' due process rights. You do not have a right to pull children with no warrant out of their beds in the middle of the night and zip tie them together and throw them in a U-Haul van. You do not have a right to hold American citizens 3 days, no lawyer, no warrant, no phone call, no nothing. You do not have a, I mean, many of the, some of the things that happened under Doge continue to have been deemed illegal. So yes, where criminal acts occurred, there should absolutely be accountability. There should absolutely be accountability. And I'm not going to buy this whataboutism. Oh, well, the Democrats did thing Republicans didn't like. Yes, if they were criminal, yes, prosecute, fine, prosecute them.
Yeah, well, you could come up with, look, I mean, isn't that one of the lessons as admin? Is that the government can come up with a fucking
But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you really think there was anything
No,
under the
I don't.
Biden
No,
administration that was
I'm with you.
equivalent
I'm with
to
you.
Black Hawk helicopters raiding an apartment building in the middle of the night and pulling out people? And I mean, just the
See,
lawlessness of
this
these
is the
ICE agents and
disagreement.
these
I
mass
think that the
chaos.
border was actually just as lawless. They impeached Mayorkas over it. It was a genuine criminal act at a political level. I mean, look, I could hit it back. Kavanaugh stops are legal now under the Supreme Court. I don't agree with it, but it is. Kavanaugh stop means that you can briefly detain a U.S. citizen for whatever period
racial
of time.
profiling.
Yeah, but it's legal. It's under the U.S. Supreme Court. So is it illegal?
Well,
no.
it was on the shadow
You can say it's
docket.
bad, but
it was. I mean, it was on the shadow docket. It hasn't officially been ruled on the merits, but yes, it allowed them to proceed with overt racial profiling, which is insane and outrageous.
Right, but that's my point. And so they can come up with a justification for anything, right? Oh, it was all asylum. It's like, well, I don't say, not really. I'm only pointing out, though, that if that is going to be the posture of the Democratic base and probably of the next Democratic administration, then it is kind of a mirror image of each other. And so for them, I mean, they're not dumb. They can see all of this. In their mind, it was go time anyways. But if you're a Democrat, why wouldn't you now believe the same thing? So it seems to me like an endless race to the bottom. Like if Gavin Newsom gets elected, wouldn't you deny funding to Texas in a hurricane?
No.
You'd be like, fuck you. You came after me.
Absolutely
See, I think you
not.
would.
See, this is something I totally disagree with this.
Yeah.
As much as I despise the Trump regime, as much as I despise Stephen Miller, as much as I disagree with individual people who voted for Trump this time around, I want them to have healthcare. I want them to have preschool.
No, you do,
I want them
for
to
sure.
have, and this is the view of the left broadly. Right? I don't, now do I see it being an issue? Yes, Stephen Miller should be locked, that sort of stuff. Yes. We're going to go to war with Texas and deny people health care? No, I don't see that at all. I thoroughly reject that. I think that is anathema to any sort of politics that I would believe in whatsoever. And that is genuinely a race to the bottom. Now,
No, I don't question your sincerity at all. I mean, listen, I don't disagree with half of this stuff. But the level of vindictiveness I'm watching bubble about truth and reconciliation post-Trump, it almost makes me understand the Trump behavior more. Because for them, they're like, if we were already here, they have to go. Because to them,
I think
it's like
projection. I genuinely think that is projection of the way that this administration operates on the Democratic base and Democratic lawmakers. And I mean,
so you think things will be back to relatively
Biden,
normal?
They didn't even get their act together to charge Trump with a coup in time for the thing to go to court, right? That's who we're talking about here.
Yeah, but aren't you mad about that?
Yes, I'm
they're
mad
basic-
about that.
but that's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
I am mad about
so
that.
They wanted him to be prosecuted. I'm
Yes,
just
and
like,
he should have been.
Well,
he should have been.
this is where
but that's a different thing.
it
than
gets
saying
all
that
very
Texas shouldn't
sketchy.
get
Yeah.
Texas shouldn't get hurricane funding, or they should, you know, the people of Oklahoma or wherever should be like screwed, and you know, and there should be retribution against them and their funding pulled, which is things that this administration has done. Because, for example, Janet Mills in Maine said something he didn't like about transgender kids in sports. No, I don't. I can't say I see zero appetite for that, but that is not a widely held view whatsoever. And like I said, it's anathema to any sort of a actual left kind of a politics.
I agree, but
or
you're
even
talking
a
about the
center-left
left and not the
politics.
Democrats. Because, see, I don't know. I think people are mad. And I see with the base, with Gavin, the way that people are, quote, fighting back. I think a lot of vindictiveness is coming. I mean, look, Trump, for all of his faults, he broke the glass on a lot of longstanding norms in politics. I still think this is the central question because it informs so much of the way that our current government is behaving. To them, they thought that the glass was broken under Biden, where yes, they incompetently indicted Trump or whatever, but they still indicted Trump. To them, that's like Banana Republic shit. So they're like, if we're going to open the door, then let's be Banana Republic, right?
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
that's all starting to become the feedback.
I'm sure they feel
I'm not even
that
justifying
way, but
this.
I'm
I
just
just as
talking
an
about
observer.
actual reality. Like
Yeah.
Trump tried to coup the government.
Sure.
He should have been in prison. He should have been banned from running for election again. And so to equate that with
Well, that's-
like
I don't know.
didn't
I
like
disagree
Biden's
with that.
asylum policy. I
Well, you're
don't- these two
minimizing it
things
because you don't disagree with the policy, right? But I could flip it around. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I opposed the impeachment or whatever of Donald Trump. I said you should leave it up to the democratic process. And I mean, it's more of an indictment of the Democrats for being unable to beat him in the election. It's just a question to me about where, once things are here, how can it possibly ever go back to normal? Because that's kind of what you're saying. I don't know if it can.
Well, I don't
that's
know
part
if
of the
there
reason I feel so
Yeah,
despondent.
I don't know that there is a going
Once we're
back
here,
to normal.
we are not going back to the days of Biden. Like red state, blue state. I'm not saying we're going to have a civil war, but we're definitely going to have a lot more like authoritarian power in the federal government.
I mean, we're already at, when you're talking about Trump trying to send Texas National Guard into California, Oregon, Chicago, I mean, the only reason that's not a civil war is because the other side doesn't fight back.
Yeah.
Like, that's how close to the edge we are. That's where we are.
Right. So why wouldn't that? That's what I mean. Isn't the logical conclusion? It's like, oh, well, people are going to start fighting back. I'm like, that scares the shit out of me. That's part of
It
what
should.
I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
With all of this, because everything is just getting dialed all the way up, and I don't possibly see an escape. Like if Stephen Miller thinks he's going to get indicted under a future administration, I mean, do you even want there to be a future administration?
No, but that's
Right.
already
That's
what
the
that's
scary part.
already
Right.
what they're going. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's already what they're going for, and
See,
that's why I look at the mid.
yeah.
You know, I mean, I hope there's something approaching free and fair elections, et cetera. But I have no confidence that these people have any intention of giving up power.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason why we should think that. We already have Trump losing and trying to not give up power, so we have a track record.
I could see how you would get there. I'm not there just because, I mean, at the end of the day, he did leave, right? And most of it was a LARP. Like 98, that's another thing that people vastly underestimate. 98% of this is a quote LARPing, despite the fact that, look, it has serious ramifications, obviously for norms and all of that, et cetera. But I do think we should stick with this kind of debate and story because it's all I've been thinking about. I go, once we're here, can you possibly come back? I actually don't know. Like, can we come back from a world of like blue on red warfare, like literally in terms of states and state power and indicting your other political opponents? Everyone can debate endlessly about who started it or whatever. Every side is going to see theirs as entirely legitimate, even if you disagree. And it's honestly what scares me the most about where we are.
Well,
Like
we
with
did
Illinois,
literally have a civil war and managed to put the pieces back together.
Oh, it took a long time.
It did
A lot
take
of
a long
people died.
time.
Okay, so it's not. It was. The more you read about that, the more you should be afraid of ever possibly getting there in the first place. Okay, should we get to the economy? Are we done?
Yes.
All right.
Well, to be continued. probably.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
So, bunch of wild updates for you guys in terms of what's going on in Chicago, Portland, court cases, National Guard deployment, Meal Team 6. We'll get to that in a moment as well. But let's start with this. C1, Trump threatening both the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, and Governor Pritzker. Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker as well. love when the President of the United States threatens his political opponents with imprisonment. Let's go ahead and take a listen to J.B. Pritzker's response.
I want to hear what you have to say back to the President of the United States.
Well, let's start with the idea that this is a convicted felon. I mean, think about that, who is threatening to jail me. I got to say, this guy's unhinged. He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator. And there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me. So come and get me.
Come and get me. So Pritzker trying to take a page, I think, out of the Gavin Newsom playbook of, hey, I'm going to stand up to you. I'm not going to buckle in the face of what you're trying to do to the city of Chicago. Certainly Chicago residents and many others in Illinois and many across the country, frankly, stand with him on that. There's also what appears to be a pretty significant decision yesterday coming out of a federal court in Chicago. I'm going to do my best to explain this. I spent a lot of time yesterday digging into the significance of this and what it's going to mean. Let's go ahead and put this element up on the screen. So a federal judge in Chicago has found that ICE has repeatedly violated a consent decree that applies to Chicago and a number of adjacent regions over warrantless arrests. Okay, so going back a number of years, there was a finding that it appeared ICE was violating immigrants' rights in and around Chicago, and so the government entered into this consent decree to make sure there were increased reporting requirements, to make sure that they are meeting their requirements of using warrants when required in order to arrest immigrants who are expected of being in the country illegally. So the lawyers for the plaintiffs here came in and said, look, it does not look like you're complying with this whatsoever, and this judge agreed. So what is the legal landscape? Basically, in the wake of the Supreme Court saying that you can do these like racial profiling, Kavanaugh stops that we've been talking about, you're allowed to briefly question someone based on basically just like their appearance, the fact they're in an area where there's a lot of undocumented immigrants, where they're working, whatever. You're allowed to briefly question them. But if you want to actually arrest them, you have to have some sort of a warrant. And you have to prove that not only do you have probable suspicion that they are in the country illegally, but also that you suspect that they would be a flight risk. This has to be documented. So as we've seen in Chicago in any number of cases, you know, they actually carry around these blank warrants in their pocket. This was something the judge took great issue with, that it was like if they're in the process of apprehending someone else and there happens to be what they call collateral arrests that are made, they'll just pull out one of these blank warrants, fill it out, and use that as their warrant. In other instances, they didn't use warrants whatsoever. So the judge found that in these instances specifically that were brought to their attention, I think there were 22 different cases, including some that were noted in the news previously, that they violated that consent decree, they violated their rights, that those individuals have to be released. And they're also asking for more information about other instances in which this occurred. So most directly, this applies to Chicago and the surrounding areas that were subject to this consent decree, but the consent decree also required had some stipulations with regard to national enforcement as well. So it is a significant development. We'll see what the enforcement looks like. We'll see whether ICE complies with it. We'll see if they change the way that they conduct themselves going forward. But Sagar, one of the major incidents that they cited in this lawsuit and in this finding was that apartment raid where they just went in with no warrants and pulled people out of their apartments, whether they were citizens, not citizens, etc.
Yeah, I was curious, and since you've done the research, I read that Block Chicago article. What I don't understand is how a consent decree can be confined only to an area for national law enforcement. That's why I was like, isn't it a national standard for warrants or for why do you have to conduct yourself differently in the city of Chicago than, let's say, the state of California or the state of Illinois? Like it just didn't click for me.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to understand.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Because that's why I've asked ChatGPT. Even they are like, well, there was a consent decree in the past, and this is 2022. It was under the Biden administration. Technically, they don't have to apply or they can comply, but they can appeal. There's a supremacy argument here about, hey, like you can't restrict like federal law enforcement action in
one particular area because it should be a national standard, it's governed by federal court.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, what?
Well, and
anyway,
the
I was
national
very
standard
confused.
is, as I described, the Kavanaugh stop is not a justification for arrest.
Yes, that's right. It's a
It's
brief detention, or
supposed to be-
detention for, what is it, a reasonable period of time.
It's not even detention. It's supposed to be like you can approach someone on the street and question them about their immigration status. Now, ICE has been stretching that in all sorts of ways, and even what constitute arrest is something that has to be sort of litigated, that there's, you know, Supreme Court precedent about, et cetera. And the idea is that a reasonable person would think that you were not able to freely leave is the definition of what constitutes an arrest, something like that, is basically the language. What I read is that basically the consent decree allowed ICE to, you know, agree to these changes, but didn't admit liability. It applies to arrests in the 7-county Chicago metro area, but includes nationwide policy changes for ICE's warrantless arrest practices. So that's why, you know, it's enforced in Chicago. It has the most bearing on what's going on in Chicago right now, but also does implicate national policy and could act as some sort of a constraint. Again, we've seen, though, the way that some of these, first of all, some of these decisions end up getting overturned on appeal, or the initial temporary restraining order, those sorts of things get rolled back on appeal. Second of all, you know, we've seen the way that this government has found sneaky ways to avoid complying with, you know, these sorts of decisions. So we'll see if it changes their behavior, but it's the most significant lawsuit to date that could constrain the way that they operate, where they just roll into an apartment building, for example, with Black Hawk military helicopters and pull everybody up, or go to a park and see a family that's there. That's one of the instances that was involved in this case as well, and just decide to arrest the mom, dad, and 5-year-old daughter who happened to be there. So they wouldn't be able to do that without being able to show not only do we think you're undocumented, but we think you're a flight risk before this could be adjudicated.
So, okay. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes on appeal. Again, I don't quite understand. Are you saying, or based on your research, do you think it could go federal? Like it would apply everywhere?
Yeah, I think it could. I mean, the standards should apply everywhere. The standards I just laid out are the national law. With regard to Chicago, I think they had some additional reporting requirements and additional burdens to, you know, ensure that they were complying with what the law is basically my understanding.
I still am just unclear because I don't really understand how. I don't understand how it can be practiced in one place from the Supreme Court and then not in Chicago. I apologize. It's just so confusing.
The overlap is confusing. So in Chicago, even in the face of this decision, they can still do the Kavanaugh stops.
Yes.
The question is not about that. It's about when you take it to the next step and you actually arrest and detain someone. Yeah. And again, this is law that applies across the land. In Chicago, I think because of the consent decree, they had some sort of additional tools to be able to get this particular decision, but it should apply more broadly. And even in the consent decree, yes, they had some specific Chicago steps, but it also implicated nationwide ICE policy changes to make sure that immigrants' rights were being preserved. Okay. That's my understanding.
Everyone I know it's tedious, but I think, as you said, we did the research because you said it was the most significant one to date, so we'll continue to track it. Should we update everyone on Meal Team 6?
Go ahead, Sagar.
No, this is yours.
This is
yours.
me?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
All right. Well,
you made the TikTok. You're the star.
I did make a TikTok. I was inspired to do my most TikTok yet about this particular development. So Texas National Guard has now been deployed into Chicago, which is very scary that you have now red state soldiers being deployed in blue state. Seems to be courting dangerous escalation, et cetera. However, it's a little bit hard to take the fascist threat seriously when this is what the fascist threat looks like. Let's put this up on the screen. Many comments were made. They're being called Meal Team 6. Mm-hmm. They're being called the Gravy Seals. Mm-hmm. I've heard people say that they're arriving for Operation Desert Storm, among other discussions of maybe you need to make sure to protect that deep dish pizza in Chicago.
Or those dipped subs, whatever those are.
For those who are just listening, there's some big boys here. In particular, the two gentlemen in the front, but they're all pretty.
They're hefty.
No disrespect. Like a typical American, I guess.
No disrespect. Yeah, you're right.
Typical Texan, in particular. Texas has some big boys down there.
Representative. Yeah, I mean, this kind of gets to our discussion in the last show, and I was like, look, I get it. I know, we can rhetorically say a lot of things. We are talking about 200 National Guardsmen. I'm not saying it's not extraordinary to deploy. And also, when the image of something like this comes out, or it recalls the military parade, where people can't even march out of step. So let's also live a little bit.
Well, that's the thing. Even our fascism is so embarrassing at this point.
But this is to my point
humiliating
about the rhetoric.
that this is what it looks like.
This is just like there's a difference, right? You can say something is fascistic or something like that as opposed to quote fascism, but whatever. My only general point around this is let's all be a little clear about what's actually happening with the deployment of the Texas National Guardsmen. It is also pretty ironic in the wake of Mr. Hegseth, Pete Hegseth's secretary, lecturing the generals, which I think is fine, about being fat. But it's like, guys, then at the same time, you can't be talking about what do they say are elite National Guardsmen, and then this is what looks like it's
elite.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, there was
not a good
Greg Abbott
look.
put out a tweet, Texas governor saying like our elite Texas National Guardsmen
for my
are going to
great
be on the
home
ground at any moment.
I will say, look, it is very representative of the Trump coalition of the state of Texas as well. Is a lot of lower income, statistically most likely to be morbidly obese and Hispanic. So that is the new coalition here. It reminds me of some of the Spider-Man memes that came out of Los Angeles, where it was like some guy named Ramirez who was the National Guardsman pointing at the cop named Ramirez, pointing at the illegal also named Ramirez, and the three of them are like this. So that is America in a certain sense.
Well, I will make the point that Ken Klippenstein has been making, which is, look, I think that when you are normalizing military on our streets, I think that's a scary thing. And especially when you are taking red states and, invading blue states, and you are playing with fire here. I will also say the National Guard has been and is legally limited in what they are able to do. So
especially under the current deployment.
Posse Comitatus Act does apply as long as this is, so far we haven't had the Insurrection Act, implemented or whatever by Trump. So you don't have, under that, the laws and what they could do would be different. So that's worth keeping in mind as well. But they are somewhat limited, which is why, here in DC, there's a lot of them like standing around.
I don't see them anymore. I haven't seen nearly as many anymore.
Yeah,
I hear they're all just down by the national.
Really, they're just like
mall.
chilling by the National Mall, and they did a lot of like trash pickup.
I know, I feel bad for them because a lot of them they left work. They got called up.
Yeah, I mean this is, and that's the other thing
is like
it's
12 hours a day. You have to deal with these idiot tourists and the homeless.
I have very little sympathy for the Texas big boys that we just showed you, because usually my understanding is that they will, for a mission like this, they'll ask people to volunteer. So like these dudes probably signed up to do this. So I've no
but they may have signed up for the money, right? Because can we really hate?
Still, it's still a choice. You're still making a choice here. But for like the guys that they're calling up in California, they're part of the California National Guard. Yeah, these are people who this is a part-time gig, supposed to be on the weekends. They're being taken away from whatever their normal life is and their family and their normal job, etc., to be sent in to do what? Stand around and, assist ICE, which is part of what they're doing, and then like not a lot out, just sort of like a show, of a theatrical show. And the entities that you need to worry about more, that have done more of the extraordinary, illegal, and aggressive tactics, are ICE and the federal, FBI and federal agencies that have been involved. Yesterday, I broke down the case of this woman who was shot 5 times. That was by, I believe, CBP. The Black Hawk helicopters coming into apartment buildings, zip tying kids, like all of those sorts of things. That is where more of the action is going to be, at least now in the pre-Insurrection Act phase. We should say Trump has floated potentially implementing the Insurrection Act as well, which again would expand what the National Guard is able to do in these various places. There was a big roundtable, big Antifa roundtable yesterday, where many interesting things were said, including Trump saying that he is, that they're ending free speech. So let's go ahead and take a listen to some of what was said at that event.
Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom.
A flag burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But
one of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society.
So I think that was a perfect mashup, Sagar, to show the tension between the clownishness and the threat of the Trump administration. You start with Pam Bondi saying that we're going to treat Antifa like the cartels. Well, what are they doing to the cartels right now? They're randomly blowing up boats that they claim are drug traffickers. By the way, the president of Colombia just came out and said, hey, one of those boats you blew up, that wasn't even Venezuela's. That was Colombian nationals. So in any case, you know, that combined with the reporting from Ken about the national security memo, about the way that they are targeting anyone who is left of center at all as political opposition. There was mention made in this meeting as well as DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. This is like, you know, Zoran and a bunch of tens of thousands of people nationwide are members of the DSA, that they are deeply linked to Antifa. So painting them like this is some sort of a terror network, et cetera. Very dangerous stuff, and backed by a federal government that can and has already acted on some of this. And then you have, you know, at the end there, Kristi Noem talking about how they arrested one of the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, which is just like not even a thing, completely buffoonish stuff. And in the middle, you've got Trump saying, quote unquote, we took the freedom of speech away. So you kind of got it all in that little mashup.
Yeah, look, I think that's generally well said. It's beclowning, as I might famously often say here on the show. And that is part of what I always wish to contextualize it. And look, if I don't blame a lot of people for freaking out. Like if the president says, I'm going to target you, yeah, you should be worried. Like at the end of the day, the government, they can make your life hell, and they have made some people's life hell. In general, though, there's no Antifa, whatever, or any of that has been extraordinary, or some deployment so far of some NSPM-7, which Ken has talked about. From what I know, there is no, quote, founder of Antifa. I welcome their release of any information on that, and for proof that it is some organized terror network or whatever. But this just gets back to all of the endless discussion post Charlie Kirk. Antifa, at least from my observation, doesn't seem to be some top-down organized force. It's mostly like gaming liberals or whatever on Telegram or WhatsApp who are like, hey, we're all going to come out and, you know, throw some shit on Thursday. I don't really know how organized that is per se. I guess there's some level of organization, but it's not, I guess, you know, some Al-Qaeda type cell that they're necessarily describing. I mean, look, if you are organizing genuine violence, that actually is a crime, but that's a little bit different than the way that they're talking about it here. Look, they're posturing and trying. There is so much demand from a lot of the right wing after the Charlie Kirk assassination to say, we need to treat this like an organized attempt. There is yet to be any evidence that that is the case, at least for Tyler Robinson. By the way, it's been almost, 3 weeks? We have gotten zero updates.
Crazy how much has
of Tyler Robinson. Yeah, exactly. They really should come out and release some more information on that. And if there was an organization, it's totally legitimate to say. But that's largely what they are responding to with this roundtable, I guess, of Antifa experts.
Well, should we show everybody the army of Antifa that Kristi Noem was facing down in Chicago? Put C5 up on the screen. So influencer Benny Johnson went and said, Kristi Noem stares down an army of Antifa and a guy in a chicken suit from the rooftop of the ICE facility here. That's the army of Antifa. Mostly, if you look closely, I think there are more people like journalists with cameras than there are
I can't tell in that second
actually
image, but in the
protesters.
first image,
There's
you
like
could definitely see
a handful of people there and a guy in a chicken suit. That's who they're calling an army of Antifa. By the way, news just came out that prior to Trump's attempt to federalize the National Guard and send them into Portland, a federal report came out, like within the Trump administration, calling the Portland anti-ICE protests outside of that building, quote unquote, low energy. So even their own internal documents said that there's not a lot going on here, which is why the federal district judge appointed by Trump in Portland said, you do not have justification here to send in the National Guard. So that's worth having that context and given everything that they're doing and justifying by, these army of Antifa rhetoric and war-ravaged Portland, et cetera. This was also something we've been tracking, Cyrus. See 6 up on the screen. So this couple had been arrested in Chicago as, assaulting law enforcement there. And this couple had been held up, in a lot of instances by the government as, examples of the type of violence that law enforcement is facing from protesters and activists on the ground. You now have a grand jury that declined to indict both of those Chicago area ICE protesters, reminiscent of the situation here with the sandwich guy who threw a sandwich at, I don't know, a cop or FBI or somebody who was here in DC. And grand jury also said, no, we're not gonna indict this guy. This is extraordinarily unusual. Usually prosecutors, they always get their indictments. And I've forgotten the numbers, but Washington Post did an analysis, and it's the tiniest proportion.
Oh, yeah. We remember there's the famous thing you get at a grand jury. Indict a ham sandwich.
Indict a ham sandwich.
Famously, sandwich guy was not indicted. I have some of the details, kind of interesting. It says that Collins and Robdello were in a crowd of protesters September 27th at a facility in Broadview, Illinois. In an affidavit, authorities alleged that he had, quote, pushed back agents who were trying to push back the crowd, and agents detained her after seeing a gun at her waist. Collins, who saw the struggle, charged forward, yelling at agents to get away from his wife, and the thumb of an agent was injured in the scuffle, according to the affidavit. They said in an interview that she was coming to his partner's aid after agents grabbed her and threw her against the wall. Both defendants were legally carrying guns but did not use or brandish them. And they said it was notable that the grand jury likely had members on both sides of the political divide and still decided not to indict. So that is the circumstance here. I guess the gun being one.
Well,
I mean, hey, 2A, it's good for the 2A.
You're allowed.
Good for our 2A community.
And Chicago is obviously liberal. It's not as liberal as DC. So to have a grand jury, Chicago area grand jury say, no, we're not going to indict these 2 individuals, definitely significant. People have also been taking a look at this. Let's put C7 up on the screen. This images of a pastor who's just standing there doing really nothing and gets shot in the head with this, I guess, like a pepper ball. You can see the white smoke come up, and then he drops to the ground. I don't know if this is the same guy or a different religious figure who's getting sprayed in the face with pepper spray. Another image that went viral. Tricia McLaughlin, DHS spokesperson, addressed that video that we showed you first. You can put this up on the screen. She says that footage is from almost a month ago. It just went viral now, but apparently happened a month ago. What this clip video doesn't show is that these agitators were blocking an ICE vehicle from leaving the federal facility, impeding operations over and over again. Law enforcement ordered these agitators to move off federal property so the vehicle could move. Law enforcement verbally warned them they would use force if they did not move and stop impeding operations. They did not comply. Shortly after, rioters began throwing rocks, bottles, and launching fireworks at the law enforcement officers on the roof. So TLDR is not denying that it happened. There is a longer version of the video that I've seen. It does not appear that this pastor he was actually standing in a parking space, so he wasn't blocking anyone from entering or exiting the ICE facility. But there's a separate lawsuit going on concerning their sort of like indiscriminate use of these, pepper balls and pepper spray on crowds. CPD, Chicago Police Department, was accidentally pepper sprayed. You had an elementary school that had to stay inside because of pepper spray, sort of indiscriminately just deployed in the neighborhood. So this is becoming quite a contentious piece as well.
It's a bad image. I mean, there's, anytime you start pepper spraying priests, or not priests, sorry, pastors or any of that, doesn't look good. Not going to deny it whatsoever. It's one of those which is the more that the left gets their civil rights analogies, the more it's going to be able to take off. And this is part of the reason why there's a lot of people who don't want, on the right, who want to criticize some of the way that ICE behaves. But I keep bringing it back to the fact that people who voted in 2024 wanted law and order specifically at the border. And when deportation, the envisionment of, quote, mass deportation was not necessarily one of which we are viewing right now. This is Trumpian and unique in a sense that genuinely is divorced from a lot of people's conceptions. You could say they should have known, etc. I really don't agree with that actually at all, because if you look specifically, not only the rhetoric around criminals, illegals, etc., or even around the idea of deportation itself, it is one thing to say that it should happen in a serious and a well-ordered fashion, and then it's another kind of in this content brain area that we have arrived at today. And I think that's the part where a lot of people rightfully will look at that and just be like, look, I can agree intellectually, emotionally, morally with the idea of mass deportation, which I do, especially for people who arrived here illegally. I also do think there is something very grotesque about like turning it into content, as in with what they did with the Theo Von clip. We have this one as well, C10. Can we show everybody, for example? So here you have a video, right, where so you got ICE chasing some guys into a storefront. But what's noteworthy is the guy in the background with a full mounted, what is that? That's like a DSLR camera, right? Like this literally looks like almost like a rig of a Twitch streamer or something who is accompanying them. Now, listen, I am very supportive of body cam footage and all that. I think it's very important, to keep cops accountable. And I'm assuming some of this will be available to FOIA eventually, at least sometime in the future. So it's not a bad thing for them to be documenting what they are doing. But considering the social media strategy that is now currently happening, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it is working in their favor. Look, I could be wrong, and this is what I hear. You're a squish. You're an idiot. You're not doing. You don't understand, what it takes and all that. I said maybe. I'm not the person who won the election or anything like that, but I don't necessarily think that even people who agree with genuine. Look, I mean, there's quandaries, right? Like you can accept the fact that people who came here illegally are going to be deported, and you can be okay with that. There is just, to me, another thing about filming it and turning it into like video game style content. Or remember the memes, like the Studio Ghibli memes and others that they were using for chat? I go, okay, I just think that's a little bit gross, in my opinion, personally.
Yeah,
that's just me.
The ASMR
that's
deportation
videos.
That's
like, is that
weird,
really?
content.
It's just weird. Like it's one of those where do we revel? Do we enjoy doing this? Because the way it was sold, it's like, look, it's a tragedy. This is one that the left created. I think that's correct. And yet, to seriously address it, we'll take this, and this. That doesn't deny that you have journalists or others, people who are going to be filming this. But it just seems to me very different to have you filming it yourself, turning it into meme. Like the Theo Von thing, to me, is just like so insane. Like they used his likeness and image in a DHS video where, what did he say exactly? He was like, bye or something. He didn't even know what he was saying. Somebody thrust a camera or whatever into his face. They turned it into something from the official Department of Homeland Security account. And then in his response, he was like, yo, you guys are just using this. He's like, somebody could come and kill me. He was like, I don't even know the Ring password to my camera or something.
Yeah.
He had never considered that, right? I really, that's where things
also
really seem to go in a bad
strategically, like if you accept, and I do accept that these guys, the Theo Vons, etc., were an important part, not determinative, but important part of why they won.
Yeah.
And then how tone deaf to go out of your way to like piss this person off, and I feel like as a human, you would then be sort of like incentivized to distance yourself. Like I have nothing to do with, like, this is not, this is not something I support. I think his dad immigrated from Nicaragua, something he's very proud of, and so he's like, I don't want to be associated with this. And so it is giving a little bit of like the IDF soldiers filming their war crimes, because the reason they did that was not, it was because there was a domestic audience for it. Like inside of Israel, these guys were getting praised and getting support for, these horrors that they're putting out there. And, now I was seeing some stats, Sagar, that Twitter, which used to be dominated by Democrats, now dominated by Republicans. Not that that would be any surprise, but I do think that some of this is a result of being inside of this media bubble, where you think that this, based ritual or the vice signaling or whatever, that this lands with the general population in a way that it really doesn't. So you've got that dynamic. The dynamic you were touching on before, too, I think is a really important one, which you are absolutely right. People want things to feel safe, calm, orderly. Like they do want that law and order sense. There's no doubt about it. And so what the Trump administration is flirting with here, if not has already crossed the threshold, is to make it appear very much like they are the chaos agents. Like they are the ones bringing tumult into your communities. If you look at, if you look at Chicago, I think in Portland it's even more clear. Crime rate was way down. These protests had really died out. There were, maybe a dozen or so people who were routinely outside of the ICE facility, et cetera. Now you have all of this tumult after the Trump administration comes in and tries to sort of like stoke the flames. So when you combine that with also the increasing understanding that these actions are not just impacting undocumented immigrants, they're impacting American citizens as well, whose rights are being directly violated. you start to get on the wrong side of a political equation. As I told you before, my fear is that they don't really care. You feel like they just have miscalculated here. I acknowledge is completely possible, but you know, I don't think that these. What do I know? But I don't think that most people, even people who are in favor of a larger scale deportation than I am, are enjoying the images of like little kids zip tied together.
I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea, and I can't speak to everybody's motivation. Only, you know, general political analysis. To the law and order point, this is one which is very important. And we kind of thought about one of the reasons why I don't think there was as much backlash on LA is you had guys with Mexican flags on top of burning cars. And guess what? That's going to go viral everywhere. In terms of Portland or Chicago, have not yet seen that type of imagery or large scale blocking a highway in major response, similar to the Antifa or the BLM protests of 2017 all the way through 2020, which Portland in particular was like an epicenter for quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, one of the things I personally have had to grapple with is that people who live in some of these cities just accept a shitload more crime than I ever would. I will never understand it. I don't know why it's cool to have fentanyl-leaning people everywhere, but that seems to be the acceptance that a lot of them want, and they would rather have that than somebody actually do anything about it or feel virtuous. I guess, you know, it's your city, you can do what you want, but that is another kind of locality where you're rubbing up against. Like here in DC, I mean, I think the crime was out of control. I think it was absolutely out of control. Some new statistics just came out actually showing that the cops were cooking the books. It's not a secret. I've lived here for over 10 years. It's a shithole compared to how it used to be. But residents were broadly seemed okay with it. I was like, okay, I don't know. That's why I left. I was like, you know, at a certain point, you'd rather have a Black Trans Lives Matter flag than you would do anything about crime. That's your decision. And to allow murder, I'm just going to leave and allow exit. But that is another thing I've been grappling with as well is there is something perverse at the same time, and we have to be guilty of this, right? Is we're commenting on Portland. I don't live in Portland, right? In a certain sense, I believe in supremacy. I believe in having to guarantee people's rights. I also, though, acknowledge the city of Portland is massively liberal. They literally legalized drugs there. I mean, they finally admitted their mistake in the state of Oregon, but I visited Portland at the height of it, like I think 2022. It was insane. And
it's probably the most like hippie-ish city.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about crime-wise, like at night, literal like rogue fentanyl addicts like running around trying to check into a hotel. You have to get buzzed into the hotel. Like you cannot get in. I'm talking in the middle of downtown. People there just didn't seem to care. I was like, wow, I could never live this way.
I think, I mean, we should also say that this National Guard, attempting to have National Guard deployment in Portland and the increased presence of federal agents and whatever, like Trump is not saying this is about crime. He's saying this is about protecting federal officer, protecting this ICE building, et cetera.
Well, it depends on the day.
But that's been the primary justification that he's been, and that is completely and totally fabricated. Like by their own admission, their own internal report said that the protests outside the ICE facility were low energy before they decided to show up and put snipers on the roof and all of this nonsense. So I don't like to, you know, we shouldn't validate their narrative about what's going on because their narrative is completely and utterly false.
We gotta,
you know,
like, it's not nice. Like, listen, I love Portland as a place. It's cool. It's amazing weather in the summer. It is genuinely beautiful. But they do just, again, I don't get it. Seattle, Vancouver, any of these like Pacific Northwest places, they just accept like a level of drug use in public, which I think is crazy. I have no idea why people put up with it or any of that. And then, of course, what the Trump administration and even the federal government wants is people like me or others who don't live there who are like, I can't believe this, right? And then there kind of interacts with the National Guard deployment, etc. I do think that there is something weird about it, like in general, where we pass judgment, and I do, certainly, I just said it about Portland, about San Francisco, about Los Angeles. I think all are crazy. Here, DC, Chicago, all these other folks. I don't know. I would not personally live there, given the choice. But at the same time, there is something weird, which I do acknowledge, because I'm sure that they look at our life, say, wherever we live, and they're like, well, I wouldn't want to live there either. And it's like, well, I don't necessarily want them to impose their will on me, too. I don't want them to have to come in. To the extent that I have a lot of, let's say, pushback is when I see that type of BS mentality start to bleed into, let's say, the suburbs, that's when I'm like, okay, it's time to riot. So I do get it from their perspective, and I want to validate their feelings. Like, yes, you do also get to kind of live the way that you want to. Like, if you want to live in a city with a shitload of crime and fentanyl, and I mean, okay, I don't know what to say.
I guess it's your choice. It's just one that it's a permissiveness and a value structure which you've created all for yourselves. I guess you deserve it. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, I think you would understand some of it in the context of the conversations we had about safetyism. Like where there's, I think we're seeing right now in real time with these extraordinary federal government actions in Chicago and Portland and other places, that there's a trade-off on the other side of that. So you have this sense of fear, this sense of surveillance, this lawlessness coming from the federal government and sense of chaos being stoked by them when you do have those sorts of crackdowns. So I think, in real time, we're seeing what those trade-offs kind of look like.
I think it's totally fair. People get to, at the end of the day, get to decide for themselves. Like here in DC, it was very clear to me. I was like, these people do not care how I do about crime. I'm the problem, I guess. I don't necessarily have the right to just say the city should be the way I am. So sometimes you just got to do the responsible thing and leave. But if you want to stay and that's the way that you want to live, I also believe in the American value of like, well, maybe you should be able to live that way, right? Like if that's how you want it to be, so be it. And citizens can make up their minds for themselves.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Is Donald Trump set to get $230 million in what would essentially be restitution payments from his own Department of Justice? If you ask Trump, he says actually that it's the just outcome here. So let's go ahead and roll some of Donald Trump's comments. This is B1.
Who's asking for what?
Are you asking the Justice Department to pay you compensation for
Whose compensation?
your federal investigations into you? Are you asking them to pay compensation, and how much?
Into me? I don't get any compensation. I do it for nothing. I gave up my salary. Into me?
No, it's going to be the Justice Department. Are you asking them to pay you compensation for the federal investigations that happened to you? And how much are you asking
for? I guess they probably owe me a lot of money for that. But as far as all of the litigation and everything that's been involved, yeah, they probably owe me a lot of money. But if I get money from our country, I'll do something nice with it, like give it to charity or give it to the White House while we restore the White House.
So that was at Donald Trump's Diwali celebration yesterday. Reporters were asking him about a New York Times story, which we can put up on the screen, that reported President Trump is demanding the Justice Department pay him about $230 million in compensation for the federal investigations into him, according to people familiar with the matter, who added that any settlement might ultimately be approved by senior department officials who defended him or those in his orbit. The Times reports the situation has no parallel in American history, as Mr. Trump, a presidential candidate, was pursued by federal law enforcement and eventually won the election, taking over the very government that must now review his claims. It is also the starkest example yet of potential ethical conflicts created by installing the president's former lawyers atop the Justice Department. Now, something that's getting lost in a lot of this, because it's a few paragraphs down in the Times story, is, quote, Mr. Trump submitted complaints through an administrative claim process that often is the precursor to lawsuits. The first claim was lodged in late 2023, seeks damages for a number of purported violations of his rights, including the FBI and special counsel investigation into Russian election tampering and possible connections to the 2016 campaign. That's according, again, to people familiar with the matter. And the second complaint was filed before the election last year in the summer of 2024 and accuses the FBI of violating, quote, Mr. Trump's privacy by searching Mar-a-Lago, his club and residence in Florida, in 2022 for classified documents. It also accuses the Justice Department of malicious prosecution and charging him with mishandling sensitive records after he left office. And Sarah Bedford over at the Washington Examiner points out, again, both of those claims for damages were filed before he became president, again, when he was in the middle of spending, as she says, millions of dollars defending himself against politicized cases that ultimately got thrown out. She also pointed to the DOJ paying out settlements in partisan cases. The FBI agent Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, as you may remember, got $2 million over their firing while they were texting about going after Trump with the FBI. So it's not entirely without precedent, but Ryan, when your own DOJ is then in the position to approve basically the restitution claims almost impossible to disentangle the personal, what is even the word for that? The conflicts, I guess. Conflict seems like an understatement.
What's even the conflict? He wants the money, and he's going to take it. The conflict, I guess, is with the taxpayer who he's going to take it from. But why are you all complaining? This is $1 from every adult in America.
Yeah, it's $1 to the Trump Defense Fund.
It's $1. You don't have $1 for our president for what you did to him. $1. I mean, from you and you and you and you and you and you. Yeah.
$2 from Ryan Graham.
If he could do that, he would definitely say, okay, $3 from every Democrat. But yeah, so he if you're
Wall just got 10 feet higher.
If you voted for Trump, you're still paying him $1.
Yep.
Because actually, it's a little less than that. So what are you really complaining? Because I think the adult population in the United States is about 260 million. And he's only asking for 230 million. So it's more like 95 cents from every American.
Of course.
He should send we should get a photo of him and we can put up like a Save a President, like just for $1.
It's like the Sarah McLachlan.
You can build this president a ballroom.
Arms of an angel.
The ballroom will be beautiful. Yeah, he's currently tearing down the east wing of the White House. And he doesn't mind illegally moving money. Like, he does it all the time, moving it. Like, you cannot, as president, just take from one congressionally appropriated bucket and move it over to another. He does that all the time. So why is he even going through this whole rigmarole of he's going to take $230 million from the Justice Department and then he's going to hand it over here to his construction buddies building the ballroom? Just take the money. You're president.
Well,
you're stealing it from all over the place all the time.
His back and forth with reporters somewhat amusing because the New York Times report was from anonymous sources. Trump just gets asked about it on camera and is like, yeah, they owe me. Right?
Yeah,
like, this is like the way
right.
the Times wrote this story is that this was like a very high-level piece of investigative journalism, and it's very controversial
and scoop, yeah.
Scandalous. And then Trump's like, yeah, they owe me money.
Yeah.
He gets asked by a reporter, and he's like, yes.
Yeah, pay me.
So, I mean, they really could have just called him, probably. They didn't need to rely on the anonymous sources. They could have used the biggest source in the media.
I would suspect that he was one of the anonymous sources.
Not impossible.
Actually, is Maggie on there?
Nope, Tyler Pager, though. It's possible.
Okay. Well, good reporting by the New York Times. Utterly preposterous, utterly outrageous. Like, there aren't enough words for the idea that a guy who's made himself already $1 billion through his like crypto scams, he and his kids running these crypto scams where he's getting all these people who want things from the American people. So he thinks that because he's president, they want things from him. So people should therefore legally be able to bribe him, give him crypto, give him money. Because he really believes he's like Napoleon, like he's the revolution, he's the state. He really believes that. But he's not. The government is, in the United States of America, supposed to be representative of the American people. It's the American people's money, it's the American people's government.
Well, remember when he posted the Napoleon quote, "He who saves his country violates no law."
Yeah.
Right? I'm paraphrasing, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a made-up Napoleon quote too, right?
Oh, it was apocryphal?
It might be, I don't know.
Either way,
Who cares?
he posted it. I think in all caps
yes,
too, actually.
Of course. Yes, he did.
So, yes, these claims were filed before he was president. Probably, from Trump's perspective, it would make sense. Drop the claims. He doesn't need $230 million from the U.S. government to go into construction. He already has millions and millions of dollars from the tech companies that he just threw a dinner for, not just tech companies, but all of these companies that are funding the White House renovations.
Who is doing this work? You cannot get people to show up on job sites in Washington, D.C. because of ICE running around everywhere. Who's doing this work? This is an interesting question.
Well, they also have said that Treasury employees, because this is the East Wing, have to stop taking pictures of the construction. Basically, the only place you have a good view is from Treasury. You really can't see it if you're, I mean, press barely can see it. So, I mean, maybe some people with like telephoto lenses are able to get pictures, but it's really hard to see. So, no idea. But on top of all of that, so basically he has, his net worth has ballooned because of crypto, or the Trump family net worth has ballooned because of crypto. It will certainly benefit him when he is out of office. The $230 million in compensation from taxpayers, basically, could just be dropped now that he is president. These were claims that were filed before he was president in damages. He won. So he doesn't need the money. Could just drop it and then have no significant conflict of interest questions floating over the administration. But I feel like maybe we're just beyond that, Ryan.
Right. Donald Trump, I will not take a salary because I care so much about the American public. Keep this $400,000. But I will take $230 million from you.
230.
Yeah.
Cool 230. Well, the other part of this, it's more understandable, I suppose, as like a punishment and a disincentive for further corruption if you aren't in the process of attempting to reorganize the Department of Justice itself. So he controls the Department of Justice right now, which is obviously the predicate for this entire story. So if he's worried about punishing the U.S. government and creating a disincentive, which, by the way, I was for, the DOJ acted horribly throughout the Russia collusion investigation. The punishment looks like Donald Trump getting reelected and completely reorganizing and dismantling the DOJ. The $230 million in potential payments seems like small potatoes compared to him reorganizing the FBI and the DOJ completely as president. So it seems like the thing to do would just be drop the claims.
And he's also threatening to use the power and using the power of the government to go after his opposition. You can put up B3, and actually a good story in Barry Weiss's Free Press, Inside the Trump-Induced Chilling Effect on Liberal Philanthropy by Gabe Kaminsky, takes a look at what the effect already is of Trump saying in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination that he's going to go after all of the groups that he blames for it. And who he blames for it is like liberal nonprofit organizations, which is, to me, patently absurd. But setting that aside, he has threatened to use the IRS to go after his opponents, which is completely new. Like you had this like kind of fake Lois Lerner scandal 15 years ago from the Obama administration, where like the Republicans are like, oh, they're going after conservative groups. They also went after like medical marijuana groups, and they're like,
they went after more conservative groups than they did the others.
Yeah, maybe more conservative groups probably being shady about their nonprofit status. I mean, come on.
Then the medical marijuana groups.
I mean, they were also being shady, so they went after them too. Yeah, and now they don't go after anybody except so that they had years of non-enforcement. Now, what Trump is going to bring back is selective enforcement, and the qualification will be, do I perceive you to be part of the broad opposition? Do you represent an interest group that has something to do with somebody who voted against me? And so what Kaminsky was finding here is that it's already basically crippling liberal foundations because it's making it very hard for them to raise money because nobody wants to be, have the to be under the watchful eye of the IRS or the DOJ. They're spending the money that they do have on security and on high-powered lawyers to go through their books and make sure that they're completely buttoned up, because now they're all expecting that somebody's going to be looking through everything. And there are some cases where the Biden administration here actually deserves some blame, because there was this one case where Israel claimed that like these 5 human rights groups in East Jerusalem or the West Bank were actually terrorist organizations. Europe demanded all of the evidence for this. Israel handed over no evidence, and Europe was like, "We're not counting this. This doesn't work." Biden, of course, was like, "Oh well, Netanyahu says these are terrorists. They must be terrorists," and just accepted, even though there was reporting that the Biden administration knew this was all made up. They just accepted it. And didn't push back. And so now the Trump administration is coming in and saying, this American nonprofit has a fellowship program with this Palestinian nonprofit. And Biden said that they were terrorists. So therefore, you're terrorists too. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Well, and it's going, so this report, we'll read a little bit from it here. One head of a nonprofit told Gabe, who's a great reporter, we've had him on before, quote, "Everybody is concerned across the board about being investigated. That person oversees a nonprofit that has more than $1 billion in assets. Another told Gabe it is directly impacting the ability of groups to raise money. There's a chilling effect across the entire nonprofit sector. That's echoed actually by some groups on the right. So in the report, Lawson Bader, the head of Donors Trust, quote, one of the country's most influential right-leaning nonprofits, told me that he has heard from many liberal foundations since he told the Free Press in late September that the stream of retaliatory rhetoric since Kirk's assassination has the potential to weaponize philanthropy in a way that is antithetical to philanthropic freedom. There was another Republican who was talking to Gabe about something similar as well. So Philanthropy Roundtable actually is, I would say maybe right-leaning, quote, they say philanthropy is under attack and that they, quote, stand firmly on the side of philanthropic freedom and defending the right of Americans to give how, when, and where they choose within the bounds of the law. Now, one interesting part of this, though, Ryan, is it sort of reminds me of weaponized FARA enforcement, so Foreign Agents Registration Act enforcement. And some of the quotes in here are about nonprofits just like cleaning up their activity and like hiring general counsels to make sure that they're actually operating in compliance with nonprofit standards, because that is a thing. There are nonprofits that are just like wildly out of compliance and it's normalized with nonprofit standards and they get all of the tax benefits of that. But interestingly here, Gabe quotes Jason Smith, so Republican of Missouri, saying that organizations who are influenced by our adversaries and who act counter to U.S. national influence should not benefit from tax-exempt status. The days of turning a blind eye to bad actors in the U.S. nonprofit sector are over, Jason Smith told Gabe. I'm reading that and thinking, I know he is implying what you just described, Ryan, about potential, like, quote, Hamas connections. It sounds a whole lot like AIPAC could be in trouble.
Under a future Democratic administration, I guess Mamdani can't be president since he wasn't born here. But yeah, under, I don't know, I can't even think, under President Plattner.
But see how
let President Plattner can say that that AIPAC is
Comrade Plattner.
Yeah, Comrade Plattner is supportive, Chairman Plattner. That AIPAC is allied with an organization that is the government of Israel that is accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity. And so therefore, yeah, should be itself dissolved. I can't imagine that a world in which that actually happened.
Smith was very careful to use the word adversaries. Organizations are influenced by our adversaries. But the law is really not just adversaries, it's foreign control. And so it'll be like, you can see how this is setting basically doom spiral precedent. But we have yet to understand exactly how they're going to implement this. There's obviously the MPSM 7 that Ken has reported on and talked about a lot, that you can understand how it already is having this, quote, chilling effect that Gabe reports on. Now, there are, and you and I would probably disagree on this, I do think there is money that goes from groups like Tides to groups that do like bail funds for some of these protests in Portland, or it was in Minneapolis. And I think there's probably reason to look into whether they're going beyond just bail funds.
Like what? Like
I think you and I might disagree on that.
Beyond?
Like actually funding demonstrations that are organized for the purpose of being like rabble-rousing, breaking laws, and the like.
Well, most of these organizations, in my experience across the board, think that they are aligned with the Democratic Party. Like they're part of the Democratic Party orbit.
Well, we're talking about like Tides and such.
Yeah, and the groups that Tides funds or passes money through to, they're basically part of the Democratic Party, and they all think that violent street demonstrations hurt Democrats. Like that's a like Antifa lefty thing to want to get kind of rowdy in the street. These nonprofit
they've supported
groups,
bail funds for like Antifa organizations and that sort of thing. That's all I'm talking about.
Bail funds for people who get arrested at demonstrations is different.
Totally legitimate. I'm saying that I think there's actually probably, and I'm not saying actually that the federal government needs to be weaponized to go into it, but I think that there probably is some reason to suspect certain groups that have gotten money through pass-through entities are actually using that money, not just for bail funds, but for supporting the demonstrations themselves, not just coming in after and bailing people out.
Oh yeah, but demonstrations, that's right there in the First Amendment.
Demonstrations that they know are not demonstrations. That's what I'm saying.
That you think they're
They're supposed to
turn
be
into
rowdy.
riots?
Yeah, like Portland, like Black Bloc, Antifa type stuff.
I would highly doubt it. That's like 50 Portlanders. Like, I mean, if you're in Portland, let us know. But like, that's like 50
Seattle,
Portlanders.
not just Portland, but in other places like Seattle and the like. I'm trying to look for who had some good reporting on this. I just interviewed them actually, but I'm trying to remember where. Anyway, that's beside the point. The bigger point is that the larger effort here, and this is what I should have started by saying, is I don't think there's some like vast, widespread conspiracy to prop up using George Soros money, violent Antifa rioters. I don't think that's the case. And I think what the Trump administration is doing is another example of obviously weaponizing the government in a way that is going to be flipped around the second there's a Dem back in office. It doesn't matter if it's happened to some degree before, it's going to happen on a higher degree now into the future. And something you said stuck with me a few weeks ago, Ryan, it's that when you start having this chilling effect on people getting into power or people organizing, whatever it is, you just incentivize people having action or exercising agency in the political process. Mm-hmm. And that's dangerous for everyone.
Right. Yeah, it's like, be careful what you wish for, because the galaxy brain argument would be that these liberal foundations are actually taking like public anger and funneling it into and shepherding it kind of into a Democratic Party-led political process where it is muffled and muzzled mm-hmm. and kind of just dispersed in a way that doesn't actually then represent any threat to the system, and that if you get rid of that, then the anger has nowhere to go. Mm. And so the anger then just bursts out wherever it bursts out in different populist moments. Because the first analysis that people will have when they start learning about philanthropy is like, oh, how ironic it is that the children and the grandchildren and the descendants of the Carnegies and the Fords mm-hmm. and all
Rothschilds
and the Soroses and like all of these, or the all of these like oligarchs and plutocrats from 150 years ago, their descendants are now, working against the plutocratic interest and working to uplift the working class and the public. And then after you've been in it for a while, you're like, oh wait, actually, it's what we think it is. It is capital, just exploiting tax policy in order to hoard wealth, and using that wealth to actually kind of muffle discontent with the contradictions and problems that the plutocrats created 150 years ago. So go ahead and get rid of that and see what happens. Would be the galaxy brain take.
Yeah, well, I mean, nonprofit. We should do a full segment on like nonprofit laws, period, right. And like how they've just been.
Yeah, the shorter version of it was like it's actually Soros and Tides that are holding people back. You think that they're coming for you? No, it's the opposite.
Not yet.
Yeah,
not yet. Yeah, well, we'll see. We will see, but it's. I thought it was a good report. So. Something to keep an eye on for sure. And by the way, it's pretty interesting that in this climate where criticism of Trump is like your ticket to ostracization in the conservative movement, that you have Donors Trust and Philanthropy Roundtable saying anything, because it's literally a climate where A, Trump is super sensitive to these loyalty litmus tests, and B, he's weaponizing is weaponizing the IRS and others to go look at people's nonprofit statuses. So that tells you how concerned people are about the precedent that this could potentially set. And I think that tells you how serious the precedent that's being set is. So the mm-hmm. fact that you have those groups talking about it is significant in and of itself, even if you don't buy it and whatever, you think it's bullshit. It's a fairly bold thing to do in this environment to even make those statements if you're Donors Trust or Philanthropy Roundtable.
This is true.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Donald Trump, very frustrated that his man Andrew Cuomo is not catching fire as an independent candidate in the general election. Cuomo, I'm sure, becoming increasingly bitter at the Ackmans and the others in the world who insisted that he pursue this humiliating general election race. But Trump doing everything he can to come to his defense. Let's roll a little bit of our good president here.
But he's going to explain there might be some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way. I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialists. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We'll have a communist, not a socialist.
Okay. Anyway, so he also accused Mamdani of posing, quote, posing with a terrorist. This echoing what the New York Post and RNC has said. That this is because he appeared with an imam in New York City, Siraj Wahhaj, who the right has been calling a, quote, unindicted co-conspirator of the 93 World Trade Center bombing.
Technically not true, right?
Right. Which, yeah, not true.
Fox News had to issue a correction on its story about
I see that the RNC is not corrected its hit here. So hopefully he sends them a little letter, because like, you can't do that. And I've seen like the Laura Loomer types say that, this is somebody that the NYPD considered to be a threat and had under surveillance. It's like, bro, the NYPD had every mosque in the city under surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that the NYPD considers somebody to be suspicious who was Muslim in New York City does not mean that there was actually anything remotely wrong with them.
He was a character witness for the Blind Sheik, though, right?
Because he was like he was in the whatever.
He'd been organizing like New York City.
Yeah, and he's said things about women's rights and stuff.
Gay rights, yeah.
That people would generally agree with. He's also has a huge base of support in New York City,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why Eric Adams and Bill de Blasio, appeared with him, went to him because they want to get his supporters to vote for them.
He's like
and
a
it was
pillar
never
of the community.
Yeah, and it was never controversial until Mamdani showed up. Although I'm sure they tried to do something with de Blasio.
Yeah. If you go
Eric
back
Adams, I'm sure he got a pass.
If you go back and look, he's been controversial, but I maintain that if a conservative was out there with someone who had said the things about gay people and women, that he said it would have been a much bigger story. All that is to say,
who was it that Trump had as his preacher? Like not his preacher, but like the guy at his inauguration.
At his inauguration.
Yeah, it was Pagey or whatever his name, John Pagey or whatever.
Oh, Hagee?
Hagee, yeah.
Oh yeah, Hagee said crazy stuff, obviously.
Yes.
About but what
that's like the guy doing the inaugural.
Trump. I mean, I don't remember whether it was Hagee, but that would obviously. Trump is a slightly different story because he talks to everybody. He talks to Alex Jones. He talks to
Right,
but
so
if it were Ted Cruz,
so who's Trump to blame Mamdani for?
No, no disagreement from me on that. No disagreement from me on that whatsoever. But again, I think it's true that this is very obviously much more of a controversy when Mamdani does it. And the coverage of the Mamdani stuff has been just the fact that Fox News had to issue a correction for calling him an unindicted co-conspirator tells you what you need to know about the standard for Mamdani going to see him. Now, Andrew Cuomo went on Impulsive, spelled Paul. Impulsive.
Everybody loves to do a name play, and I never did Grim News, so
that was a really brave decision.
You know how hard that was? I did it.
Difficult. Here's a little flavor of Cuomo on Impulsive with Logan Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why would you want to be the mayor of New York?
We are at a point where we have to make progress. Mamdani is a socialist, the child of wealth, never had to work, never managed anyone. If Mamdani is elected mayor, Trump will take over New York.
So why is Mamdani currently leading the polls?
He has appealed with very simplistic solutions that would never work. Fast, free buses. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Everyone wants a fast bus. What do you want, a slow bus?
Okay, Ryan, that's smacks of desperation. To me, And of course, he probably is openly desperate at this point. We've seen him down in just about every poll. Not looking good for Andrew Cuomo when you're going on impulsive to laugh about kicking your brother's ass.
I mean, Democrats should, reach out, go on these different, independents, because Cuomo tried to be a Democrat, and Democrats thoroughly rejected him. So he's independent on there. But yeah, he looks like somebody who wants this election to be over. Annoyed at the fact that he has to compete for it. Frustrated at the public for not allowing him to have this easy re-entry into public life. And I guess just contemplating what kind of big money organization he's gonna fall back on after his inevitable defeat in the upcoming election. Because, and he keeps thinking that, and Bill Ackman keeps thinking that if Curtis Sliwa, the Republican nominee, will drop out, that would be the ticket for Cuomo, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, if you are currently supporting Sliwa, you either want some outsider who says wacky fun stuff all the time, which is not Cuomo, or you are a very partisan Republican and you live in New York City and you hate Cuomo more than you hate Mamdani at this point. Like, Cuomo has been, the Republicans in New York hate Cuomo.
Yeah.
So on what planet, if Sliwa dropped out, the lead that Zoran Mamdani has over Cuomo, I think, would actually expand. Like, it's this weird idea that everyone would just rush to support Cuomo if only Sliwa wasn't there. It's just completely absurd.
So John Hagee, by the way, did the benediction when Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, is what it looks like right now.
And Hagee's one of these millennial,
he's bananas.
Apocalyptic, we need all of the Jews in Israel to burn so that we can bring about the apocalypse and whatever.
He said the Antichrist will be Jewish and half Jewish and gay. He said all kinds of stuff that I think he said.
Yeah, so we don't have to wonder what would happen if Trump appeared with somebody.
Well, Trump
with views like that.
Right, and I have looked it up. He has appeared with Ted Cruz, to my point, to undermine my point. But but I mean, I'll say this, if
he has a following, right?
He has a following, and any conservatives who are acting this is that it's utterly disqualifying for Mamdani to meet with a community leader, whether or not you like that community leader, everyone does that. My point is just, I think it would be a huge media circus, but that was beside the point of what we were talking about. I genuinely think it would be a huge media circus, like the Hagee stuff was at the time. So anyway, don't need to get into that anymore. We could do a full segment on that. Let's take a look at this mashup from Bill Maher's show last week when Andrew Ross Sorkin went on and said, we have a financial literacy problem in America.
But the financial literacy problem in America is affecting the politics in America, which is that if you don't understand that if you actually decide that you think rent stabilization is going to somehow increase the supply of apartments and homes in the country, you've got it completely backwards. Because what happens is the developers say, well, if they're going to stabilize the rent in this town, we don't really want to be developing in this town, in which case there's not going to be enough supply, in which case it's going to cost more to rent your apartment. That's just the way it is. And unless people understand that, when a politician stands up and says, excuse me, I'm over here and I'm very happy to give you rent stabilization and the free groceries and this and that, and then it doesn't happen, I think people are going to be in for a surprise.
I mean, a couple things. Disturbed by the global, globalized, what did you say that just made me crazy over the weekend? Did you see what he said? Globalized. He didn't say globalized infidel.
Yeah.
Infidel, but he did say that he wouldn't condemn it.
That clip is so painful. Globalize the what? Globalize the. Oh, he didn't say it, but he said he wouldn't condemn it.
I will say that he's one of the harder working guys in media. Like, he's doing a column for the Times.
I feel bad for him. Yeah.
He's doing that show every day.
Yeah.
He's probably meeting with bankers late at night to
I feel bad for him because of that. He's got to talk to
Also
his
that.
bankers.
So the guy's probably running on fumes. So I sympathize with people stumbling over their words. So.
The
Glass house over.
We have tried to get him on to talk about his new book.
Didn't he come on with Skirslin Saga?
I don't think he did, but I was listening to it this weekend. It's quite interesting.
Okay, and so while I will sympathize with the stumbling over the words, what I won't sympathize with is lecturing people about not knowing how things work and then objectively not knowing how things work. Because he's talking about freeze the rent, and he's saying that will disincentivize developers from building new projects. Except the freeze the rent program that Mamdani is talking about would apply to particular buildings that are already in the rent stabilization system or whatever. That would not necessarily apply to all new developments. And the New York City housing law is extremely complicated. There's rent controlled, there's rent stabilized, there's lots of other things. But to say that it would just blanket apply to all rent is just false. And he lives in, at least he works in New York. I don't know where he lives. So he should know that. So, and it's fine to like get that wrong, but he shouldn't get that wrong while you're also criticizing kids for not having financial literacy.
Well, I also think the question of like, where's the financial literacy among those who are overseeing the status quo? Like, if you're missing that part of it and you're criticizing the people criticizing the status quo, while arguably, I mean, I don't want to accuse him of defending the status quo in New York, but if you're just picking on the, quote, financial illiteracy of people who are now asking for rent stabilization, which I obviously disagree with, but there's a huge degree of financial illiteracy among the people who are overseeing the status quo. And if you're just attacking the people against the status quo, never, asking or condescending to the people who are overseeing the status quo, then your priorities are wrong.
And then you wanted to talk about this AI slop that Cuomo's been serving up to people. And if you're angry about your electricity bill every month, you should be a little bit frustrated that Cuomo is using the juice to create, let's roll this utterly disturbing and bizarre AI ad.
Hello, it's me, de Blasio. New York City's least favorite mayor. Today, I want to introduce you to my mini-me Mamdani. Hiya! If you thought my policies were evil, you're gonna frickin' hate this. Sure will, boss. In 2020, I cut $1 billion from the NYPD, which dramatically spiked crime. But I wanted to fund the police entirely. So evil, so unsafe.
What are we supposed to do with that?
This is profoundly embarrassing. I don't know who's laughing at that.
I mean,
well, who's the market for that?
You could laugh at it.
You could laugh at it. You can't laugh with it.
It's a little too pathetic to laugh at almost.
You can't laugh
But I can
with it.
imagine some people, like, if you were stoned.
Yeah, that's not what he's going for, though.
Then. But you'd be so confused because in order to laugh at it, you have to have some sense of what on earth it's trying to do. And then if it doesn't do it, the subversion of that is very funny. But I keep like, what? Come on, guy. What are you doing?
It's brutal, but it's the desperation.
And Trump, this is your king. This is who Trump wants to be the mayor of New York City.
Oh, I don't think any part of Trump wants him to be the mayor of New York City. He just wants him a little bit more than he wants Mamdani to be the mayor of New York City.
Why is Trump not riding for Sliwa?
Great question.
Like, he has just as much chance as Cuomo and way more Riz.
Way more Riz. Well, the AI stuff and the Logan Paul stuff, like Logan Paul, like he's got a huge audience. Does he have a huge audience of people who are going to vote in the New York City mayoral election based on an interview that Logan Paul? Probably not. But he's like Cuomo is down double digits to a 32-year-old Democratic socialist, and just within the last 2 weeks before the election, he decides to get this desperate. That's how bad. I mean, his whole campaign has been really bad. It's escalating in its awfulness.
It really
remarkably.
It really is. You wouldn't think it could have gotten worse.
And here we are. Here we are. Now,
can't wait for his kind of post-election analysis of what he did wrong in the general.
That'll be good. That'll be good.
And my favorite part is that he now is going around saying, why is everybody talking so much about Israel? This is a New York City mayoral election.
incredible.
Like, you made the whole thing about Israel.
But he could have used that tactic in the primary when Mamdani was saying...
I'm going to arrest Netanyahu or whatever. Yeah, be like, why?
No, but when Mamdani was saying, hey, Mamdani was praised for his excellent answer to that question in the debate, where he said, I'm not going to Israel. I'm staying in I'm the mayor of New York. And Cuomo then decides to get back in the race on a bold platform of learning literally nothing from getting his ass handed to him by a 32-year-old Democratic socialist in the primary, and has continued to talk about Israel as though it's the only way he could possibly win the New York City mayoral race. So let's put this last element on the screen for this block. He was at a town hall on the Upper West Side Monday night with Alicia Wiesel, who is, I believe, the daughter, I'm sorry, the son of Elie Wiesel, so obviously the famous author, Holocaust survivor. And the quote from Alicia Wiesel was, "What would our fathers think that we have to be here tonight in this moment that they spent their entire lives working to make sure never happened again?" Ryan.
Yeah, he like to campaign with Elie Wiesel's son, while at the close of the race, while at the same time complaining that it's all too much about Israel, is not well thought out as a campaign, strategy. By the way, everybody's read Night, which is tremendous work of literature. He also wrote Dawn. You read that one?
I think we had to read it in school.
It's crazy. It's like his character and a British soldier, and his job is to execute the British soldier at dawn. Because they were killing a lot of British soldiers at the time. And it's just him having a conversation with the guy that he has to kill in the morning. It's really interesting, disturbing book. But yeah, so I don't know, what's Cuomo doing here?
A final thought on this, and maybe you can explain it to me, but the right, and it's not even just the right, it's people like Andrew Cuomo who want at the same time to look at Mamdani as a radical left culture warrior, and Cuomo isn't on the he's not on that as much as some people on the right are, but saying this guy is queer liberation means defund the police. That's my favorite Mamdani tweet, obviously, but you can't have that and then say he's an Islamist at the same time. Like, that's insane. It's like
you can, because nothing is required to make any sense.
But like that is the narrative on the right now about Mamdani, is that his
queer Sharia law.
Queer Sharia law. He's a political Islamist.
Queer law.
I've heard people try to square that circle before, but like it's the same thing with Ilhan Omar.
Or is it Shaquaria law?
That's something different. But it makes is that landing with anybody? Because it really it's on its face. The common sense question to that is like, you're telling me he's extremely pro-gay, and that he now met with this imam who has said, don't go out with sticks and look for homosexuals, but make them feel uncomfortable. You're saying that Mamdani endorses that secretly, that he's fooling us into he's actually like a full Sharia in Manhattan type person?
To Trump's credit, he really just sticks with the communist thing. Like his friend Laura Loomer just goes 100% on the Muslim hit, whereas Trump, I think, recognizes that that's absurd, and he goes hard on he's a commie.
Yes, I guess that is to Trump's credit.
Yeah,
we'll give him that one.
Speaking of commies,
yeah.
We're going to talk about the latest controversy with Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner. We'll be joined by Representative Ro Khanna. Stick around for that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause.
Whoa.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
This Sunday, Defiant,
President Trump cuts off trade talks with Canada, and tariff tensions grow as he arrives in Asia for high-stakes talks with China. While back at home, the government shutdown stretches into another week, and workers miss their first full paychecks.
Democrats have rejected every opportunity they've been given to put the American people ahead of their far-left base.
He needs to get off the sidelines, get off the golf course, and actually decide to end the shutdown that he's created.
I'll talk to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. Plus, demolished. President Trump tears down the east wing of the White House to make way for a new ballroom.
It'll be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world, I think.
We're talking about building a ballroom when we're trying to get the economy squared away. Timing's bad.
And full plate. Our Meet the Moment conversation with award-winning chef Marcus Samuelsson.
For me, searching for my Ethiopian identity through food, through the place I was living in Harlem, in New York City, what would that taste like? That was a journey for me.
Joining me for insight and analysis are CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin, Susan Glasser, staff writer for The New Yorker, Mark Short, former director of legislative affairs for President Trump, and Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Kamala Harris. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. President Trump is overseas for the most extensive foreign trip of his second term, trying to secure trade deals with key Asian nations, including a high-stakes meeting with China's President Xi Jinping later this week. It comes amid turmoil at home and abroad. Escalating tensions against Venezuela, with the U.S. deploying a carrier strike group to the region. A government shutdown entering its fourth week, with federal workers missing their first full paychecks and lines growing outside of food banks. Inflation ticking up in September, with prices increasing for goods such as beef, clothing, furniture, and airline tickets. And fierce backlash over the demolition of the east wing of the White House. The stunning images, part of the biggest changes to the White House in nearly a century, to make way for President Trump's new ballroom. It's funded by private donors, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal. But we begin this morning with the president's attempt at diplomacy and deal-making in Asia.
Good relationship with, as you know, President Xi. Very good. We're going to be meeting. We'll have a good meeting. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a great meeting, maybe a great meeting. But I think we're going to do some good business.
And joining me now is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, traveling with President Trump in Malaysia. Secretary Bessent, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Kristen, good to be with you.
Well, it is wonderful to have you. You are there meeting with your Chinese counterparts ahead of President Trump's planned meeting with President Xi of China. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that China is ready to make a trade deal?
Kristen, I can tell you they are, because we just finished 2 days of negotiations, and we've created a framework for the two leaders to discuss on Thursday in Korea.
So that's optimism. President Trump had threatened to impose an additional 100% tariffs on China on November 1st if Beijing goes forward with a plan to put restrictions on rare earth minerals, as you know. If China refuses to pull back those restrictions, Mr. Secretary, can you confirm that President Trump will, in fact, impose those 100% tariffs against China?
Well, Kristen, I think that's old news. President Trump gave me a great deal of negotiating leverage with the threat of the 100% tariffs on November 1st, and I believe we've reached a very substantial framework that will avoid that and allow us to discuss many other things with the Chinese. I think we will be able to discuss them helping us get this terrible fentanyl crisis under control. I think we are going to be able to discuss substantial soybean and ag purchases for our American farmers. I think we are going to be able to discuss more balanced trade. And I'm not going to get ahead of the two leaders, but I think that they will also be discussing President Trump's global peace plan that he's been so successful at, both here in Asia, the Middle East, and now he's looking to Ukraine, Russia.
Mr. Secretary, you said a couple of significant things. It sounds like you're saying you are not anticipating a 100% tariff against China on November 1st, and seems like you're saying that China is poised to purchase soybeans to open up those markets again?
I believe that we have the framework for the two leaders to have a very productive meeting for both sides, and I think it will be fantastic for U.S. citizens, for U.S. farmers, and for our country in general.
Okay, but you're not anticipating the 100% tariffs?
No, I'm not, and I'm also anticipating that we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed.
Okay.
But again, this will all be, my counterpart, the Vice Premier, and I have set the framework, and it will be up to the two leaders to discuss the final terms.
Okay, well, let's talk about another major trade issue, which is Canada, of course. This week, President Trump abruptly broke off trade talks with Canada and put another 10% tariff on Canada in response to an ad that the government of Ontario ran. It features former President Ronald Reagan.
These are so good.
2 shots in one day? I think you've earned it.
Get your flu shot and other vaccines from someone who cares. Walk in or schedule today. Walgreens.
Why is the president setting trade policy based on a television ad he doesn't like?
Well, Kristen, let's think about this. This is a kind of propaganda against U.S. citizens. It's psyops. Why would the government of Ontario? I'm told that they have spent or were planning to spend up to $75 million on these ads to come across the U.S. border. So what was the purpose of that other than to sway public opinion? And it's some kind of propaganda that the Premier of Ontario unilaterally launched.
Will the 10% tariffs apply to all Canadian goods, Mr. Secretary?
Kristen, I've been traveling since this unfortunate event happened. I know that the ad's been taken down. So, we'll have to see. But I just think it was terrible, terrible judgment by this Premier, who has a bit of a reputation for being a hothead.
Does the president know if the tariffs will apply to 10% tariffs will apply to all Canadian goods? Has he made a determination about that?
Well, I'm sure he knows, and I'm sure the Ambassador Greer knows. But again, we're here out in Asia, and we're doing these big trade deals out in Asia. We just signed the Malaysian deal today, which was fantastic. And I've been spending the past 2 days negotiating with the Chinese. So whatever is going on back in North America, I think is taking second fiddle to President Trump's leadership out here in the Pacific.
Okay, let me ask you about something here back at home. Inflation. We learned this week that inflation in September ticked back up to 3%. That's the highest level since January. I want you to take a listen to something that President-elect Trump told me back in December. Take a look.
I started using the word, the groceries, when you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
Mr. Secretary, coffee prices are up 19% from a year ago. Beef is up almost 15%, and bacon up almost 6%, just to name a few. So when are all grocery prices going to come down, as President Trump promised?
Well, Kristen, it's unfortunate. As much as I like you, you like to cherry pick. So, when we came in, it was eggflation, eggflation, eggflation. Egg prices are down, gasoline prices are down. Overall, the inflation since President Trump has come in, has come down. we inherited this terrible affordability crisis from the Biden administration. The first thing we had to do was get it under control. And this month's inflation number was actually below the consensus number. If we look at core inflation, it was 0.2%, which was the lowest it's been in a long time. Rents are coming down. So, Kristen, you don't get to cherry pick. Inflation is a composite number, and I am confident that in the coming months, inflation is going to come down.
Just to be very clear, though, CPI has been higher in the past 3 months than it was in the first 5 months of the year. If President Trump's economic policies are working, why is inflation up? Why are those grocery prices that I just mentioned that he said were so critical, why are they up?
Well, again, Kristen, you're cherry picking because inflation actually had a drop, the first drop in 4 years in March and April under President Trump. And I am confident that as we come into the coming numbers, that we will see a drop in inflation back towards the Fed's 2% target. And I assume your next question is going to be to blame it on tariffs. And the imported goods have actually been quite flat or dropped, and it's mostly service goods. And another factor in the inflation report is what's called investment management income, and that's inflation that goes up because the stock market goes up, so management fees are higher.
Okay, let me turn to another big issue. The Trump administration recently extended a $20 billion lifeline to Argentina that has gotten some bipartisan criticism, Mr. Secretary, including from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. I'll read you a little bit of what she wrote. She says, quote, Americans are getting decimated with high cost of living and skyrocketing insurance costs. Many of them have zero savings and some are maxing out credit cards to survive. Tell me how it's America first to bail out a foreign country with 20 or even 40 billion taxpayer dollars. How is this move America first, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Kristen, it is America first because we are supporting a U.S. ally. There will be no taxpayer losses. This is a swap line. This is not a bailout. And it is from the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which Treasury, I control at Treasury. It has never registered a loss. It is not going to register a loss this time. We are supporting a U.S. ally in Latin America, and we want to set the tone in Latin America because look at what's going on in Venezuela. It is a failed narco state, and I'm a big fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's a fantastic voice in Congress. But please let me finish. So we think it is much better to use American economic power up front to stabilize a friendly government and lead the way, because we've got many other governments. We've got many other governments in Latin America, Bolivia, Ecuador, Paraguay, who all want to follow. So I would rather extend a swap line than be shooting at the boats carrying drugs as we're having to coming out of Venezuela.
Well, you take me to my next question, because the military has now launched 10 attacks, killing more than 40 people against these suspected drug smuggling boats, as you just referenced. Is the United States at war with Venezuela, Mr. Secretary?
Kristen, I have a big portfolio. Defense is not one of them. I think you'd have to ask our great Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, or Secretary of State Marco Rubio on that. But what I can tell you is the President's committed to protecting U.S. citizens from the ravages of these drugs. And also, you were asking earlier about the China trade deal, and part of that is going to include very substantial cooperation to stop the precursor drugs on fentanyl, which make their way to Mexico, to Canada, and kill hundreds of thousands of Americans a year and ruin families.
Well, and it's worth noting that the vast majority of fentanyl comes to the U.S. from Mexico. Let me ask you, because we're almost out of time, I just want to get two more questions in. The East Wing of the White House was demolished this week to make way for President Trump's plans for a ballroom, as you know. It surprised a lot of people, given that President Trump said this back in July. Take a look.
It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite place. I love it.
Why didn't the president tell the public he was going to tear down the entire East Wing, rather, which, as you know, is a part of the People's House?
Well, again, I think this was a judgment call on the president. The president is a master builder, and Kristen, I was, for many years, on the board of something called Classical American Homes, and I completely endorse what the president's doing here with the ballroom. And I don't know. I assume that maybe parts of the East Wing could have been asbestos, could have been mold, could have not fit with the design. But the classical architecture firm that's doing this is a magnificent structure that's going up. That my office looks over it, and I'm watching the demolition here and the construction that's already underway. And this is moving at warp speed. And I think it's going to be something that all Americans can be proud of. And we have a history of presidents renovating and adding to the White House campus. It started with Thomas Jefferson. I don't think anybody would argue when Thomas Jefferson they added the colonnades. It was controversial at the time.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, and of course the question is about his revealing to the American public and saying he wouldn't have to actually tear down the building, and now that's what's happening. But very quickly, before I let you go, we're now in the second longest shutdown in U.S. history. When will President Trump meet with Democrats to try to bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Chris, I'm going to have to reject the premise of your question. Why did President Trump have to meet with Democrats? Democrats just need to go into the Senate and vote to end the shutdown.
But President Trump has said in the past it's up to the president. He's the president. No, he said that in the past. He said you have to be a leader. The president has to lead. You have to get people into a room. You have to get a deal. When's he going to do that?
Well, he is leading, and there's no deal to do with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is trading off his polls. What's different than when he passed the clean CR in the spring? It's his polls. The whole country's being held captive to AOC's polls. But let's look at the numbers. It's 52-3. 52 Republicans have voted, I believe it's 11 times, to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have. And right here, right now, I would urge moderate Democratic senators to come across the aisle, reopen the government, because I'll tell you, we're starting to eat into muscle here. This is starting to affect travel. It's starting to affect the economy. And, this is quixotic. I don't know what the purpose is. I'm not sure they do.
All right. Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much. Safe travels. We appreciate your joining us. When we come back, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona joins me next. Welcome back, and joining me now is Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. Senator Gallego, welcome to Meet the Press.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's start where I left off with the Treasury Secretary and the shutdown. Federal workers have now missed their first full paycheck. Democrats are demanding that any deal to reopen the government include an extension of those Obamacare subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of the year. Early enrollment starts November 1st. Senator, are you prepared to keep up this fight through November 1st when early enrollment starts?
Look, our focus right now is to keep costs low. You just heard Secretary Bessent, and he had this long economics professor explanation about inflation right now. It's bad out there. If you go to the grocery store, people aren't buying as much. Food is still high. Energy is high. And now we're going to add health insurance costs on top of that. What we're asking is for the president to take a leadership position, for Mike Johnson to bring back Congress, and let's work on a real compromise. And that compromise will look with some type of reform to the ACA. We get that. We understand that. But we need to assure Americans do not have their inflation, do not see their insurance premiums double overnight. And that's what's going to happen unless Republicans work with us to stop that.
But how long are you prepared to stick out this fight? Past November 1st? Past Thanksgiving?
I'm not looking at a timetable. I'm looking at everyone's personal pocketbook right now.
Do you rule that timetable out, though?
I rule any timetable out right now. What I rule and what I focus on right now is trying to keep costs low. Right now, again, everything is just hurting. You know, they talk about the price of rent. It's not going down. It's actually staying stable in some areas, but most areas it's going up. We're seeing auto loans are now largely in default, largest ever it's had been in quite a while. And we're going to go back and add, again, insurance premiums doubling for 24 million Americans. That is a decision that the Republicans are going to make, and then they have to own for the next year. And I'm not quite sure that a lot of Republicans in swing districts understand what they're about to do.
Well, you talk about hurting. I do want to play you something that one furloughed federal worker had to say as she lined up outside of a food bank in Maryland. Those lines are getting longer. Take a listen.
It's pretty difficult. You know, you're trying to figure out how you're going to, pay your bills, eat, but I mean, you have to make a way. So so that's why I'm here today, to see what the options are as far as, food options we can get today.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause.
Whoa.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Senator, how do you explain to federal workers like the woman who we just heard there, continuing this shutdown, they feel like they are being punished and caught in the middle? Why not make a deal now?
Well, look, and we've actually tried. Just last week, we introduced a bill to actually pay all federal workers through the shutdown, and it was not even given a vote. The Republicans came down and stopped the unanimous consent, which would have been a very clean bill saying no matter who you are, as long as you're a federal employee, you're going to get paid while we work this out. But let's also talk about the fact that 24 million Americans are going to have to pay double their premiums for a whole year or even longer, right? We're going to be able to pay a lot of these federal workers back. Actually, we've done in the past. But once these rates set in, once November 1st comes along, you're seeing people that are going to see rates. So, like, I'll give you a good example. An Arizona family of 4, it's going to jump almost $3,500. That's $7,000 someone's going to have to pay for their health insurance. There's not many families in this country do not have enough room for them to be able to afford that big of a jump.
All right, let me ask you about another key issue. You heard me talk to the secretary about this. The military now launching 10 attacks against what they have described as suspected drug boats. This is happening largely in the Caribbean. They've killed more than 40 people so far. President Trump saying he may even order land strikes into Venezuela with or without congressional approval. He was asked about it this week. Take a listen.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
The Trump administration insists these strikes are consistent with international law. Do you agree with that?
No, it's murder. It's very simple. If this president feels that they're doing something illegally, then he should be using the Coast Guard. If there's an act of war, then you use our military, and then you come and talk to us first. But this is murder. It's sanctioned murder that he is doing that. And it's very simple for someone like him to talk about killing people or doing something in the name of war. He's never actually served. He's never actually pulled a trigger. And it's very dangerous what he's doing, both to our international relations, to our friends down in South America, and to these men and women that have to make these calls for a president who has zero understanding about the responsibility someone has when it comes to having to make life and death decisions. It's disgusting what he's doing.
Okay, he says he will brief Congress. We'll see how that unfolds. I do want to ask you about something that has gotten a lot of attention nationwide, the destruction of the East Wing of the White House. It was demolished to make space, of course, for President Trump's ballroom. It's a move that has sparked some backlash from Democrats, even from some Republicans. Former Republican Congressman Joe Walsh said this. I'm going to read you part of it. Quote, I will repeat this every single day for the next 3 years. Any Democrat running for president in 2028 must pledge to immediately tear down, bulldoze, demolish Trump's ballroom and fully restore the East Wing. Is that overstated, or would you agree with that any Democrat who becomes the next president, if and when that were to happen, they should tear down whatever changes Trump makes?
No, I think to really mess with him, just name it the Barack Obama ballroom, and I think that will take care of half the problem.
So don't tear it down.
But
Don't
more
make your own
importantly,
changes.
this is a distraction. First of all, he should not have done that. It's the people's house. Number two, where is the president? He's focusing on the ballroom. He's focused on everything, but he's not focused on what's happening right now. Inflation's still high. People can't buy what they need to buy. Energy's still high. We have tariff wars that are being caused because he feels icky and feels bad about someone talking bad about him in a commercial. And inflation's about to double for 24 million Americans, and that's what he cares about. This is Marie Antoinette talking about let them eat cake while Americans are struggling right now. So what I would like for him to do is to focus on this to make sure that we can actually get costs down. People can actually make, a good standard of living right now and be able to pay what they need to survive instead of him focusing on all these little projects, which aren't really bringing anything to help everyday Americans.
Let's talk about the future of your party on the same night that you won your Senate race in 2024 in Arizona. Vice President Kamala Harris lost that state. In a new interview, she is saying that she is open to potentially running for president again. Senator, let me ask you, do you think that Vice President Kamala Harris would be a strong candidate in 2028?
I thought she was a strong candidate in 2024. I think there's a lot of strong candidates in 2020. I think she would be a strong candidate also in 2028. And that's going to be left up to the primary voter to decide.
But would you encourage Vice President Kamala Harris to run?
I would probably talk to a lot of candidates and see where they are. I can't say I'll encourage her right now because I want to see what her policy positions are, make sure they align with the voters of Arizona, make sure it's a winning message. But I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, and you've gotten a little bit of buzz. Would you rule out a run yourself? Are you thinking about it in 2028?
Well, as I was just telling you earlier, first I got to take care of these 3 kids and deal with getting us through 2026, bringing back inflation down, making sure that 24 million Americans do not have their insurance rates doubled starting November 1st. And then maybe all after that, I'll start thinking about something like that.
Okay, so not ruling it out.
Okay.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. When we come back, new warning signs for the economy, a shutdown with no end in sight, and President Trump's new $300 million White House ballroom. The panel is next.
These are so good.
2 shots in one day? I think you've earned it.
Get your flu shot and other vaccines from someone who cares. Walk in or schedule today. Walgreens.
Welcome back. The panel is here. Susan Glasser, staff writer for The New Yorker. Andrew Ross Sorkin, co-anchor of CNBC's Squawk Box and author of the new book, 1929. Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris and Speaker Pelosi, and Mark Short, former Trump director of legislative affairs. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. Andrew, congratulations on the new book. We are going to discuss it. Before we get to your book, though, let's talk about what we heard from Secretary Bessent. Traveling with President Trump in Asia seemed to signal some optimism about a deal with China. What are you going to be watching for this week?
So clearly he believes that there's a deal, and I think he's trying to set a moment up in which there can be a deal. I think the big issue, and you pushed him on it, was this issue of soybeans. Yeah. 20% of the soybean crop in America used to get purchased by China. And so the question is whether you're going to see that be a part of the deal, how much of that is part of the deal. I think the rare earths is going to be a huge issue. But then there's other issues that no one's talking about. Russian oil, I think, is going to be part of this conversation. I think there's going to be even chips. I think the NVIDIA piece of this, all of these chips that are being used for AI today. And so I think we're going to have to see who's really got the leverage in this negotiation.
All right. Well, it is going to be a fascinating 5 days. Susan, kind of in the backdrop of this is all of the tensions that we're tracking here at home. And the visual manifestation of that may just be tearing down the East Wing of the White House. I want to read you what conservative columnist Peggy Noonan had to say in the Wall Street Journal. She said, the photos of the tearing down of the East Wing were upsetting because they felt like a metaphor for the idea that history itself can be made to disappear. This really touched a nerve with people. Why do you think that is, Susan?
You know, I mean, it's the week that the metaphor became reality, right? You know, I remember, in fact, back in Trump's first term when Republican Senator Bob Corker, then the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, he said to me, he said, you know, Trump has the instincts of a human wrecking ball. Well, here we are, you know, literally Trump deploying an actual wrecking ball. And I think what struck people like Peggy Noonan, that was a really powerful column, but a lot of people, conservatives, liberals, it's not about ideology. It's about a president who seems to think that there are no rules that apply to him, that he can do almost anything in impunity in this second term. To me, that's the difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. No process. You know, read the Washington Post story about what it would take if you wanted to renovate your front door in Georgetown, okay, in a historic district. And then the president can just knock down a historic building. So it's not so much, it seems like the White House wants to make it about the ballroom, but it's not about that. It's a classic example of the question of Trump and does he recognize any limits to his power?
You know, Mark, Susan points out the differences between Trump 1.0 and 2.0. No one knows them better than you because you lived through it. How do you see this moment evolving as we talk about all of these competing factors, the tensions over trade, the shutdown here back at home, and then all of the bipartisan criticism we've seen with tearing down the East Wing?
I think the photos are jarring, and I think the reality is that the White House belongs to the American people. It's temporarily occupied by each different president. There's a process to make changes like that. Having said that, I don't think we appreciate how much voters elected Donald Trump to tear down much of Washington, D.C. That's what they wanted. I think the bigger issue is going to be heading into the midterms next year throughout. It continues to be the trade agenda. I mean, to your interview with Scott Bessent, in 2 weeks, the administration is going to stand in front of the Supreme Court making oral arguments to defend IEPA, which says in our national emergency, the president can assess tariffs. What exactly is the national emergency frontier running ads of Ronald Reagan? What is the defense to say that's a national emergency? And how upside down is our world today that a quasi-socialist economy in Canada is running ads as one of America's greatest presidents, extolling the virtues of free trade, and a Republican president is condemning the words of Ronald Reagan and has more central planners in their administration than any Democrat administration in the last 100 years. It's an upside-down world that we're living in right now.
And also notable when I asked the Treasury Secretary about the new tariffs that he plans to impose against Canada, the 10%, Ashley, he wasn't sure if that applied to all goods. What is the Democratic view, particularly as increasingly polls are showing frustration with both parties over this government shutdown and the question, who's going to blink first here?
I mean, it's interesting. I was watching the secretary and I was asking myself, what world is he living in? He clearly isn't living in the shoes of the American people. I mean, I think the political pitfall for the president right now is this split screen. Here is the emperor building this big, beautiful ballroom. Meanwhile, federal workers are in line and food banks. You've got a situation where the president is trying to shake down DOJ for $230 million of taxpayer money, by the way, and we're suffering from higher grocery costs, electricity costs. He's bailing out Argentina. Meanwhile, our farmers are told to eat cake. That is really what's at play here. And when the Democrats consider the issue of the shutdown, it's not. I don't think they're going to take any responsibility for it. It's the president. He owns it. It's his choice. He can lift it right now and get us out of this shutdown right now if he cared anything about the American people and their increasing health care.
I think the Democrats were pretty quiet during the Biden years when all their spending basically started all this inflation we're experiencing.
Well, you know, we were.
And the reality is that right now, almost every Republican voted for funding to keep government open, and almost every Democrat voted to shut down the government. So to say this is the president's fault is ridiculous. Well, the Democrats caused this shutdown. It's not Mark, to condone. It's not to condone, you know, particular actions of the trade agenda, but to sit here and say that this is the president's fault is ridiculous.
Mark, with all due respect, the president has overseen more shutdowns than any other president in American history. The president said,
every Democrat voted against funding the government. You voted against funding the government. How can you say that's the president's fault?
Let me just, for one moment, bring Andrew back into this, because he does have this new book, 1929. And of course,
Excellent.
The economy is what, looms over all of this. You write, Andrew, inside the greatest crash in Wall Street history and how it shattered a nation. And what's fascinating about the book are some of the parallels that one can draw between then and now. Talk a little bit about that and this debate.
Right. Look, I don't want to suggest that we are in 1929, but we might be in 1999, and there are these parallels. By the way, tariffs being just one. The Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which went into effect in 1930, literally 12 months later, global trade had dropped by 60%. I'm not suggesting we will be there, but there's a possibility that it's going to have...
tariff rate as high as it's been in 100 years.
It's going to have a real impact, and I think right now, when you look at our economy, it is a tale of two cities, or two countries, in fact. There's the AI country, artificial intelligence, which is driving almost the entirety of our growth in this nation right now, and everything else. And there are these elements of inflation, while decelerating, like the Treasury Secretary said. You look at meat, you look at furniture, you look at the things that we are living with. This great experiment around tariffs means ultimately things are going to cost more, and there's going to be less competition, full stop. And just one other point, Jason Furman of Harvard did a study recently looking at AI. If you take out all the AI spending in America right now, our economy is flat.
Susan, weigh in here, particularly as we're less than 2 weeks away from elections, off-year elections in Virginia and New Jersey for the governor's seat. The economy is still the #1 issue. Spending, affordability, that's what voters still care about.
And that's what voters always care about. I mean, that's the thing, right? You go back to, it's the economy, stupid. I mean, it's always the economy. And I think Trump was very successful in 2024 in shaping a perception about inflation. He's really good at repeating a lie over and over again. So he told people it was the worst inflation in the history of the universe. And even if people didn't accept that, they accepted the idea that that was the framework. Well, now what we haven't heard, and I'm interested to see what Republicans say about this, we haven't heard any ownership that there's a connection between Trump's attempt to upend the global trading economy and what's happening here at home. But I can tell you, going to the grocery store, that maybe Scott Bassett doesn't go to the grocery store, but it's expensive, and it's more expensive. And the question is when people, and if they start to blame President Trump for his trade policies in connection with that.
Mark, what about that issue? And do you think that it's going to loom large over these gubernatorial races? The New Jersey race closer, I think, than folks were anticipating, certainly, but the Republican candidate there, Jack Ciattarelli, walking a really fine line when it comes to President
I think
Trump.
all of us around this table can afford our groceries. I think the challenge is in middle America, particularly in the agricultural community. I think that's where the tariffs are having their greatest impact. And even though CPI is at 3%, to the president's credit, he's lowered energy prices by 25 to 30%, but that shows you that the tariff impact is actually even greater when you take that into effect. I think for the elections, look, I think that the elections this year are mostly in blue states. I think the one bright spot for Republicans will be Jason Miyares in Virginia. Outside of that, I think it'll pretty much be a Democrat year.
Why, Andrew, is the economy always and still the #1 issue and borne out by your book here?
Because people always, always, always vote with their wallet. That is the lesson of history. And so when you see what's happening right now and the costs going up, invariably the costs are going up. By the way, the St. Louis Fed has some math. They say the costs are going up. So when people say, maybe tariffs aren't a thing, it's a thing.
Well, the other big thing, we got some news from your former boss, former Vice President Kamala Harris, who said in a new interview that she is not ruling out a run for president for a third time in 2028. What do you make of that? Were you surprised to hear her say that?
I wasn't surprised, but I'm very excited about the possibility.
Okay.
I mean, I hope that there's a robust conversation within the Democratic Party. We have our own issues. I mean, I think we're suffering from major crises. We're going through an identity crisis. We're draining support among our base voters. There's a growing trust gap. I mean, and this has been persisting and getting worse since 2012. So I really hope that she does get in the race, but I hope there becomes a more robust conversation about the direction of the party.
Mark, if she gets into the race?
I think Republicans are equally excited to run against Kamala Harris. So.
Susan, last thought.
Look, it's early yet. Let's talk about this again after the 26 midterm elections. I think, the question there really is, can Democrats perform historically as they are expected to do well? And does it even matter anymore when Donald Trump has so expanded executive power? My question is, since he doesn't go to the Congress when it's Republicans, is he going to care at all if it is Democratic?
All right. Well, we will be watching closely. Again, Andrew Ross Sorkin, 1929, congrats. Thank you all for being here. Great discussion. When we come back, the NBA returns to NBC, and we look back on an interview with an NBA legend. Our Meet the Press Minute is next. Welcome back. That unmistakable theme returned to NBC this week, meaning the NBA is back on the Peacock network after more than 2 decades. It's the sound that introduced legends Magic Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and of course, Michael Jordan. In 1997, Jordan sat down with Meet the Press, and he talked about the pressure of being a role model to millions.
But you cannot deny, Charles and Michael and Grant, that there are 4 million young black boys under the age of 18, and they idolize you. They look up to you. Aren't you a role model?
To some extent, yes. I think we have an obligation. It wasn't an obligation that we chose. It was bestowed upon us because of the success that we have gathered. But I think when your parents are there every day, they have a much more influence on that kid than what we do. What we do is generalize. It's over a group of people, probably the 4,000 or 400,000 kids that are watching us. And we try to do that to the best of our abilities. But the influence is going to come from a day-to-day basis when you can see these attitudes and how they accept certain discipline or certain attitudes to change. And we can't do that from a general sense.
When we come back, our Meet the Moment conversation with award-winning chef and entrepreneur Marcus Samuelsson.
Meet the Moment is sponsored by Vanguard.
Welcome back. Throughout his 30 years in America, Chef Marcus Samuelsson has made a name for himself in the kitchen and on your TV screen. From his prestigious James Beard Awards to helming the first state dinner of the Obama administration, Samuelsson has been a key voice in bringing African and Black cuisine to the forefront in America. I sat down with Samuelsson in his brand new restaurant, Marcus DC, right here in the nation's capital. In our Meet the Moment conversation, I talked to him about his journey from being born in a hut in Ethiopia to becoming one of the most renowned chefs in the world. Marcus Samuelsson, welcome to Meet the Press.
Welcome to Marcus DC.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here and to be sitting with you. You have an absolutely extraordinary story. You came to the United States 30 years ago. You were born in
30 years ago.
Yes.
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 I can't even believe
years
it.
ago.
Yes.
See, when you hear that,
yes.
it really hits you,
yes.
right? You were born in Ethiopia in the middle of a civil war. You were adopted by parents in Sweden. You grew up there. You have now become a renowned chef who really puts a focus on Black and African cooking. Why has it been so important to you to build on that goal of showcasing African and Black food to the world?
I think it's an evolution. Sometimes when you are adopted, my experience of being adopted is it's almost like your identity, you can live it backwards, right? And when I decided to be a chef, it was really for my Swedish grandmother, Helga. She raised us all around good cooking, and I fell in love with it. The deliciousness of her cooking, but also the storytelling. When I became a chef, there was only one cuisine in the world that people told us was important. It was French cooking. And as a young Black chef, I never saw anyone looking like me. So I found more identity around Black excellence, whether it was Prince or whether it was Basquiat or whether it was incredible American pop culture.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause.
Whoa.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Right? So I studied these French books. I traveled. I worked in Japan. I worked in Switzerland. I worked in 3-star Michelin in France. And I had to learn several different languages. And everywhere I was the only person of color. And I had a lot of questions around that. Where do I fit in? What is my restaurant going to look like? Do I cook African food? Do I cook Swedish food? Do I cook French food? But the black experience is obviously not monolithic. You can be black from Haiti, you can be black from Jamaica, you can be black from American from Africa. And for me, searching for my Ethiopian identity through food, through the place I was living in Harlem, in New York City, what would that taste like? That was a journey for me.
You speak with such pride about being an immigrant. And you've said one of your most memorable experiences of all of these remarkable experiences you've had is the day that you were sworn in as a U.S. citizen. Why was that so meaningful for you? And why is that so much a part of what you bring to every dish, every restaurant?
I would say, besides my kids being born and the day we got married, I would say that's the most important day in my life, because it was also a sign of a journey that I do belong. I have a place, because I wanted, immigrants who choose to come to America, especially for me. I could live in a very comfortable country, and I love Sweden as well. But in America, I was allowed to hold on to my Ethiopian identity, my Swedish culture, but also at the same time be an American. And I, as a chef, I can cook from all of these experiences.
Do you think the American dream is still available to immigrants today in the way that it was for you when you first got here?
I think the American dream is alive. You just have to fight and battle for it more than ever. And I know we will, because the American dream, it's not a 4-year cycle. It's much larger than that. It's something that, the imperfection or the perfection of my American journey doesn't have an end to it. My kids are born and raised in Harlem. They are truly born in America, but they're equally proud of their Swedish and Ethiopian background. And that's what it means to be American.
Let's talk about this beautiful space where we're sitting right now, Marcus, D.C. How do you hope people feel after they eat one of your meals here?
I don't hope. I know people feel great, fantastic, because guests to our restaurant, we're very privileged and very excited about how busy we are in these very difficult times, right? I know a lot of restaurateurs, not just in DC, are working extremely hard. And, the restaurant community, we always have to respond to what happens around us, right? When the unknown of cost of goods, we have to deal with that. When the labor market goes up and down, we have to deal with that. When the farms and the restaurant are getting raided, we have to deal with that. Not just as something that we see on social media, but something that is actually, it's real emotion. We know people in our community, in our very industry. And the cooks and the servers are not the ones that are creating issues. They're hardworking people with extremely passionate about being Americans and contributing. The cooks, the gardener, the server, the person who makes the beds at this hotel, they're not the ones creating issues. They're actually the ones that are adding to the American experience.
And you can watch my full interview with Marcus Samuelsson at meetthepress.com. That is all for today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back next week, because if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app, or watch live on our YouTube channel.
I think he needs one too. What do you think? All right. You guys ready to fight some crime?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you go get him, all right?
At Walgreens, every flu shot is where health meets care. Walgreens.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where the government shutdown has now entered its fourth week, making it the second longest shutdown in U.S. history. The consequences for hundreds of thousands of workers for vital government services and for the American healthcare system are growing, and there are no signs it will end anytime soon. After nearly a dozen failed votes on funding in the Senate, Democrats are putting the onus on President Trump to kickstart negotiations, as the president says Democrats must end the shutdown first.
Donald Trump, instead of leaving the country, or before he leaves the country, should sit down and negotiate with us so we can address this horrible crisis. He should not be going away before he negotiates. The American people are in crisis.
I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them, but I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open.
To be clear, you won't meet with them until the government's open.
The government has to be open, yeah.
Today, more signals from both sides that they are not budging, with Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries slamming Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson for keeping the chamber out of session as Johnson doubles down.
Of town and now are nowhere to be found. House Democrats understand our responsibility to run toward and embrace the American people as we defend their health care, their quality of life, and work hard to drive down the high cost of living in the United States of America.
Democrats are the ones who manufactured this entire situation without a single Republican vote, and now the chickens are coming back home to roost. They're trying to blame the other team. If you called each individual House Republican right now, we're almost 100%, probably 99%. Situation we're in.
So just to remind everyone, at the center of the shutdown, Democrats' demands on extending Affordable Care Act subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of the year. But with the ACA open enrollment set to begin in just 10 days, sticker shock for many Americans already setting in. According to the nonpartisan health policy research group KFF, the Kaiser Family Foundation, average premium payments will more than double next year without a tax credit extension. The impact will be felt all across America, but could hit Republican districts particularly hard, according to KFF, with more than half of those enrolled in the ACA living in GOP districts. Now, it comes as a group of 13 House Republicans in competitive districts are urging Speaker Johnson to promise action once the shutdown is over, writing, quote, allowing these tax credits to lapse without a clear path forward would risk real harm to those we represent. Our conference and President Trump have been clear that we will not take health care away from families who depend on it. This is our opportunity to demonstrate that commitment through action. Joining me now to start us all off is White House correspondent Monica Alba. And with me on set, Capitol Hill correspondent Mel Zanona and senior national security correspondent Courtney Cuby. Thanks to all of you for starting us off. So, Monica, I want to start with you. We did hear President Trump say that, yes, he would meet with Democrats, but only after they vote to reopen the government. Is the White House starting to feel any of these pressure points, though, Monica? Public polling, a majority of people still blame Republicans, and also, of course, missed paychecks. We're starting to see at airports across the country. Is any of this having an impact?
Not from my conversations, Kristen. I have to tell you, the White House, the president, top aides, they are very united in their position, and they are as dug in as can possibly be. They do believe that so far their position has been clear, has been consistent, which is that they made their pitch to Democrats, which was to try to support this stopgap measure, to try to basically get a CR, a continuing resolution, to then have the ability to reopen the government. And then the White House says they would be open to sitting down and having a conversation about those health care subsidy expiring concerns, about potentially these other issues, and that's when the president says he's willing to sit down with Democratic leadership. Now, of course, what's interesting there is that over the last 22 days or so, the president has very much made an effort to completely place the blame on Democrats. And now the language is, we just want them to reopen the government and then we're happy to sit down and talk. But they feel so far that it will be Democrats who blink first in all of this because of the pain points that you raise. They believe that people will ultimately blame Democrats for that because, as we saw yesterday with the president and those Republican senators in the Rose Garden, they feel that their public messaging has worked, which is Republicans keep trying to hold these votes to reopen the government and that it's not enough Democrats who are joining them to make that happen. So simply from a messaging standpoint, from an optics standpoint, the president feels pretty pleased with the way they have played this, and they say that their position doesn't appear to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, it does seem as though both sides are increasingly dug in. Monica, let me ask you, because, of course, we know that President Trump is set to visit Asia in the next several days. Any signs that he could actually change those plans if Congress does get closer to a deal?
Not as of now, Kristen, and we have also been putting this in the category of business is pretty much as usual as it has been, even if we weren't in a government shutdown at the White House, with plenty of travel. He has been traveling domestically. He, of course, went to the Middle East in the last couple of weeks to oversee phase 1 of that critical ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. And as you point out, he will be on a multi-day trip. This will be a long trip to various countries in Asia where he will participate in world summits and where we expect he will sit down with Chinese President Xi Jinping. And for now, that trip is full steam ahead, and the president plans on carrying that out, all while the government will stay shut down.
All right, covering a lot of angles there. Monica Alba at the White House, thank you so much. Let me turn to Mel and Courtney on set here. So, Mel, give us the view from Capitol Hill, because we know that there has been some discussion among some Republicans about potentially trying to find the contours of a deal on health care subsidies. Where do things stand on the Hill?
Well, there is no movement right now, but I will say that Republicans are starting to feel the heat on these Affordable Care Act subsidies. And the reason is because those notices have started to either go out or been posted online, letting people know that their premiums are about to skyrocket. And what's really interesting about this debate, Kristen, you and I have talked about this, so many Republican districts and states actually use the Affordable Care Act exchanges to get their health care, especially in the South, places like Georgia, Florida, Texas. I was talking to one Congresswoman today, Maria Elvira Salazar of Florida. She has the highest number of ACA enrollees in the entire country. She's calling on her party to extend those Affordable Care Act subsidies, said it is imperative. But right now, she's standing behind the party leadership strategy, which is we're not going to negotiate on this until Democrats reopen the government. We'll see if that starts to change, especially as we get closer to that November 1st open enrollment date. But certainly Republicans recognize this is an issue for them as well.
It's so fascinating because Speaker Johnson has kept the House out, and that sort of added extra pressure to him with calls for him to bring the House back, saying you're not even here working.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've been out of session for over a month now. Just remarkable. And in that time, they could have been doing so many other things, hearings, committee markups, long-term appropriations bills, and yes, something on the Affordable Care Act. I don't think this is a sustainable position for Johnson much longer. They're eventually going to have to redo the stopgap spending bill because it has a November 21st end date. Obviously, that's going to become inoperable the closer we get to that date. So we'll see how long they can actually keep them away.
Court, give us the view from the Pentagon, because obviously this has the ability to impact service members' pay. We know that they did move some money around so that they wouldn't skip their first paycheck, but can the administration continue to do that?
So basically what they did was, at the president's direction, they took $8 billion worth of unobligated funds that were already supposed to be going towards research and development. They pushed it into a different account. They were able to pay all U.S. troops, that means active duty men and women in the military, plus the National Guard, who have been federalized. We've been talking a lot about them. They're frankly in cities all over the country at this point. They all got paid about October 15th. That $8 billion pretty much was all eaten up with that one pay period, though. So in order for troops to get their next pay, which is Halloween, October 31st, just about less than 10 days away from now, there needs to be another movement of money, or there has to be some sort of congressional authorization here. At this point, there's nothing moving in that direction. Mel would probably know that way better than I am. By the way, it's so fun to be on set. We never get to be on set together. But, you know, at this point, there's no movement towards that. So at this point, U.S. troops will not get paid on Halloween.
Well, Court tees up my question to you perfectly. Is there any movement on that on Capitol Hill? Any discussion about getting payment to U.S. service members?
Well, there's actually is going to be a bill on the floor tomorrow that would pay not only the military, but all federal workers who are forced to work during the shutdown. However, we're not expecting that to pass. Democrats have already previewed two reasons why they're going to vote against it. One, they said it doesn't cover civil servants. And number two, they're worried it gives too much authority to President Trump and his OMB director to sort of pick and choose who gets paid, who doesn't get paid. But for Republicans, this is just another way to try to wear Democrats down, make them take really tough votes. You can imagine some of the campaign attack ads that write themselves against Democrats, but so far they're holding firm.
Well, Mel, one of the pressure points in 2019 during the shutdown, of course, was TSA officials, staff shortages at airports. airport and airline delays. We're starting to see a little bit of that right now. Could that actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back in this instance, or what do you think?
I do think ultimately what breaks the camel's back is an outpouring of pressure from constituents, perhaps because of travel. Also, don't forget these lawmakers travel too. They don't want to be waiting in airports any more than we do. Everyone's really looking to Thanksgiving. I know that seems a very far way away. Hopefully we're not in a shutdown still then, but that could be a pressure point when there's already a surge in travel. If there's long lines at the airports, delays, potentially that could be something that breaks the camel's back. But the hope on Capitol Hill is that they resolve this far before then.
Courtney, I have to turn to you on a different matter because we're learning that the Pentagon is cracking down on information that Congress can access. Of course, this comes on the heels of the Pentagon effectively making it impossible for reporters to cover the Pentagon. So what is this latest move about?
Yeah, this is just another one in what's been just this string of crackdown on anything that Secretary Pete Hegseth thinks could be a leak or could lead to a leak of information. And just for perspective here, he sees anything that is not an authorized disclosure by him or a statement or a press release as a leak, no matter the level of classification, unclassified, no matter what it is. So there has been he and senior staff around him have been concerned that some of the information that's getting out publicly is coming from the Hill, is coming from Congress. So he has now effectively prohibited anyone in the Pentagon, except for members of the Inspector General, many of whom right now are furloughed, by the way, but he has prohibited them from any kind of official or unofficial discussions with the Hill. That includes everyone from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the people whose job it is to interact with congressional officials, they work in legislative affairs, without prior authorization from the Office of Legislative Affairs. This is going to have a crazy effect when you think about the number of people in the Pentagon who might just call someone on the Hill, you know, for basic conversations about something that's going on, to get a sense, to get a vibe. The notion that this actually gets enacted, it would have a huge impact on how the Pentagon's relationship with the Hill, which candidly at this point, the DoD relationship with the Hill is not in a great place anyway.
Well, I know you're not in the building, but we know you will stay on top of every twist and turn. Courtney and Mel, thank you both so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Well, joining me now is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Honored to be with you, Kristen. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here, Dr. Oz. I want to start off by asking you about open enrollment for the Obamacare marketplace, these subsidies. Open enrollment, of course, begins November 1st. It's already underway for Medicare recipients. I want to ask you, if the ACA subsidies expire, premium for everyone could more than double. Do you believe those subsidies should be extended?
You know, the reality is the ACA has been sick from the moment it was created, and it got a lot sicker during COVID. There were changes made, like these enhanced subsidies you're asking about. They were added on top of the already robust subsidies that exist. Probably 92% of the money that's spent on insurance premiums are part of the original ACA, and that wasn't even enough, apparently, because they added more money during COVID. So the question really isn't, should we put more money into it or how much more, or continue these COVID-era subsidies, is how do we actually restructure the system, Kristen, so it works? And to do that, you need smart people like the kinds of folks we have in this beautiful building I'm speaking to you from, which houses HHS and the agency I run, Medicare and Medicaid. But they're not here now. They're furloughed. They're at home. So all the actuarials, the insurance experts, all the folks who have spent their whole life studying how to provide better quality insurance to folks from the bottom end of the income spectrum, those making, 100 to 400% of the poverty level, those folks aren't here. And I my first time through government is, I was sitting where you were for most of my adult life, trying to actually be in the private sector. But I never really thought that the shutdown would last this long. I always assumed that the Democrats had made their point. They were upset about the one big beautiful bill. And, ACA came into the conversation as well, and they would sort of get everyone back to work so they come up with some serious answers. But it takes time to come up with major policy steps. But can I add one thing, Kristen, because you asked the question?
Yeah, please.
The issues here, I mean, we're obviously in open enrollment for Medicare, and just for everybody out there, for the seniors, don't be alarmed. Medicare itself, everyone loves it. Democrats, Republicans, no one's touching Medicare. So Medicare.gov is open, and if you need to go through open enrollment and take an extra fresh look, please do that. But the accusation that the one big beautiful bill also needed to be repealed sort of it surprises me, because we know that it cut out a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse, and especially when it gets to specific issues like claims that there are no illegal immigrants getting money through the system. So why would you bother picking on that? We went back and checked, Kristen, which is my job. I had investigators actually look at the numbers, and just this week we learned that there's more than $1 billion spent on illegal immigrants just over the past few months in just half a dozen states on illegal immigrant health care, which means if you live in Texas, your federal taxes are being used to pay for illegal immigrants in California. And that's not how the system should work. So parts of the puzzle don't make sense to me.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Dr. Oz, a couple of follow-up questions for you. First of all, we should note undocumented immigrants are ineligible for federal health care programs. But let me just ask you, you cite this new study. Are you going to release the findings? We have not seen this actual investigation and the results that you're citing. Do you commit to making them public?
I do, Kristen. I commit to you right here and now we'll make that data public. The reason it's not public now is it's so new. We began collecting data from the first 2 or 3 states 6 months ago. We got another 3 or 4 states on. We're going to look at a total of 8 states which have state-based mechanisms of paying for illegal immigrants. As to your point, by the way, and you're right, federal money is not supposed to go towards illegal immigrants. However, when states have a desire that they make on their own to fund illegal immigrants, they often commingle those monies, and that's the money we're talking about now. They may not have done it on purpose, but you should know, Kristen, they're already returning hundreds of millions of dollars. So you don't return money that you don't think you owe.
All right, Doctor, I was just getting back to my original question, though, about these subsidies, and we'll debate health care in just a moment, but do you think they should be extended so that millions of Americans don't lose their health care coverage?
I wouldn't extend the subsidies the way they were created for COVID. Remember, we were at war with a virus. And during wartime, you take extreme steps to try to make sure everyone's protected. And, I think at the time when this decision was made, fine, everyone acknowledged that eventually we'd be past the COVID era, which we are now. We're no longer at war. And so we don't want to use the exact same tactics that we used to deal with a virus when we're out of that period. If we want to have a serious improvement of the ACA, which I think, again, because it provides insurance to those folks just getting off Medicaid before they enter commercial insurance, then we ought to address it more robustly. I'll give you a concrete example, Kristen. When the original models were created for the ACA, it was always believed that half of the people in the exchange would come out of the private sector and be funded from the private sector. The other half would come with government subsidies. It's 95% government subsidized because so much of the subsidy goes into the insurance companies that they don't need to compete on price.
But Dr. Oz, I hear you saying that you think Obamacare is deeply flawed. So let me ask you, Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. You've had control for 9 months now. If Obamacare is so bad, why hasn't the president introduced an alternative plan yet? He's had 9 months.
Well, there were ideas introduced to address some of the shortcomings of the ACA, but it could not get through the reconciliation process. It was pulled out for a variety of different reasons, and so it never made it to the final law. And the legislation that currently exists does an excellent job dealing with the shortcomings that we felt were important with the Medicaid systems, and it was always envisioned that Congress would eventually get around to dealing with some of the issues that you're raising now around the ACA. But when you're in a shutdown, you prevent that from actually happening because the people who give technical expertise to the congressmen and senators who've got to actually write the laws, they're not at work anymore.
Yeah, but Dr. Oz, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has sharply criticized Republicans, saying that there is no health care plan. She says that it's time to get one. Do you acknowledge that President Trump does not have a comprehensive health care plan with which to replace Obamacare?
I fully believe the president has a plan. We've been talking about it quite a bit. There's all kinds of ideas. Yes, the issue, Kristen, is which specific parts of the plan do you prioritize? Which are the ones you want to focus on? So as an example, just to talk about Medicaid, because we already did it, what was done with the One Big Beautiful Bill was perhaps the most ambitious reform of our Medicaid system ever. It was a massive effort to realign the president and the leaders of states, governors, so that what the federal government wants to do and what the state government wants to do for our most vulnerable citizens are done in coordination. The president did that with a great passion. He led the way. I spoke to him frequently during that process. We also took out a lot of the fraud and waste and abuse, so it was hurting the system. Kristen, we would have spent $5.4 trillion more on Medicaid if we hadn't addressed that. That would have basically made us a big healthcare system with a small country attached.
But Dr. Oz, you're saying President Trump has a plan. If he has a plan, why hasn't he put it forward yet? Why don't the American people know about it yet?
The plans that were originally offered during the One Big Beautiful Bill negotiations fell out, which is fine. But when you hold the entire country hostage by shutting the government down, which is what the Democrats have done, you don't allow any discussion. There's not going to be any coordinated effort. You're not going to get one party to compromise with the other party when you're literally holding the entire government hostage. And the folks who would help this system evolve into a mature model aren't at work to help do it. I think we should reopen the government. We should use a clean CR, continuing resolution, to do just that. It needs to be long enough to give everyone time to both evaluate and come up with other ideas. But in the meantime, let people go back to work. You know, free the federal employees to go help the system and do their job.
All right. And just to button it up, so far, the president has not officially put a bill on the floor. I do want to ask you, though, the president has talked about lowering drug prices, pharmaceutical prices, and he's repeatedly claimed that he could cut those prices by more than 100%. Dr. Oz, take a listen.
You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%, I mean 1,400, 1,500%, because we're going favored nations.
We have something coming up, favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,400, 1,500%.
Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before.
Dr. Oz, cutting drug prices by 400%, anything over 100%, wouldn't that effectively make them free? Is that a realistic goal from the president?
The president does the calculation by saying, okay, if a drug was $100 and you reduce it to $50, it's 100% cheaper because you're taking $50 off and leaving it with only $50. So the amount you took off the price is equal to the amount that's left. They're equal, so it's 100%. But
he said 1,500%. In one of those, he said 1,500%.
Well, if you take a drug that is $200 or $240 like we did last week and you reduce it to $10, those are the numbers you're talking about. That stated, the bigger question we should be asking ourselves is why didn't we do this earlier? Kristen, you and I have known each other for a long time. This has not been a secret that we pay 3 times more for the exact same pill made in the same factory, even if it's made in America, than that same product sells for overseas. And when the president learned about this a while back, he got upset and he started making a big deal about it, both in the first term and this time around. He said, I'm not going to be stopped. I'm going to make sure everyone understands that it is not America's responsibility to carry the entire burden for innovating solutions to America's health crises. The entire world benefits from those crises. And so, as you know, we have achieved great success by dropping the drugs that are sold by a leading U.S. company, Pfizer, a leading European company, AstraZeneca. Last week, we reduced prices for fertility drugs by literally $242 to $10.
Dr. Oz, none of that's binding, though. Does that need to be codified by Congress? Does that need to be put into law by Congress? Those lower prices by Pfizer?
Kristen, we have contracts, signed contracts from the manufacturers, as Secretary of Commerce Lutnick and Secretary of Health and Human Services Kennedy. These are signed documents. They hold water. And we have many other deals in the pipeline, same construct. We are pledging not to tariff these endeavors if these companies bring onshore their drug manufacturing, so bring their work to America so American workers get jobs and revenue from those facilities flow to the American tax base. We're going to make sure that all Medicaid patients get most favored nation drug pricing so governors don't have as much of a burden to pay before. We're going to make sure that all new products released in this country are at that most favored nation pricing, and we're getting better pricing even for Medicare drugs. So across the board, we're delivering on something that no one thought was even possible because the president knows how to negotiate. The first step in negotiating is to ask.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. I have many more questions, but we're going to have you back, and I'll ask you all of them. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Take care, Kristen.
You take care as well. Thank you so much. Coming up, the view from a top House Democrat on shutdown and the consequences for the military, federal workers, and Americans all across the country. Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee, is standing by. Plus, as we mentioned, President Trump meeting with the head of NATO in the Oval Office this hour with the future of the war in Ukraine and Kyiv's request for more military aid on the line. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
I think he needs one too. What do you think? All right. You guys ready to fight some crime?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you go get him, all right?
At Walgreens, every flu shot is where health meets care. Walgreens.
Welcome back. This hour, President Trump is set to host the NATO Secretary General at the White House. It comes after some tumultuous diplomatic efforts by the Trump administration to try to end the war in Ukraine, starting with the president's meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky on Friday, during which the president would not sign off on the sale of U.S.-made Tomahawk missiles for Ukraine. And yesterday, President Trump called off his meeting with Russian President Putin in Budapest. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman from Washington, Adam Smith. He's also the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you.
It's good to see you as well. Look, you have been quite critical of President Trump's relationship with Vladimir Putin. I wonder what your reaction was when you saw that President Trump did, in fact, call that summit off in Budapest.
I think that's a positive, and we've seen quite a few positive signs since the summit in Alaska, that the president at least has stopped directly blaming Ukraine for the war. He has rhetorically placed the blame where it belongs on Putin and Russia. What we need now is we need the president to put some actual pressure on Putin, whether that's the sale of more weapons to Ukraine or sanctions or something that makes it clear to Putin that his continuing this war is going to come with a cost. That's what's going to force him to the table. Look, Ukraine has done an incredible job of fighting back against Russia. They fought Russia to a standstill. Putin is in a very weakened position. We just need to make sure we keep pushing that position, adding strength to what Ukraine is doing to force Putin to the bargaining table. We can't be rolling out the red carpet for Putin and doing a lot of the stuff that Trump did in Alaska. We got to put pressure on Putin, not give him space. And that's what I hope the president will do going forward.
So you talk about pressure. Secretary Bessent just said this outside of the White House. He said, quote, "We are going to either announce after the close this afternoon or first thing tomorrow morning a substantial pickup in Russian sanctions." Your reaction to that, Congressman?
I think that's great. I think that's what needs to happen. And keep in mind, that's what needs to happen to end this war and to get to peace. That's what we all want. We don't want this war to continue. Certainly Ukraine doesn't want this war to continue. But Putin was going to keep pushing it in the hopes that eventually he could take over all of Ukraine. We have to make it clear to him that our support for Ukraine will not wane and that our alliance is going to stay strong, to make it clear that he can't win. That's what forces him to the table. So I think that would be a very, very welcome development.
Congressman Smith, I had the opportunity to talk to President Zelensky after he had wrapped up his meeting here in Washington at the White House with President Trump, where he said President Trump didn't say yes to Tomahawk missiles, but didn't say no. I want to play you a little bit of that interview and get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
Very sensitive for Russians. They afraid that United States can deliver Ukraine. I think that Putin afraid that United States will deliver us Tomahawks. And I think that he really afraid that we will use, and he knows what military goals, we know where they are, where the military goals of Russia, and he afraid that we can use it.
Do you believe the U.S. should go so far as providing Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, something that Russia has said it will see as an escalation?
Yes. I mean, keep in mind, Putin has said every single thing we've done since he invaded in February of 22 was an escalation. He uses those threats to try to block the support for Ukraine. But yes, we should help Ukraine defend itself. We should not get into a direct conflict with Russia, and we haven't. But Russia invaded a sovereign country illegally and brutally. We should support Ukraine and continue to support them strong enough so that Russia can be stopped.
I do want to ask you about Venezuela. We have seen these strikes in the Caribbean by the Trump administration of suspected drug trafficking boats. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announcing today yet another strike on what the administration is calling narco terrorists. This time it was in the Eastern Pacific. You have called for a hearing on these strikes. Do you believe you have bipartisan support for that, Congressman? And do you think that you're going to get your hearing?
I do. I think there's bipartisan support for greater transparency from this administration. You know, we're trying to push for the hearing. Congress has to come back into session for that hearing to happen. Speaker Johnson should stop shutting down the Congress and refusing to negotiate and actually engage. But yeah, I think there are a lot of Republicans who are concerned about this. There has been no transparency whatsoever on exactly who we are hitting and why and what the long-term strategy is. We've heard, well, we're very concerned about the spread of drugs in the U.S. And yes, we are all concerned about that. But using the U.S. military for lethal force is a huge, huge escalation and a huge step. And also we've heard, well, we're concerned about fentanyl, but there's no fentanyl coming out of Venezuela. We've then also heard from the president and others, you know, words that make it sound like they want regime change in Venezuela, and also to put pressure on Colombia. I mean, so what is it? Why exactly are we using lethal force in an unprecedented way? There has been insufficient transparency and explanation. We don't even know exactly who is being hit. We've heard that there are 24 drug organizations that are on the list of targets. But who are those 24 exactly? And why have we been targeting these particular people? That lack of transparency, I think, is a violation of the Constitution, and Congress needs to exercise our constitutional obligation to have oversight over the Department of Defense, and certainly oversight over the president, basically starting a war with maybe Venezuela, maybe 24 different narcotic organizations, drug dealer organizations. We just don't know what's happening, and the lack of transparency from the Pentagon and the White House is very, very problematic.
I do want to ask you, Congressman, about the government shutdown. We are officially entering the fourth week of the shutdown. Federal workers set to miss yet another paycheck. Senator Thune is setting up a vote tomorrow on a bill that would pay those essential federal employees currently working without pay. Would you urge your Democratic colleagues to vote for that bill, and do you plan to vote for that bill?
Yeah, I support that bill, yes. But look, I listened to your interview with Dr. Oz, and by the way, why can't he just say, yeah, the president's wrong, you can't reduce prices by 1,400%? It's not actually possible. I wish somebody in the administration would feel comfortable enough to say, no, that's wrong. Just because Trump says it doesn't mean we got to twist all the basic facts of how the world works to try to make it look like he didn't say something stupid. But that's a minor little point. On the shutdown, it makes no sense that Dr. Oz is saying, well, we can't negotiate with you in this setting. I've been through a number of different shutdowns. Every single one of them has had strong opinions on both sides. Every single one has had Congress in session negotiating. It is precisely the most important moment for Congress to be in session when we have such a significant disagreement. The shutdown has a profoundly negative impact, but it is the Republicans' flat refusal to negotiate, their insistence that Democrats just have to vote for their budget. And that's what this is, okay? You can call it a CR, but it is an extension of the budget past October 1st. It is an extension of Trump's budget, and we are troubled by that. If you want our votes, you should negotiate with us. And also, November 1st was a really important date. They wanted to do a CR until the 21st of November, past the point at which healthcare premiums were going to go through the ceiling. The reason we didn't vote for this was because there was an urgency to deal with this before November 1st, certainly before November 21st. And the Republicans' refusal to do that is why we didn't vote for it. We're talking about millions of people losing health insurance and millions of more having their costs go through the ceiling. And the Republican response is shut down the House, refuse to negotiate. That's not the way that this is supposed to work.
Very quickly, a new poll by the AP found that Americans think everyone, including Democrats, bears some responsibility for this shutdown. There you see it, 58% to 58%. Do you believe that you and other Democrats are starting to feel the pressure of that and the political price that could be paid?
I think there's pressure on all of us. And look, yes, of course, we all bear some responsibility for it. But the question is, what are we trying to accomplish? I mean, what Democrats are trying to accomplish is we're trying to save millions of Americans health insurance. We're trying to save millions more from having their health insurance premiums skyrocket in cost. That's what we're fighting for. What are the Republicans fighting for exactly? To allow that to happen? I mean, that's the message I think we need to deliver to the American people. But look, it is not our intention to basically have the government shut down. We want to focus on health care. And the other thing we want to focus on is the president, spending money outside of the law. How can we agree to an appropriations bill when the president says, okay, I'm going to fund Republicans, but not Democrats? I mean, these are issues that really matter and ought to be fought over. And again, it's just unacceptable that the Republicans have refused to have the House in session or even negotiate over these points. I mean, clearly they don't care about issues that matter a great deal to the American people.
All right. Congressman Adam Smith, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, federal immigration operations ramp up in New York City and Los Angeles as NBC News has exclusive new reporting that we will break here on how the rush to beef up ICE has led to some concerning recruitment practices. That story is next. Stay with us on Meet the Press Now.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Welcome back now to an NBC News exclusive and new questions about who will be carrying out the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. One current and two former Homeland Security officials tell NBC News that some new ICE recruits have showed up to training without being fully vetted. The officials telling NBC News the recruits were placed in ICE's training program before the agency determined that they had either failed drug tests, had disqualifying criminal backgrounds, or had not met the physical or academic requirements to serve. Now, it comes as the agency rushes to hire officers to carry out President Trump's mass deportation policy. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley helped break that story. She joins me now. Congratulations on this scoop, Julia. Thank you for breaking it here. So just how many ICE agents are we talking about who could fit into this unqualified category?
Well, according to some data that was compiled very recently internally at ICE, there were over 200 new recruits who showed up for training. That's supposed to be after they've gone through a security vetting, fingerprints, drug test, attested that they can do the physical portion of the training. They've showed up and they haven't been able to meet those requirements. In some cases, I'm told they show up and they volunteer the fact that, no, I never did submit fingerprints, or no, I never did do a drug test. And so trainers are having to pull people off the base there in Georgia and take them out to go get these things done. So the real concern is who might not be admitting that and who might be slipping through the cracks.
So, Julia, why is this happening? Is it because there's a rush to get people through? Is it because they're not being careful enough? What's the best explanation?
When I talked to former officials who know the way this process used to work in the past, they said it was pretty slow going and really used to drive a lot of people crazy because it could take up to a year before they were fully vetted and put out into training and then out into the field. Now it can be as short as 2 weeks. Sometimes it's not exactly clear what needs to happen, but they report to a field office, and if they have no prior law enforcement experience, they're sent to this training. But before they even go to that field office, they're supposed to come in with HR having checked all these boxes. In a lot of cases, that's just not happening. Part of it is, I've told the HR office just hasn't gotten the resources that they need to be able to match this huge demand to hire 10,000 new officers by the end of the year. And I'm told, Kristen, they're less than halfway to fulfilling that goal.
Wow. Well, I know you'll continue to stay on top of that. In the meantime, we saw these ICE operations ramp up in New York and Los Angeles. What are you watching there?
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, we want more details, especially in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
There's a man named Richard L.A. on TikTok who has been following ICE officers and their movements around Los Angeles, and he was actually targeted by immigration officers and U.S. Marshals just yesterday in Los Angeles. They boxed in his car, and we understand he started ramming the other vehicles. Then an ICE agent fired a gun. It's not clear if that was a mistake or what was the reason for the gun firing. That's the key piece here. But we understand that this man was shot in the elbow. He remains in the hospital in serious condition, and that a bullet ricocheted, hit the hand of a U.S. Marshal, and that he definitely went to the hospital as well, but he is in stable condition.
Wow. Okay. Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for all of your great reporting. As
Thanks,
always,
Kristen.
really appreciate it. Coming up after the break, new polling data shows most Americans view President Trump as a, quote, dangerous dictator rather than a strong leader. We'll dig into the politics of that and the implications. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. A majority of Americans disapprove of the job President Trump is doing. That's according to a sweeping new poll. The president's job approval now at 42%, according to the PRRI American Values Survey. But the survey is also sounding an alarm about the president's tactics as much as his performance. 56% of people surveyed say they see him as a, quote, dangerous dictator, while 41% say they see him as a, quote, strong leader. I'm joined now by my panel, Nicholas Wu, congressional reporter for Politico, Amisha Cross, former Obama campaign advisor and now Democratic strategist, and Mike Dubke, who served as White House communications director during the first Trump administration. Thanks to all of you for being here. I'm going to start with you, Mike. What do you make of this poll? You don't put too much stock in it.
No, I do put stock. I mean, look, the overall thing on the poll is we have a partisan divide in this country. So there's not a lot of new information coming out. I did dive into the numbers a little bit. I didn't like the way that they set off the Democrat, Republican, and independents. They need more independents in this poll. That's one thing. These questions I don't like, though, because they asked, is he a dictator with too much power, or is he a strong leader who deserves more power? And when you mix questions like that, you get the headline of the dictator. But I think really what people are reacting to is whether or not he's exercising. The real question should be, is he exercising too much power, or does the executive need more power? And I think that's an interesting question, but they trip me up, at least, with this dictator versus strong leader language.
Yeah, the argument that the words matter so much in these polls. Amisha, what do you make of Mike's argument? And what are the implications for Democrats? Because in 2024, Democrats spent a lot of time trying to cast Trump as someone who would not adhere to the limits of executive authority. That strategy clearly didn't work in 2024. But does this suggest that perhaps those types of arguments could resonate?
Absolutely, because Trump made a promise, and it's a promise made and a promise kept. Donald Trump said that he would be a dictator on day one. We've seen how many days now that he has exercised that dictatorial power. Project 2025 outlines something that we call the unitary executive, essentially usurping power and putting it all in the power of the presidency. We've seen in city after city, be it whether it's in a blue state or a red state or a purple state, we just saw those No Kings rallies, and those just keep getting bigger and bigger. They aren't organized overnight. People are recognizing what this president is doing and the overreach asserted with it. And I think that, to the point of that question, I do think the double question is a bit of a conundrum. But more importantly, it's a whole lot easier to point to dictatorship when you see it in action than it is before it gets there. And I think that that was the issue that Democrats had in trying to issue a warning without there actually being the presence of that dictatorial power.
Nicholas, either way, what do you think the message is for Congress? Does this raise questions about whether Congress is exerting its authority?
I think we're now going into the fourth week of the government shutdown, and what this polling is showing us is that, if anything, both sides are more likely to dig in on their own positions. Democrats are pointing to polls like this as evidence of why they need to keep on voting down government funding bills and to continue their fight, since on top of what they've been talking about with health care, trying to rein in executive authority has been a big part of their message. Now, whether or not that will be successful in the end, we'll see.
Well, you take me to my next question. I did have an opportunity to interview Dr. Oz, of course, the CMS administrator, and he talked about the fact that he thinks the crux of this, of course, is about extending Obamacare subsidies. His argument is he thinks Obamacare is broken. So I pressed him on whether Republicans have a replacement. Let's take a look at that exchange. And do you acknowledge that Republicans, that President Trump does not have a comprehensive health care plan with which to replace Obamacare?
I fully believe the president has a plan. We've been talking about it quite a bit. There's all kinds of ideas. Yes, the issue, Kristen, is which specific parts of the plan do you prioritize? Which are the ones you want to focus on? So as an example, just to talk about Medicaid, because we already did it, what was done with the One Big Beautiful Bill was perhaps the most ambitious reform of our Medicaid system ever. It was a massive effort to realign the president and the leaders of states, governors, so that what the federal government wants to do and what the state government wants to do for our most vulnerable citizens are done in coordination.
So, Nicholas, you talk about both sides being dug in. That was certainly on display, but not a lot of clarity about where the Republican health care bill might be.
I think that's in part by design. Talking about healthcare, talking about changing Obamacare, the ACA at all is really not terrain that a lot of Republicans want to be fighting on. If passed as precedent, the last time Republicans tried to repeal Obamacare during the first Trump term, it led to massive losses for them in the midterms in 2018. And that is something that a lot of purple district Republicans are very cognizant of this time around.
What about that, Mike? And is health care a bit of a vulnerability for Republicans, particularly in the midst of this fight?
As somebody who was there and has battle scars from repeal and replace, I want to say you are spot on and exactly right. However, in this particular instance, I think we can look. If Dr. Oz had stuck to Obamacare is broken and you just have to look at the fact that we have to have subsidies to keep it alive and keep it affordable for people, shows that Obamacare is broken and we should be talking about that. I think Republicans are on stronger ground talking about the reforming, but I don't know that they are on strong ground proposing an entirely new healthcare system.
Amisha, where do you think Democrats go from here? Because, boy, they seem very dug in and saying we are not going to vote to reopen the government until we negotiate on this. But now we are starting to see polls that show Americans increasingly pointing the finger at both parties.
Well, I think that Democrats have to hold the line and honestly believe that they probably should have during the first round of an iteration of a government shutdown where, you know, Schumer decided that he was going to go in a different direction. For Democrats, this is paying attention to what's happening on the ground, specifically around health care, because we know that those subsidies are going to run out. We know that individuals who are Medicaid recipients are largely, in terms of percentages, are largely in red states, many of them in the exact same states that carried Trump by double digits. So it matters for them to recognize, hey, not only does he not have a plan, and this repeal and replace thing didn't just start with him. We know that administrations ago, they didn't have a plan to do it either. It is also one in which they've had years to develop a plan. We don't need concepts of a plan. People need health care. So they have to figure it out.
Mike, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to, this is where I'm pushing back on it in the sense that I don't think there's a repeal and replace. That it died in 2017 when it wasn't successful, when they were on the 5-yard line, spiked the ball in the Rose Garden and it didn't work. That's dead. But reforming Obamacare can happen, and they can have that conversation, again, if we open up government, and open up the federal government. And I think this is where Republicans and Democrats really do need to come together. And I am curious how long the Democrats are going to hold out, because Republicans are going to hold out as long as they need to. But they are saying we're going to talk about it. Democrats have to come back to the table.
Reform and cutting access are two very different things. What we're seeing from Republicans is a Republican Party that is very willing to let people die, to let rural hospitals close, to kick people off of the rolls for much needed health care. That is not a reform.
In the Working Families Act, One Big Beautiful Bill, whatever we're calling it today, there was subsidies for rural hospitals. Now, so that I just don't think carries water. That argument.
Nicholas, how does this all end when you, as we see, both sides are very dug in. This is what we hear from lawmakers. It's emblematic of, frankly, the fact that lawmakers are saying we're not coming to the negotiating table because they're both dug in on their positions.
That's part of the problem. Even lawmakers I've talked to have no idea how this ends. Part of the issue is that the administration has taken away some of the pain points that might otherwise have forced an end to the shutdown. There was this issue of whether the troops would get paid. The Trump administration found money under the couch cushions to pay the troops. And so at least for now, that's not something that would force everyone to the table.
Yeah. All right, guys, thank you so much. Great conversation. Nicholas, Amisha, and Mike. Appreciate it. Well, we are following breaking news now out of the White House announcing new sanctions on Russia, those sanctions targeting Russia's two largest oil companies. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins me now. Gabe, this had been a step that the president had been pressed on for months. Would they announce more sanctions here today in the wake of canceling what he had planned to be a trip to meet Vladimir Putin in Budapest? Here, the administration is announcing more sanctions.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. And look, a senior White House official telling me a short time ago that the president governs by instinct and he felt the time was right to impose these sanctions. The official also telling me that this was related to the meeting between Vladimir Putin and President Trump falling through. Essentially, the president growing increasingly frustrated that both sides have not been able to agree to a ceasefire. But as you said, those sanctions just being announced within the past few minutes by the Treasury Department against Russia's two largest oil companies and dozens of subsidiaries as well. So certainly this is something that Ukraine had called for, but Ukraine had wanted the United States to go further and approve and provide those long-range Tomahawk missiles, which President Trump has not yet done. But it does appear, again, just this afternoon, we got wind of it earlier this afternoon from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who indicated that these sanctions were coming. And again, just a few moments ago, Kristen, the U.S. slapping new sanctions on Russia's two largest oil companies, Kristen.
So talk about the significance, Gabe. Is this a shift in strategy? And it comes as President Trump is meeting with the...
Yeah, look, the president, just a few days ago, the president had indicated that he seemed optimistic that just within the next few weeks, he would meet with Vladimir Putin in Hungary. Certainly that has fallen through just within the last few days. This week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who, by the way, was at the White House today, he had a phone call with the foreign minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, where it became clear to the administration that Russia was not interested in peace at this point, and the president did not feel that a face-to-face meeting with Putin at this point would be productive. So certainly, you know as well as anyone, Kristen, that for quite some time now, President Trump has been reluctant to impose these any further sanctions on Russia. Critics of the administration have accused the president of going by while Vladimir Putin kicked the can down the road, so to speak. So this does seem like an escalation in terms of economic sanctions. But again, Ukraine has also called for more weapons support from the United States. The senior White House official I spoke with did say that the president not ruling out a meeting with Putin. In fact, he would like to have one at some point. Just at this point, the time is not right, and that is why the president decided to go ahead with these sanctions today.
Gabe, let me follow up with you, if I could, on the weapons piece of this. I had the opportunity to interview President Zelensky on Friday after he'd had that meeting with President Trump. He believes that the U.S. giving Ukraine those Tomahawk long-range missiles that can strike deep inside Russia, critical to ending the war, to bringing Putin to the negotiating table. What are the conversations around that at this point?
Well, it is actually interesting, Kristen. Just earlier today, there was reporting in another outlet that discussed the possibility that the U.S. May have given a green light for the Ukrainians to use a different type of long-range missile, not the Tomahawks. But the president very publicly, just this afternoon, refuting that report on social media, wanting to make it very clear that essentially the United States did not authorize any use of long-range missile inside Russia. So it still is, it appears, based on that post from President Trump, that he does not want to make it seem as if the U.S. is actively urging Ukraine to move ahead with these long-range missile attacks. And indeed, you heard the president refuse to provide those Tomahawk missiles to Zelensky late last week, as you spoke with the Ukrainian president over the weekend, Kristen.
Gabe, thank you so much. And we are back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. There's more news ahead on NBC News Now.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.